Hi, I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through how to use Creo Parametric 8.0. Now, I've been using Creo since around 1995, and it used to be called Pro Engineer. So you'll sometimes hear it referred to as Pro Engineer, so just be aware of that. Now take a look at the screen. Now what we're going to do today is we're going to focus on creating that part that you see there. This is a 3D model. It has a series of extrusions. That's these bosses. We have a rectangular extrusion there and then one here. We're going to put in fillets that you see here. They call them rounds. And then we're going to go ahead and put in chamfers. That's these gold areas here. We're going to also put in a through hole. Now, once that's done, also we're going to put in a shelled feature that you see here in the back. So it's a thin-walled model. Let's begin. First of all, inside Creo, if you go ahead and once you get it started up and installed, if you're not sure how to install this, I do have that installation video, or just go to Creo Student, Google it, and then it'll step you through. Go to File here, and let's go to New, and you'll see that there's lots of options here. The first 4 weeks we do nothing but part files inside here. We're creating part files, so make sure part is selected. The 5th week we get into assemblies. That's more than one part. That's like if you're making a bolt, you have a nut to go with it, or washers and things like that. So that's an assembly. We're going to look at how that's done. And then by the 6th week we're going to hit drawings, which is the two-dimensional aspect where you take your 3D models and make a 2D layout of them, add dimensions, and so on and so forth. Then we go into the review for the 7th week for the midterm exam, and then the 8th week you complete the midterm exam. And then we continue to move on and ahead. But let's just make sure part is selected. Over here under file name, we get to name it in advance, so just label it E for exercise 1. So E1. Hit OK. Now I need to shrink my screen down here to fit this. You normally don't have that issue, it's just that I have a very large monitor. And I'm just trying to record this in 1080p. Now, when we look at the interface here, there's usually like another Explorer that opens up inside there. You could just minimize that or close it. But once you get to here, we're going to go ahead and just to show you some of the options, if you go to File and Options, this is one of a couple hearts inside Creo. Now, I refer to them as hearts because they're kind of the control center. It's not really I guess you could call it the brain too, if you wanted. But if we take a look here, we have like environments. So you have the ability to set all these different things in here. And we're not going to go through all of them and take a whole day just to do this. But if you go to Systems Appearance, you'll see the default theme. There's a light, there's a dark, and a midnight theme, experimental, whatever you prefer. I would recommend for exercise 1 to keep it the same way I have, which is the default theme. Then you can move on and figure out how you like your interface. And you could customize it much more than that too. Now, model display, the default orientation, I would like you to have it in isometric. And as far as the other options here, like shaded quality, I have mine set to 10, which is very high. You could set yours lower depending upon the performance level of your computer. If you're working on an older computer, you might want to set that a bit lower. It can actually cause crashing if you set it too high and you have a weak computer, something that has a bad graphics card. Not a bad graphics card, but a graphics card that isn't intended for CAD. You might witness some things like that. But it's actually very stable though, all in all. Okay, now let's move over here to Entity Display, and you'll see, again, I have a professional graphics card, so I have mine set up a bit high. I have anti-aliasing, which smooths out the lines, makes it look really nice. I have that set to 4x, but if you don't know what you have, keep it at none. Okay, and they have all these other options here. Again, I have mine set to high, and it's just going to make it look better. All right, and then as we go to, let's see, Sketcher. Now in the Sketcher, one thing that I really like to have turned on, first of all, the number of decimal places, let's make sure it's set to 3. That's for for that. And then also Sketcher Startup. This is my favorite. Make the sketching plane parallel to the screen. Make sure that's checked on. With that off, you're going to have to orient automatically. Or I should say, it won't do it automatically for you. You're going to have to orient the screen. But that's a nice feature. And as far as everything else, we're just going to leave those alone. You have all sorts of abilities in here to make shortcuts and things like that. So for example, if you want to zoom to fit to be an option, you could find fit and set that up for a fast key for whatever. But in fact, actually, if we go to keyboard shortcuts, maybe we could find it really quick. There it is, refit. I have mine set to F. You could click on that. Just type in fit or refit and type in capital F, and that will automatically zoom to fit the screen, or when you hit the F key on the keyboard. Hit OK. So there you can see an example of a fast key. Now over here you can see this is actually that refit icon, so you don't really need the key if you like this, but look, it says F in parentheses. All right, now you'll see over here on the left is the model tree. The model tree contains your history of everything that you're going to do, every hole that you put in, every fillet, or I should say round, and extrusion. It allows you to edit those too just by right-clicking on them. There's a little gold ball that pops up with a pencil, and you just start editing, and you can change things, which is incredible. It was way ahead of its time back when this was developed in 1987. This software was one of the first, if not the first, parametric modeler out there. And parametrics is the ability to change. So if you draw something, you could actually change it, versus sometimes you have to remodel things completely in older CAD systems that dated back in the 80s and even in the early 90s. All right, so we have front, top, and right planes. Now you might see yours automatically, and that's because you probably have this little icon turned on to select all for these features. And those planes are your paper that you're going to sketch on when we start working. Now up at the top we have the ribbon, which is typical of every Windows program nowadays. And it enables you to go through different options in here. We're going to let it kind of go through it automatically for us, but there are times we will select these things. But stay in the model area and we're in good shape. Now we're going to start off by drawing on the front plane. Some might ask, like, yeah, what's the best way to start? Just so you know that most everything we're going to do is design on the front plane. Very rarely I'll have you draw on the top plane or something like that, but it's usually to orient the part in such a way that you can use it. So as an example, here we have this little lip balm, okay, cap and everything. Now if you were going to model this, we would say this is probably the top. So if you wanted to, the easiest way to model that would be maybe to select the top plane, draw the circle for the diameter of this, and extrude it upward, measuring how high that is. And you would be nearly done. And you put your rounds on the top and any other little features you have. So that would be a reason you might want to draw on the top plane, because it's vertical, it's standing upright. Otherwise, if you drew this from the front plane, it would be resting on its side, which is fine. And quite honestly, once you get very used to this environment, it kind of comes naturally, and it doesn't really matter. All right, let's go ahead. You could select from the view screen, or viewport as I call it right here, or from over here. But let's go ahead and select the front plane. Now when you select the front plane, you'll see you get all these options. Now there's two methods to getting started in here. There's a method that carries over from other CAD systems, which is to start a sketch first on that plane. And you could do that. Creo actually lets you do that. Or else you could go right to the extrude feature, which will automatically start a sketch on that plane. And then once you finish the sketch, you hit the green check and it, boom, automatically starts to extrude. So if you understand the capabilities of what you're doing, that might be a more optimum solution. In fact, it actually keeps the feature tree a little bit smaller and it's more efficient. But we're going to start off what other CAD systems work, similar to how other CAD systems work. Go to the sketch tool. Now you could have clicked on sketch up there too, and that would have done the same thing. Notice it automatically oriented us parallel to the screen. That was that checkbox we selected in the options menu early on. Now we're sketching here. You'll see there's all the sketch tools, very familiar. Those of you who've used any CAD system are probably familiar with these things. But if you're not, here's rectangle, and if you hit the little arrow to the right, you'll see there's a variety of different rectangle tools to select from. There's your line tools, arcs, ellipses, so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and select corner rectangle. Now move your pointer to the center of the crosshairs. That's your origin. That doesn't move inside Creo. It stays there, and it's your anchor point, and it's excellent the way it works. Go ahead, and when you get to that center, click. And when I refer to click, I'm just talking about your left mouse button. 99% of the time, we're going to just click, which is left mouse button. Other times, we're going to right click, and that's when we usually edit things. And then the middle wheel, we'll see what that does. That does a lot of things too. But let's go ahead and click here. Oops, I clicked already. There we go. Click and drag it to the upper right. Now, I shouldn't say drag. I should say just move your pointer to the upper right, because some students think you have to hold down on the button, which you don't have to. Okay, when you get to the upper right here, now Creo, with the units that it's using, default here I have set to inches. And I want to show you where that's going to be and where you could change that in just a moment. But for right now, make it really small and click. Now move your pointer around here, and if you want to exit out, find your wheel on your mouse and click one time, and it exits you out of the tool you're using. You can hit escape, or you could click on the tool as well, but that by far I think is the easiest, just a middle click, which is really nice. Now let's hit that refit, or the F key, and it will zoom up for us. Now you can see the dimensions are there, and it's rather large. We're looking for a 3x5 dimension here, rectangle. So double click on this bottom one, and that's all you have to do. You just have to double click on it. You'll see all the digits that are there, and you could get to incredibly high precision with this software. Here's a little tidbit of advice. Those of you who are my students, if you go out to industry, they might test you. Like I remember getting a couple jobs where the manager sat beside me and said, let's see what you could do with this software. And he said, draw a box, similar to what we're doing here. And here's what not to do. This is going to make you look excellent if you don't do this. See all those numbers there? And I see it happen all the time. I was guilty of it years ago too. Someone clicks on the end there, and they hit the backspace key. Okay. No need to do that. But all you have to do is type in 3. But don't do this. Don't type in 3.000 if that's the case. You don't have to do that. That's extra work. But we can do it. Just hit enter, and it will work. Now it's really getting small here because we had a very large part. That's okay. Now double click on this one here, and let me show you the way to do it to where you look expert. Rather than backspacing on that, just type in what you want. In this case, 5, and it fills it in because it was all highlighted anyhow. So hit enter, and there we go. Now let's hit the F key on our keyboard. If you set it to zoom to fit, it should fit now on the screen, or you could hit refit right there. All right, now it looks like there's a lot of information in here, and apparently I made a couple rectangles, and that was by accident. That was not my intention. I wasn't paying attention when I clicked, and then I clicked a second time, so that's my fault. So if you ever need to undo what we have, now those of you who don't have two little rectangles, see here and here, you don't have to follow along with what I'm doing, but Control and Z will undo this, or there's the undo button right up here. I could just hit it. I'm going to go all the way back before anything's there. Now I'm just going to redraw it. Now I could have actually fixed it, but I wanted to show you what the undo button does and how it works. Okay, I'm going to click here, drag this out, middle click one time. Middle click, remember, is the wheel. Now I just change my dimensions. Double click. Do I backspace on it? No. Type in 5, enter. Now another thing, my keyboard here, I don't have it, but most keyboards have a number pad. Use your number pad if you are ever tested at an organization, because number pads are very efficient versus using the keys up at the top. Just make sure you hit numbers lock so it works. Okay, 3, enter. And there we are. Now, what we're going to do next, you'll see that there are these little circles with lines in them. Those are indicating, like this indicates a vertical relationship. So if I were to ever drag that, it wouldn't move. It wouldn't sway, I should say, at an angle. You could click on those and hit delete and delete them. But there's two types of constraints inside Creo. There's dimensional constraints. That's where we see 3 inches by 5 inches. But there's also relations, or they call them constraints here. And these are common elements of geometry, like perpendicular, coincident, midpoint, horizontal, vertical, tangent, symmetric, equal, and parallel. So you have the ability to add that. That's an extra layer. And that was part of the whole parametric package back in the day when it came out. And almost everything's modeled after this today. So this is the granddaddy of parametric modelers. Now, if you like, you could actually center these and move them out a little bit just to make them look nice. Later on, those will appear if you create a 2D drawing. We don't do that until the 6th week, but you could call those up. And so if you lay them out in a nice, organized fashion, that's how they're going to come out in your drawing, and you'll save time. Now, we're ready to hit OK up here. Now, remember, you have to hit OK to end that. And now go to Extrude. All right, now, it doesn't look like it's doing much. It just turned yellow on the inside. But now, we want to rotate your wheel. The wheel, scrolling it, zooms in and out. But if you hold it down, like a button, watch. Do you hear that? It clicked, and I'm holding it down. Move the mouse left, right, up, or down, and look at that. It rotates for us. Now, you could also do the same thing over here if you click on the Standard Orientations box. If you go to Standard Orientation, it will bring you to Isometric. Okay. Also, by me clicking, I applied the dimension automatically for that thickness, so we lost the ability to edit it for a moment. Here's how. You could do it a couple ways. You could double click on the sidewall. You'll see the dimensions will all appear. There's our 3x5. We don't want to alter that, but there's the 4. We could double click on the 4, type in, we actually want it 0.5 thick. Or we could grab this little ball at the end, go ahead and try it and drag it. And this is for conceptualization purposes. Now the ruler at the bottom, it's not real, it actually snapped to 0.5 pretty well there. But note it's not the easiest thing. Now that's one way. Actually, that's 2 ways. The other way would be over here. Right click on Extrude. I had to do it twice there. Remember, I said right click. That's the other mouse button we haven't used yet. Now right here is Edit Definition. This takes us back, which is what I skipped, and that's my apologies. But I like to leave in these things because this is what happens to students regardless. You guys make mistakes. You're new at it. It's understandable. And the hope is that you'll learn from your mistakes. Now you can see here that we have the extrude feature. So we have a solid. If it's a surface, if the surface is highlighted in blue, that's not a good thing. That means you have an opening or a gap somewhere in your rectangle. But if you use the rectangle tool, you shouldn't have that issue. Now here we could click on this and you'll see there's the depth options. Variable, that would be to put in like a variable like 0.5. And you put it in right there. There's symmetric, which makes that 0.5 equal on both sides. So it's 0.25 extruding out the back side of the plane that you sketched on, and 0.25 extruding forward. And then there's to a reference, some sort of entity that's in front of it, which we don't have really anything in front of it. So we'll just leave it at variable. This will flip the direction, forward and backward. And if you're wondering how I'm getting this shiny like appearance, just be aware that actually, before I go any further here, I have it shaded or shading with reflections. Now there's shading with edges too. I kind of like that. Well, they both look good, don't they? All right. So anyhow, and then there's thick and sketch, which we don't want. Let's go ahead and hit the green check mark. And so now that's how we've controlled our geometry. We have it at 0.5. Now I went the long-abouts way to do that. My apologies. I do have, you could look up my Smash videos. They're 10 minutes we do this whole part. But I don't go into all the detailed explanations. And I like to tell students like, hey, you know, if you want 5 minutes, if you want to learn things from 5-minute videos. Imagine having a brain surgeon doing work on you that learned from 5-minute videos. Would you trust them? That's why this video is about an hour long. I know it's a bit timely. You could pause, you could fast forward it, you could do things you want to do with it, but I'm giving you a very detailed learning experience with this. Okay, so now that we have that, let's move on to the next thing. Select this face. Now, you could sketch on those planes, or you could sketch on flat faces of the model that you create. So click on that face, and you could go to sketch again, or if you want, we know we need to extrude, we could try that. Let's go ahead and click on extrude, and we'll see a difference between the two. It's a very subtle difference. And it doesn't show up on the viewport right here. Okay, now that we have this, let's go back to rectangle. Now we could draw it with lines. It's just clicking and locating the lines, but let's use rectangle. Move your pointer to the lower left again, click, and now hover over this edge. When it highlights green, you'll notice you could find the midpoint there, which we don't want. Get it below the midpoint. Click right about there, and now middle mouse button click one time. Middle mouse button is the wheel, if you have that. There we go. Okay, now we got our dimensions. Notice we didn't get a width dimension, but we did get the one, whatever here, this dimension. Now, the reason we didn't get a width is because we tied it when that line to the right turned green, it tied itself with one of these constraints automatically for us. And that's it right there. It's a point on entity. So it's locked into the edge. So if this 3-inch wide block ever changes to 4, this will move with it. That's what we wanted to do in this exercise, but that might not be what you wanted to do in real world. So just be aware sometimes your intents change, and that's called design intent. So let's double click on this dimension, and do we want a backspace on it? No. Type in 1.5 and enter. And look at that. Now, let's go ahead and hit OK. Now look at that. It went to extrude for us. That's because we pre-selected the extrude icon. So that's one of the advantages you have here if you use the extrude button. You don't have to go later hunting for the extrude icon. It's automatically in there. That's one of a couple things. All right, now you can see here, this is what we skipped before because I accidentally clicked too much on my middle mouse button. But we could change this dimension here. Look at this. You even have the ability to flip the sides as well as the extrude. So it gives you the same options here as it does down there, which is really nice. Let's double click down here. Let's use this one, 0.5, just out of convenience. Hit enter. And you can hit enter again and it will apply it, or you could hit the green check mark at the top. Now you'll notice we still see those planes. I don't really care to see the planes, I'll be honest. I hide them. I just uncheck this little button up here. All right. Now, let's go ahead and let's drill a hole into this. See how that works. Select this face right here, and you just use extrude again. Now, there is the hole tool. There also is, we just want extrude though. We'll learn the hole tool in exercise 4. So if you want to learn that, you can fast forward and see how that works. But I want to show you how to cut. Might as well make a hole. So we select this face, started a sketch, go to circle. Now you'll notice there's several different ways to make a circle. We just want center and point. Move over here to the upper left and click and drag out a small circle. Click again, and then middle click. And the dimensions are a little tough to see, so I'm going to drag them out. Now let's talk about why they're tough to see. Like they're this light blue color. As we change them, notice the color changes. First of all, as we hover over this, before I double click, notice in parentheses it says it's a weak dimension. A weak dimension means that if you grab this outer, it just stretches and flexes. Great for conceptual work, not great for when you're going into production necessarily. So, because that means that you never really check the dimension. You get these weird, look at that. What if you forgot to tolerance that? It's going to be very costly. So anyhow, let's go ahead and type in 0.75. Hit enter. Now click off of it. Look at that, turns dark purple now. If we hover over it, it's a strong dimension. So if we try and grab that circle now and drag it out, we can still do it. Let's go ahead and change it back, 0.75. Now if you really want to make sure that no one can tamper with it, this is what you do. You right click on that dimension. You got to hold it down for about 2 seconds, the right mouse button, to do this. And there's lock. Right now that that's locked, if we try and drag it, we could only relocate it, but we can't change the diameter. Now I don't go that far for everything, only if it's something that's really important. But let's take a look here. Let's change this now to 1. So that's going to be offset 1 inch from the left side. Now we have this dimension, and it's off the bottom. Let's say we didn't want it dimension off the bottom. Creo gave this to us automatically. Well, that's why it leaves it weak until you change it, because this is what you can do. Now you could go to the dimension tool and override that as long as it's weak. If it's strong, you can't override it easily. It will actually prompt you and say that it's overdefined. But watch this. Since it's weak, you click over here on that center point, select this edge. Now move your pointer over to the left. Now many of you want to just left click from other CAD systems, if you've used other CAD systems. Creo's different here, and I'm going to quiz you on this later. What you need to remember to drop a dimension is crucial. It's the wheel. Push it down 1 time and release it. And it releases the dimension. I know that's very different than what many are used to, but that's just the way it works. Go ahead and type in 1, hit enter, and that's way out there. Now notice I'll middle click 2 times. Middle clicking 2 times exits you out of these whatever tool you're in. So the dimension tool is no longer on. You can now grab this dimension by the numbers with the left mouse button depressed and drag it over and locate it. All right, so it removed the weak dimension. That's what weak dimensions are for. They can actually be overridden by dimensions you put in manually. So in case you don't want the dimension it automatically gives you, you could override it. Now, let's say you want to bring that back to being weak. You could click on that dimension and hit delete on the keyboard. And look at now, there it is. It's weak. And it's blue. All right. So those are things you can do. I'm going to hold Control and hit Z 2 times to bring it back to strong. So Control Z is undo. All right. We could have hit undo up here. There's also a redo. All right, let's go ahead and hit OK. Now again, it will try and extrude us. Hold the middle wheel down, drag it to the left maybe a little bit so we could see this. Now we can see it's adding material. If you flip the direction of the arrow, it generally has a little bit of an AI built in there. It will know to reverse, and also, not necessarily reverse, you reversed it. It will know to remove the material. It's not always smart enough, though. If there's other entities that are open already there, it might not know. So sometimes you have to help it along. And the remove material button is just the way you click on that. But it did it automatically for us, which is really nice. Now, to ensure that that goes all the way through all the time, you'll notice I have it set to 0.75. The thickness of that plate is only a ½ inch, so 0.5. Now, one thing to note about design is that things change all the time. So always anticipate when you're designing what the intent is to be. So if its intent is to be a through hole, make it a through hole. So if anyone ever changes it, they don't have to worry about the hole depth being wrong. Because what if they made that 1 inch thick? The hole wouldn't be through anymore. So here's a little sampler of a design intent. Hit this little button right here and select through all. That will ensure that no matter what, it'll always be a through hole, even if the plate thickens. Go ahead and hit OK. Now let's go ahead and go to the rounds tool. Click on round, and you'll see over here the radius is down below. Go ahead and type in 1 for 1 inch and select this edge right here. See how it turns orange? And then this edge over here. Now you can move these little dots to adjust the size, but since we put in the proper radius, it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Let's try chamfer. Chamfer is right below it. Now if you hit a little arrow, there's a corner chamfer too, but we'll just use chamfer. All right, now for this, let's set this to 0.125. All right, now here we have different ways to address this. We have angle by distance, 45 degrees by distance, distance to distance. And you'll see there's lots of options. I'm not going to go through all of them. But basically, it's up to you to choose. Like if it's supposed to be a 30-degree angle, you'd want to make sure you select angle times distance, put 30 degrees in, and then the distance you want. But since we're on a 90-degree edge that we're going to be putting this, we don't have to worry, really. We could keep it D times D, 0.125, so they'll both be equal, or we could put in variables if we want, and that will automatically make a 45-degree angle. So click there, and there. Notice it travels all the way around until it hits a sharp edge, and then it stops. But filleted edges, or where the rounds are, it continues around. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Now, with your middle wheel, try hovering your pointer over this edge. And let's say you wanted to zoom up to that edge and scroll back on your wheel. And that's a focal point, is your pointer. Wherever you put your pointer and scroll the wheel, that is a focal point. Now, if you hold the wheel down, remember that's to rotate around. Here is refit. This is to zoom in to certain areas. This is to zoom back out to the last one. This is to refresh the screen if there's any artifacts left. It's a little windshield wiper. Rendering options, we have scene background and such. We're not going to get into that right now. We have display style, shading with reflections. If you like that, you can turn on. And it does give a neat little effect down below. Or all shading with edges, wireframe, hidden lines. You can experiment with those if you like. Over here, we have the saved orientation. So standard orientation is our isometric orientation. We set that up in the options menu early in beginning there. Now you have the ability to go to front, left, and I'm not going to go through anymore. You also can select a face and reorient to that. So let's say we wanted to orient to this like weird angle. You could click on it and then go over here to view normal, and it will go normal to that orientation. Okay, over here is for making additional views, custom views. Kind of like this, see it has a camera, it's kind of like making a picture, setting it up. Perspective view gives you a vanishing point, gives it more realism, but it's not easy to work with. I would only use perspective view once you have completed the model, and it's usually photo rendering or presentation purposes. And then over here we have transparency control. We're not going to fiddle with that. And if you remember, you could turn these on or off. It's up to you. There's also this, which is the spin center. Right now it rotates about that. If you turn it off, it rotates wherever your pointer is. Okay, we're not going to experiment with anything else other than that. So now let's go ahead and rotate this and get to the back side. Take some time and get it to this orientation. Pause my video if you need to. View rotation is very important to get used to, so take your time learning it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and shell this out. So go to the shell command, set the shell wall thickness to 0.06. Select this face. I had to click on it 2 times. Select this face here. Oh, hold Control to select multiple faces, and select this face here. You could select this face if you want to remove that too. It's up to you. Hit OK. And now we have a thin-walled part. How about changing some of those colors? So if you want to change the colors, now we're done with the model. If you ever want to change anything, first of all, you could remember you could double click on faces, like side faces or front faces, and it will give you, depending upon what you're clicking on, the relative information for it, which you could just double click and change. So like, for example, here we have 5 inches. Let's say we wanted to make this 4. I could double click on that, type in 4, hit enter, and we changed it. That's the beauty of parametrics. If you hit Control Z, that's undo, which should take you back. All right, let's hit escape. Now, let's change some colors. So for colors, now not everyone has the full version. Everyone who's at the college that I teach at, you all have what I'm about to show you. Those of you who might be watching on the internet might not. So let's go to Applications and Render Studio. Now Render Studio gives you these really neat like appearances and such. Now turn off real-time rendering because that takes system resources. But turn on perspective, go to appearances, and I just want to experiment with some of these. Like let's try, we have polished aluminum right there. Let's go ahead and select that. Now down below here is your filter, what you want to add to it. Now mine disappears because it's off the screen, but I want you to find part. It's at the very bottom. And now click anywhere on the part, move your pointer away. It could be over, it doesn't really matter. Middle click. And actually, we could turn this to shading with reflections. It's going to give us a better appearance. And now we can see it's actually adopted that shiny-like appearance of polished aluminum. Let's add another one. Hit on appearances. Now they do have some really neat colors you could choose from. I invite you to have fun with it. Select whatever you like. Now there is PTC gold. I'm going to go ahead and select that. There is actually a polished gold. I like this one though. It's really nice. And now I want to just get these specific faces. So over here on the filter, select that and find surface. Set it to surface. Now click on this face here, and you have to hold Control on your keyboard. Select the faces you want to color. Hold Control if you select the wrong face to deselect it. All right, so we have those selected. Middle click, and now we have gold there. You can flip it around and do the same over here. Let's say we want some different colors over here. Let's go to the red. And I'm going to select surface. And I'm just going to select these faces here and here on the inside. And I think I'll get this side face. Hold Control. There we go. Now middle click, and you've just applied those colors. All right, so there you have it. That's exercise 1. And if you hit real-time rendering, you'll see it takes a little bit of time, but depending upon your microprocessor and your computer, you could pretty quickly have a beautifully rendered image there. Now, not all students get the real-time rendering. It depends on your learning institution, what they have procured for you. Like I said, the students at my community college, you all should have the real-time rendering made available, which is a nice option. Okay, now if you're wondering where all this information is as far as a training guide, if you go to vertanu1.com, go to instructional manuals, you'll find the Creo Parametric. Now it says 7.0. I haven't updated it to 8 yet. There's not a huge variance between the two, so really 8, 7, and 6 all pretty much work the same way. There's not any significant changes that we run into just yet. Okay, there are vast improvements in the functionality between 6 and 7, especially as far as more advanced functions, but not anything we're going to fall into. Okay, but here you can see, here's the training guide. There's actually a syllabus. There's some links inside there. The syllabus for my students, just be careful. This is a generic syllabus. Use the one that's in D2L. All right, and these are version 4. These are links to videos. Or actually, no, it's just telling. Yeah, I guess they are links. Those are older videos, so maybe not. You could use those. They're all the same pretty much. I don't really change things. But here's your points totals. Exercises are worth between 10 to 30 points. Your labs are worth between 5 to 10 points. And we have our midterm and final exam 300 and 300. So they're worth a lot. You don't want to miss those ones. And here you can see the interface and the discussion about the mouse buttons that we looked at and all the things like the center mouse button does quite a bit. Also, here's the options and properties menus. Here's actually where to go to the model properties and set your material type, and as well as if you're in inches or metric. So that will go through there. So it's right here under File, and then the properties, and then model properties, and then inside here you'll see inch, pound, second, and millimeters, gram, second, which you could adjust. And then there's the view options, and many of the things we've already covered. But here is where the exercise starts, and here's our goals. Here's click by click. So 1, you click there. 2, you click here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep going. And then it starts getting making assumptions that you know things already later on in the training guide. Now, if you go down to the bottom, at the end of this, page 23, it says, now try lab 1 after you finish the model. Patterns, arrays, and mirroring will be covered in the next 3 chapters. So we don't usually cover those things. And I don't recommend trying them unless you watch my video. I will actually show you how to do some of those things with lab 1B. But we have lab 1, and there's lab 1B. Many of the exercises have 1 to 2 labs that accompany it. Always look at the end here, or you could look at that point spreadsheet that I showed you earlier on page 7 of this training guide. And here are the drawings of the parts you make. So for example, this one is 2 by 3.5. Now, if you want to rotate this, like you'll notice if you right click in here, there's no rotate option. But if you download it and click on it here, and then go to it, to that page. Oops. Right here, now we could right click and you'll see rotate counterclockwise. And now you have a nice print. You could print it out as well if you want. 2 by 3.5. Let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to turn off real-time rendering. Go here to new part, and we're going to call this L1 for lab 1. Hit OK. I recommend you do these on your own first, or try them on your own if you feel that you can do it. And if you can't do it, just watch the video then. Front plane, start a sketch, and now go to the line tool. We haven't really used the line tool here. Draw a vertical line, it's a short one, and middle click on your wheel 2 times. Now double click on this dimension, type in 2. That's going to get us to scale. And then click on this zoom to fit. And maybe bring this in a little bit. And hit zoom, fit again. All right, and now you could use your wheel to zoom in and out. Let's get that in closer. All right, now I'm going to go over here to the line tool and continue on from down here. I'm going to drag this across, click, middle click, drag that down. I could do these all at once. I'm just showing you for new users so you get the proper scale. So that will be 3.5. Now you could go back to line, draw this across, and now you don't have to put in the dimensions as much. Just draw a short little line there, draw one down here. Now stay away from equal. See, notice this when you get that little equal symbol to the right of your pointer and it's in blue. Do you see that little circle? Stay away from equal. You could actually disable the equal if you don't like it. I actually like it, just not for this part. So make sure it's not equal. Remember, you could always delete those too. Just make sure you get the little vertical symbol to the right of your pointer, not the equal symbol. Click, drag this across here. Stay away from equals. Click, drag this up. This can actually be equal to that other line. So this is where it will work out okay. Now this next one, do not make it equal. Click, drag it down a bit further. No equals. Click, drag across, and infer to that end of that line. Click, and now connect it. And now middle click one time. Middle click a second time, and the dimensions will appear. Now we have some dimensions we want, like this one right here. Double click. That's going to be 1 for 1 inch. These others aren't really what we want, so we're going to use the dimension tool to override them. So click on this. After you click on the dimension tool, click on this line here, and then this line here, and then Does anyone remember how to drop the dimensions? This is where it's a mind bender because it's unlike any other CAD system I've ever used. And I've used close to 15 different CAD systems. All right. The wheel. One click. All right, there we go, 1.75. Enter. Now click on this line here to this line here. And again, the wheel, one click. And that's going to be 2.5. We don't need this one because it's already done. Now, how about this one right here? Click over here on the line, and then middle click over here to the right of it, and make that 0.85. Now click on this line here to this line here, hover over to the right, middle click, and that's going to be 1. All right, we're fully defined. We could go ahead and hit OK and go to extrude. Now the reason why we have to click extrude now is because I went with sketch. Remember I told you that trick? You could start with an extrude first or sketch. Now I'm going to rotate this a little bit, and I'm going to use this little ball. This needs to be a 1/2 inch thick, so it seems to lock into 1/2 inches really well. Or you could type in the value here or here. Hit the green check. Okay, now I invite you to have fun with this. Experiment. This is your chance to enjoy this software. Go to the rounds tool if you like and set the rounds maybe to 0.25 or something like that, and just start adding some. Oh, I have it on chamfer. That's fine. Look at this. You could tinker around and you could drag the chamfer and adjust them. Now I'm going to get this backside here. Drag that. I'm going to make a really big chamfer there. And look at that. We've done some cool stuff here. We've really made this look like much more complex. And now we could go to the round tool, click over there, add a nice round there. Maybe one here. Oops. One there. That's too big. One there. And I think you guys get the idea. Hit OK. Now if you want to make this look pretty slick, go to the chamfer tool. We'll put a small one on 0.062. Select this edge, and it should just carry along certain edges. And I'm not going to add any more. Let's hit OK. And now let's try and shell it. Go to the shell tool. Select this face here. Set it to, we'll leave it at 0.051. What the heck. And remember, you could hold Control and select specific faces if you want to open those up. Hit the green check. And look at that. We've made a pretty cool looking part there. Much more interesting than what we had. My students, I invite you to have fun with it. This is great portfolio work. You're going to feel more comfortable with the software just by tinkering. And if you screw it up, don't worry. It's easy to fix. Well, not necessarily always easy to fix, but you could always hit the undo button and then bring it back to the original. Maybe save it before you do anything. Now, here's the thing. Those of you with the labs and these, I like you to turn them in through D2L. Now, I like them as a PDF. I don't like them as the part files because I don't have the room on my drive for all these parts. So what I would recommend doing is set this to shading with edges, because then I can really see it. Let's give it a decent view, something that looks interesting. Like that looks pretty cool. All right, now there's a couple ways you could do this. You could do a print, and if you do a quick print and set it to your Microsoft Print to PDF. Let's test that to see if it does it. Hit OK. And notice I got it centered there. OK, I'm going to go ahead and on my desktop, I'm going to go ahead and call that L1. All right. And another thing, perspective really adds a nice appearance to it as well. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and check that. Should be on my desktop, all one. And look at this. There's the PDF. And that's what I'd like you to send to me. So when you save that PDF, go ahead and put that in the box. Now, if you can't figure out how to use the assignments area where you could upload it, go ahead and just email the first few to me. You know, I'm really flexible about that. Also, if you have any questions, email it to me. Okay, so that's lab 1. Let's do the next one. Go to New and Part L1B. Now, this is a 3x5 block. And if we're looking at the training guide, which I think I already closed. Oh, no, there it is. That's the next page here. So lab 1B, we got a 3x5 block, and it's 1.5 inches thick, and a cutout that's 1.5 wide, centered, symmetric. It has some holes on it. Let's do it. All right, this one, just for the heck of it, I'll show you how you can do it on the top plane, and you'll see it really doesn't matter. It doesn't make much difference. Let's start the top plane, and we'll go with extrude first. And again, it's up to you if you want to start with a sketch. Go to center rectangle. Now, we haven't used center rectangle. That's a little arrow there. Click in the center, draw out a small rectangle, middle click, and let's make it 3x5. Might have to zoom up on it. And now hit zoom to fit, or F. You can bring those in and even get it in closer. F. All right, now that we have our centered rectangle, the reason I made it centered is because it's symmetric. So it's going to be advantageous to do it this way. Go to circle, and over here, click, don't touch this edge. Don't touch the edges. Keep it away from the edges. Click, drop it right there, middle click 2 times. All right, let's go to dimension. Dimension the center point to the top edge. Anyone remember how to drop the dimension? Middle wheel button, 1 click. All right, and that's going to be 0.75. Now, center point to left edge, up here, middle click, 0.75, enter, and middle click 2 times. Now you could actually just double click on this one, make it 0.5. Now we want to get that in all 4 corners. Now you could take your time and just add each one and add dimensions, and you will learn a lot because you're learning the software. You'll become very proficient. It only takes a minute to do it, but I'm going to show you a little trick here on how to do it using the mirror tool. Mirror tool we don't touch till exercise 2, but I'm going to show you a little advanced right here. Okay, so the way you do it, you go to center line up here, right at the center, click, see how snap center, and then another one here, snap center, middle click 2 times. Those center lines now are used for mirroring, so watch this. Click on the circle, go to mirror, and select the center line you want to mirror across. That's it. Click off of it. You could click and select both of these holding control. You could do window. It's a little tricky because there's a lot of stuff up on the screen, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just holding control, select both of those, go to mirror, and select the horizontal center line. Mirrors across. So we got those positioned. Notice there's no dimensions, but there's equal symbols and there's symmetric constraint. So that's taking the place for the dimensions. So if we change anything here, watch how they all update. If I change this to 1, look at that, they all moved in. Let's change it back to 0.75. So they're all tied together. Now hit OK and rotate that. Let's get it to be 1.5. Hit OK. Now select this face. Go to Extrude. Use center rectangle again. Draw the center rectangle right up here. Get snap to the edge. It's not showing me a green preview. kind of is, but the preview doesn't seem to be working as well as I'd like it to. Middle click, make sure that this is 1.5. Now I'm going to rotate it in advance just so you can see this. Hit OK. And look, it's extruding the wrong way, but we know we want it to go 1 inch, but then just flip the arrowhead. There it is. And it'll give you this, it'll say it's going to remove the material. I'm going to check in the future, don't tell me, because by now, hopefully you're becoming more advanced to where you know that it's automatically doing it. The AI is making decisions for you, which in this case is a good thing. Hit the green check. Done. Now, if you want to enhance that, by all means, have fun with it. Go to the rounds tool, put some rounds in on this. Enhance it any way you like. Let's go to the chamfer tool. Now, if you add a chamfer to an edge of a hole, you've got a countersink. So you could actually use this for countersink. But the hole tool, which we're going to learn in exercise 4, has a countersink built in automatically for the hole tool. It's really pretty nice how it works. So you could do it this way, or, oops, however way you want. I'll just add those. All right, so again, File. You're going to do a print, quick print, and print to PDF. Hit OK. You're going to locate it, and this is going to be L1B. Hit Save. Send me that PDF file. All right, those the first one was worth 10. This one's worth 5. I hope you're enjoying the software. It's really neat. All these CAD softwares are great, fantastic tools. Creo is a very high-end tool. It's used in aerospace, and so if you're looking for a job in an aerospace company, it's a great one to get to know. All right, and that concludes this exercise. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 2, Creo Parametric 6.0. Now in this exercise, as you can see up on the screen here, we have what kind of looks like a cast turbo wheel, you might say. We're going to go ahead and replicate this, and I'm going to show you some tricks on how to do that. We're going to use the mirror tool. We're going to use the pattern tool, and a few others that you're going to see. This does have to deal with a lot of sketching as well. A good introduction to sketching, whereas with the last exercise, exercise 1, we did some very basic sketches. So let's begin. First of all, you can download this if you go to type in V as in Victor, E, R, T as in Tom, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, U, X as in X-ray, and then 1.com. And then you want to go to the instructional videos. And you'll see right now it's Creo Parametric 4.0. That's going to be soon. My intent is to update that, and it'll be 6.0 soon. But we can still use it. There are a number of new features, and we're going to see those. But you can still build it with the instructions that are in this version 4.0. And so once you get to version 4.0, there, or the training guide, get to page 27. Now, we're going to draw half, actually almost a quarter of what we see here. We're going to draw this profile, and you see it's 2.5 inches from the vertical center line here. There's a little gap of 0.38, or actually 0.375. We have a little horizontal line here that's 0.4. We go down at an angle, which we dimension at 18 degrees, and then go to cross here, and that's going to be 1/4 inch thick once we mirror it, so 0.125 initially, and then straight up to the left, 1/4 inch, and then straight down and connect, and it'll be 1 inch from there. And then we'll mirror it across, which we talked about mirroring a little bit earlier last week, and we're going to actually see it in action today again. So let's begin. Start with the new part file, and go ahead and label it E2. I'm going to go ahead and have E2 here, so I'm going to call it E2B. Okay, let's start on the front plane. Go ahead and select the front plane in the model tree. And you could go to Sketch immediately, or you could go to Revolve. Now, if you go to Revolve immediately, just remember when you draw your centerline, make sure it's the vertical centerline first, because that's what it's going to pick to revolve around later. But we're going to just start with the sketch here, and we'll add that, and we'll keep that consistent. Go with the centerline, go to the origin, click and drag up a vertical centerline. Very important. Now, I adjusted some of my settings. So my centerline, the only difference you can see here is in color. It's like a pinkish color. The dashes are turned off. Then make sure you're in the center line, and let's draw from the origin to the left, click a horizontal center line. Now, we're going to go to the line tool, and just over to the left here, close to the origin, but a little bit of a distance to the left of it, click and drag up a short little line, and then middle click 2 times. And the reason we're adding this is so that we could go ahead and scale this down to size. So right now, let's go ahead and find this height here. You can drag that out and go ahead and make that 1 inch. Now later on, we're going to delete that. But let's zoom up with the wheel, scroll and point towards it as you scroll towards you. And then double click on this and make that 0.375. And apply it. And you could get those dimensions in closer. Now we can hit refit. Notice mine is set to, has a little F in parentheses. Go ahead and hit refit and squeeze it down. I'm going to show you how to get that because by default it's not. And that's a fast key that I set up. And so every time I hit the F key on my keyboard, it refits the screen. And I'm going to drag these over. And also, you might see on mine, I have set to 3 decimal places. Now, last week we took a look at the options menu inside the software, and we just went through a few of the items because it's very large. Let's take a look at it again and see where this is set up. Go to File, and go to Options. All right, first of all, for the keyboard shortcut, you'll see it on this list here. Click on Keyboard Shortcut. And it's actually, you're looking for the filter is called refit. So if you go ahead and type in refit, there it is. Now all you do is you click on it and then click in here and put in capital F or F. All right. And once you got that, go ahead and hit OK. And just double check it. Click on refit here. Actually hover over it. And you should see the F in parentheses to the right of that. So that's how you can set up fast keys for your system. Now let's take a look at the dimensions here and set that to 3 decimal places. Let's go back to File and Options. Now I have a pretty decent graphics card too, as a side note, and I talked about that last week. I have a professional graphics card. So I actually enhanced my image a little bit just to improve it. So under Model Display here, I went to shaded quality of 10. By default, I believe it's 3. Again, only do this if you have a pretty decent graphics card. If you're running off of the microprocessors graphics or integrated graphics as they call it, I would probably not recommend it, but you could maybe try it. Remember though, if you get any sort of crashing or something happens, set it back. Set it back. Okay, and also, by the way, there's a reset all. I'll show you in just a little bit. Once we make usually down in the lower right, you can actually reset everything. Okay, entity display, you can see I have shaded with reflections, edge display quality high, tangent edge solid, anti-aliasing. I set it to 16. That's very high. Again, if you don't have a graphics card, that's like a professional graphics card, I don't recommend setting it that high. I was just having a little fun with it. In fact, I'm going to set it down to 4. That takes out the jagged lines, basically. And text anti-aliasing, I set mine to on. And again, if you don't have a powerful graphics card, don't do any of these settings. All right, now as we scroll down here, I believe that was all that I wanted to set on this one. Let me just verify. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the Sketcher. And now the number of decimal places for the dimension. By default, it's 2, but you could bump that up. So if you want, you can set up to any value, like even 8 or whatever. So, but again, that's trailing zeros, and we all know what that means. If you're in engineering, the more zeros you add to it, it's a higher precision, the more it's going to cost. So just be aware. All right, and I believe that may be it here. Let's see. From last week, we had this turned on, and that's good. Make the sketch plane parallel to the screen. The line thickness, I set mine to 1. I've tinkered with it to 2.5, and it's a nice thick font. You could adjust that however you like. 1.5 seems to be a pretty good one too. And here you can see restore defaults. If you set anything that you didn't like, you could always click restore. It'll reset it to the factory presets. So again, if you experience any sort of lockup, which might be due to the graphics card that you are running, go back here and reset the defaults. All right, go ahead, and that's about it for right now. Hit OK, and go ahead and hit yes here. Now it's going to save the configuration file. Now beware, you could change the name of the configuration. This is the default configuration. I'm gonna just go ahead and keep that as the name and hit OK. All right, now what I want you to do is go ahead and click on the number here one time and hit delete on your keyboard. We're going to keep this dimension. That's correct, actually, but this height, there's actually not a dimension on it, believe it or not. We're going to use constraints that will help with that. So now we could go to the line tool again and find the vertex. Vertex, basically, the definition in terms is the endpoint of this line, or of the line. Go ahead and click. Drag this across a short distance like this. Click. Now drag at an angle. So whenever you want to make an angled line, you literally drag it at an angle. What angle that initially doesn't matter so long as it's in the range. And then get this near the bottom, but not to the bottom. So you notice I'm hovering above the center line there. So click, drag this across. Now stay away from any equal symbols. Now see, there's the equal symbol. And we could turn that off as well. We might do that later on in the tools, in the options menu. We could set that, but stay away from the equal symbol there. Click, drag straight up. Again, make sure there's no equal symbols. Click, drag across here. Maybe zoom out with your wheel. Gonna go across, stay away from the equal symbol. Click, drag it down, click. And now middle click 2 times. That means middle click with your wheel. And that will bring up the dimensions and exit you out of the sketch line tool. All right, now we see all these dimensions. Not many are we actually going to use. We're actually going to put our own in, but this one right here, if you got that one, drag that up, double click. That one we are going to use, 0.4. And if you have this one, go ahead and drag that up, double click, 0.25. As far as the rest of these, this one, you could go ahead and double click on that. That's going to be 0.125. But the rest are no longer what we want. So we're going to leave them weak and then go to the dimension tool. Now, look at the color differences. The light blue means that it's a weak dimension. That's what we want for these specific dimensions, because as we put our own in, those will disappear. The strong ones that we put in will take over. So go to dimension, select this line right here, select this line right here, and then in between the two, middle click, and that's going to be 18 degrees. So type 18. Now go ahead and click on this vertex, and then click on the center line, the vertical center line, and then get up here and middle click, and that's going to be 1. Zoom out a little bit. Let's click on this far edge to the vertical center line, and up here, click, middle click, I should say, and that will be 2.5. And then finally, this one we could use, but let's just go ahead and click here and middle click and 1 inch. And now everything should be fully defined. I should say strong. You can middle click 2 times. And remember, I mentioned lay these out in a fashion that is easy to read and interpret, so someone else later on could always go back and understand it easily and change it if need be. All right, now we're going to mirror this across. So I'm zooming out. So if you want, you could hit refit or the F key if you save that. Now, click and drag across. selecting all that geometry. Now go to the mirror tool right up here. Now notice if the mirror tool isn't available, then you didn't select the entities inside that grouping there. So try it again. Hit escape a couple times, click and drag across. Go to mirror, and now select the horizontal center line down here. And it should mirror across, and you should get this. So hit OK, or the green check mark here. Oh darn it! That was too quick. My apologies, but this is good. We actually want to. I want to show you how to edit that sketch because we weren't quite done. Click on the sketch right over here, and the gold ball with the pencil over it, or Control E, is edit definition. So it basically is edit sketch. Now, one thing it did automatically here that we really didn't want is this length here. Let's go back to the dimension tool and define from this vertical line to the center line, the middle click right here. Oops, it didn't take. I'm going to hit escape, and I'm actually going to hit undo. Let's try that again. I'm going to try center line to that vertical line and the middle click. There we go, 0.375. Hit enter. That's one dimension we definitely want to keep. You'll notice some other dimensions, like this one carried over to 2, whereas this one didn't. Not entirely sure why that was, but somewhere in the algorithm it figures that out. If anyone knows exactly why, go ahead and put that in there, although I'm expecting it's something behind the scenes in the code. So anyhow, let's go ahead, and now we could hit OK and go to Revolve Boss Base. And it should revolve without you having to select anything. Now the key to that, and I learned this actually a couple releases ago because it's actually something that I either heard and forgot or just didn't know. And I was having difficulty in one of my sketches where I couldn't revolve properly and I had to go in and select it. And someone below on YouTube said, hey, did you notice the first line you drawn? Apparently I must have drawn the horizontal line first, so just be aware that that can happen. So it's kind of interesting how that works. Go ahead and hit OK. And you could hit F on your keyboard for zoom to fit. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up with shading with edges. And let's go to the round tool and set the rounds to let's see here, 0.06. Actually 0.1. 0.1, sorry. Select this edge here. Select the edge at the bottom. Select that edge there. And let's get this edge, this one here. Roll it. Click here, and then these two edges here and here. Now, when you got those, you could hit OK. Or here's the thing, let's say you wanted to have additional fillets in the same fillet tool, but they're just different sizes. Watch this. Now let's try, make sure you get those others first before you try this. Click on this edge, and you get the little drag handles. Go ahead and drag that out and try and get it to where it says 0.5 even. Now roll the part over with the middle wheel as you depress or rotate. Click on this edge, and that will remember the 0.5, but the others are still at 0.1. Now you could go ahead and hit OK. And then click anywhere in the gray area of the screen. All right, so there's some filleting techniques where we actually have two different size fillets in the same edge. And I keep calling it fillets, and my apologies. It's actually round in this software. I teach a dozen different softwares, so my apology on that. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and I want to show you how to put a rib in. A rib is a more advanced feature. We're going to go ahead and give it a shot here. Go ahead and select this face here and go to Sketch. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just add a line. Now, I added an arc in the last one in my preview, and you could add an arc if you like. Just don't make it too dramatic. It should be a very shallow arc. I'm just going to go to line, and on this quadrant here, and this quadrant there, click. I'm just going to make this straight. And we could see it's floating in space as I rotate. Sometimes when you go to the edges, especially when there's a taper like we have on here, see that draft or a taper? Sometimes I've had an error out, just be careful of that. So that's why I have mine always floating in space, not touching the edges. Because once we add the rib, it's going to go ahead and expand that. Now we could go to OK, and we could go to the rib tool. Now there's profile rib and trajectory. We're interested in trajectory. Profile rib would be like a gusset. Okay, now here we have the rib feature. We're just going to go ahead and add in a basic rib, but they do have where you could add draft, you could round the internal edges, all that fun stuff. I've noticed sometimes if I tinker with some of those, or I add a lot of features, when I try and pattern, or actually more so the mirror, sometimes I have some weird things happen because you're integrating more than one feature into it. So just be aware. I'm going to leave it blank just for basics class here now, and we'll add them in later on. But Creo having those is really awesome. I think they're probably the best software out there as far as adding all these different features in the rib tool. So anyhow, okay, go ahead and hit OK. Now with that rib, it's still in a selected mode. Let's mirror it to the other side. So right away, you'll see the mirror tool should be available if you didn't click in the area yet. So make sure that trajectory rib is selected. Go to mirror, and then select the top plane. And the top plane, notice, runs right through the center of the part. It's what we mirrored across earlier in the sketches. Now notice, when you mirror a sketch, you need a center line. When you mirror a three-dimensional feature like a rib or a hole or something, you need a plane or a flat surface of something. So there we go. Hit the OK button. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to select, and actually, you know what? I think actually we might want to do this first. Well, let's try it. Trajectory rib, and hit the little arrow underneath mirror and control select trajectory rib 1/2 there. Okay, so these two are selected. Go to pattern and find geometry pattern. Now go to direction and select axis. Now you're probably thinking, well, I didn't see any axis there. There actually is. If you go over here to these tools here, find axis display and turn it on. Also, those of you who missed last week's lesson, this is how you can turn them off as well if you don't want to see the planes or the CSYs, which is the coordinate system. Okay, so I turned that on, and there it is. I'm going to go ahead and select that, and we see these little balls. Now, if we didn't want one of those to pattern over, we could click on the ball or the dot, and it'll turn that specific instance off, which is really nice. But let's go in here and let's set up the number of instances. First of all, we want to go ahead and put in 11 instances. And you can put in 360 divided by 11, and that will give you 32.7 degrees. Now, I'm not seeing a preview, but let's take a look. Let's go ahead and hit OK. All right, and there we go. And it worked just fine. Okay, now we're going to enhance this a little bit more. We're just going to have a little fun, because if you were to put this in your portfolio, yeah, it looks pretty cool. You know, especially for your second day of class, it's not too shabby. But let's enhance it a little bit more, like what we saw with my earlier part. Like here, you can see I have these scallop cutouts here, okay, on both sides. And then we'll paint it too. All right, to get those scallop cutouts, select the front plane and go to Revolve. Now we're going to go to the Revolve feature immediately. Now go to the center line, and actually before we do this, just so no one else has an error or does anything an error, I want us all to be on the same view orientation. So View Manager, not View Manager, I'm sorry. Here, go to Front. Okay, there we go. All right, now go ahead and click on this origin, drag it straight up the middle, click to release it. Go to the circle tool and get to this area right here. When you get to the midpoint, click and drag on a circle, middle click 2 times and make it 1 inch. Now go to the circle tool, and this is where the automatic relationship for equal or constraint is actually really nice. So that's why I left it on. So click here, right about here, what would look like a midpoint, but you're not really finding a midpoint because true midpoint's on that right there. But get in between there. Click and drag out a circle. When you get the equal symbol, click. Now go down here and align to that one, get on the outside, click, and when you get the equal symbol again, click again. Now middle click 2 times. And let's set this to 1.25. All right, now we could go ahead and hit OK. Now it will spin center around there. Now look at that. Whoop. We don't want those donuts though there. Instead, select Remove Material. And look at that. Hit OK. And now we've just made what, in my opinion, looks like a very extraordinary part for a new user. Okay. And a great little portfolio piece that you could put in and be very proud of for a second day of class. Not too bad. Okay, and if you recall, if you want to dress it up a little bit, let's go to View and let's just have a little fun with it, again, for your portfolio. And you hear me talk a lot about portfolio. The portfolio is probably the most valuable thing you could take away from this course. More valuable than the grade. To show an employer what you're capable of doing. Right here, if you brought this to them and put this portfolio down on the desk, you have something of that they know what you're capable of doing. And especially if you do the labs, because the labs, those you do on your own. So, and also if you dress them up beyond what the ordinary is, that's going to show a level of knowledge that surpasses the average person. Okay, I should say the average user. Okay, now with this, let's go over here to Perspective, set it to Perspective View, and hit Appearances right there, hit the little arrow. And I'm going to go to, let's see, we have Painted Red, and then we have Plastic Red. The Painted Red's really pretty neat, so I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to go over here, and you can pick whatever you like, by the way. Pick whatever you like. Actually, Clear, by the way, you know what? Maybe I'll show that to you first. We haven't seen any glass. The PTC glass. Let's try this one first. Now go over here to the filter and select Part, and click anywhere on the part, and then middle click. Now it looks like wireframe. Don't panic though. Okay. Over here, set it to Shading with Reflections. You could turn on Ambient Occlusion. You could even turn on Scene Background, and it's going to look considerably better. Those of you who don't have the rendering tools, this is about as good as you're going to get, which is actually still pretty neat. Okay, now we could go to Appearances, and I'm going to select the red, PTC Painted Red. And with this, I could select this scallop surface here, and then middle click, and you'll see it will add it there. Go back to Appearances. I'm going to select the whole, middle click. Now let's see what else we could do. How about this little rim, the one underneath there. Oh, don't forget to hold Control when you're doing this. And maybe this one too, a middle click. And I think that maybe one more. And you could add whatever colors you want. You don't have to go with what I'm doing here, right there. Okay, now that we have that, we're ready to render. So go to Applications and Render Studio and sit back. And again, if you have a high-end microprocessor with multiple cores, the more cores you have, the faster that this is going to render. Now, mind you, I do stress if you're going to do a lot of photorealistic rendering, as many cores as you can get, the better. But that's only for photo rendering, and there's a couple other features that might take advantage of multi-threaded applications. Multi-threaded means the ability to take advantage of all those little CPUs. The bulk of the software, for the most part, is the single core capability. So whenever you benchmark, and I showed you some benchmarks last week, when you look up a microprocessor, look for the single core performance first, and then find a nice balance, because also if you do some of the analysis tools, some of those are multi-threaded as well. So be aware, that's another plus, but not everyone does analysis. Okay, and as you can see here, the longer I leave it sit, the better it looks. And if you want to capture this, remember what I showed you. You could go ahead and you hold Alt and print screen. And now I'm going to use LibreOffice, but be aware you could use Microsoft Office. LibreOffice is free. You can just go to their web, just type in LibreOffice, and it's Office Writer. Now I'm going to go ahead and click in here. I'm going to type in E2 and Control V. Now, I've had students leave this stuff in there just to prove that, hey, look, it was actually done in Creo. I don't think you necessarily need to do that, but if you right-click here, there's crop, and I could grab those corners in and just capture the image itself. And again, you do what you want to do, but here we go. There is our image for exercise 2. And here you could enhance this even further by selecting an interesting font. I'll go with that, and let's make it rather large. Okay, so there we have our exercise 2. We have it in a Word document. Just save that and keep adding to it every week as you build your parts. And you'll have by the end of the semester, especially if you customize it. Those of you, especially in the region that I teach, you want to customize your models because, again, it's showing a level of capability, as well as someone else from my class might actually have the same portfolio or something very similar, and you want to make it look like you enhanced yours even further. Okay, now this is the part where I tell my students to pause and try giving this a shot on your own. What we're looking at, you can see this bolt here. It's your intention to build it, and it's just 2 inches in height, 1.7 for the shaft, 0.1 head, and then a radius that goes over the top, diameter 0.5, and we'll look at what that radius is in just a moment. Okay, the drawing is on page 29 of your training guide. And it's right here. So let's get started with this. So this is going to be a cylinder, so we can use the Revolve feature for it. So go to New, and go ahead and label it L2. And let's go ahead and we'll start with the Revolve feature. Go to Revolve, and we're going to go ahead and select the front plane. And first put in your vertical center line. So at the origin, click and drag up a straight vertical center line. In the middle, click 2 times. Now to get to scale, go to the line tool and draw a line vertical. In the middle, click twice. Drag the dimension out, type in 2, maybe get it in there, and now you can hit refit. For those of you who worked on this earlier, you know, we change it to the F key. So if you want to see how we did that, go to the very beginning of this lesson and you'll see where we go to the options and customize the shortcut keys. Just as a review, I'll just show you. Options, file options, and keyboard shortcuts, and like you would just type in refit. And there it is, F, and you'd be able to type that in. Okay, now go to the line tool and let's finish this off. Now the geometry seems to disappear. No, don't worry about it. Just click, drag a line across like this, a short little line, click. Now remember, we're all ready to scale, so we could kind of get a good idea what the height should be. Like this one doesn't go too far up, maybe about 3/4 of the way. Click, this comes out a little bit, stay away from any equal symbols, drag up a little short line like that, and then middle click twice. So this dimension here, the overall diameter of the bolt is supposed to be 1/2 inch, so we'll put 0.25 because this is dealing with 1/2 of it. Then this right here is going to be 1.7. This is going to be 0.1. And now go to the dimension tool and dimension this line to this line. And the head of the bolt is 1 inch in diameter, so this is going to be 1/2 that, so 0.5. Now we could go to the 3-point arc, click on this corner to this corner, and you'll get it to snap. See when it snaps perpendicular? See, look in the center, there's a little perpendicular symbol. That's it. Click and middle click 2 times. So it's defined now by that center point, and that's what we want. We don't want it to be off center. In the actual training guide, it shows a dimension. You don't need to put that in there if you do it this way. All right, let's hit OK, and it should revolve it automatically for us. Hit OK. Let's put in the chamfer. Click on chamfer, 0.03, distance to distance. Select this bottom edge, hit OK. Now the cut through. This is hard for most people to comprehend because it's a rounded top already, and how are we going to cut that in? But here's the trick. Select the front plane, go to extrude, go to center line, and draw from the base up a vertical center line. Now go to the line tool, and up here, away from the model, click, drag a short little line to the left, click, drag an angled line. It's kind of like we're drawing the screwdriver itself, or at least the tip of it. Click here, and then close it, click over here, and then middle click 2 times. Now we want to mirror that across, so just click and drag across, go to mirror, select the vertical center line, and now you've got it mirrored. That dimension at the base, just drag it up. That's supposed to be 0.1. Let's go to dimension this line to this line, and then between the two, middle click, and that needs to be 30 degrees. And then finally, click on this bottom line here to this bottom line here, and that needs to be 0.15 to locate it. Now the height, as long as it's piercing above it and you're in good shape, go ahead and hit OK. Rotate a little bit with the middle wheel, just hold it down and drag it, and you'll see it's not set to remove material yet, which we need to hit remove material, but it's only cutting out a small segment. So the depth here, change this to mid extrudes on both sides, grab the little points and drag them out well beyond at least 2 inches. It's only an inch diameter, so technically if you wanted it exact, but I'm making it a little bit larger in the event that we change the bolt head style, size someday. Hit OK. And now we have our bolt. Okay, the next thing is the quiz. Now the quiz you see right here, I'm going to go ahead and go through it, but I'm not going to release it until after everyone turns in the quiz that they model. So if you look at this, remember you could download it, or here actually I could just go rotate counterclockwise. It's a 6 by 3 inch block. It's 1 inch thick. Then there's fillets, the radius of 0.25, and TYP. What is TYP? It stands for typical. So any fillet, or I should say round in the software, or radius, is always going to be 0.25. Now you might say, well, right there, why did you mark that one then? Why didn't you just let it be? Because unfortunately with that one, when I used to give this test out, or this quiz, everyone thought that was a chamfer. You can't really tell. So I had to put that on there so that you know it too is a radius. So there's a total of 5 radiuses of 0.25. 1, 2, 3, 4. So put those in first. Then the chamfer, go to chamfer, and the chamfer here is called out at 0.125 at 45 degrees. So you could use that 45 degree option, or D times D, distance times distance, because it's a 90 degree edge that you're putting it on. You could just put equal distances, 0.125, and it'll come out 45 degrees. So either way is fine. All right, now this part's a little confusing because of this drawing. You see it's 0.75 for the height of that boss. It's going to be centered. So make sure you extrude that up. By the way, leave the holes for last. Okay, don't put, or I should say the center hole for last. The other 4 holes, you can put those in when you put in the base extrude. But as you can see here, so that's 3/4 of an inch in height. The diameter is 2.25, and the hole itself is a through hole of 1.25. And so there's a little image of it shaded. So I will release that video after everyone's completed this and turned it into me, and you can see how it's done. Okay. And that completes exercise 2. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 3 in Creo 6.0. Now in this exercise, as you can see up on the screen here, we actually have a forged ratchet body. I just painted it red inside the software, and just so it could highlight some of the features. But as you can see, we're going to build this starting at the head, and we're going to build in these details that you can see there. We have a recess, we have a pocket, we have some through holes. There's going to be draft as well, or what they call taper in here, and that's so it can pull out of the mold properly. We're going to build this transition section by offsetting a plane from the top plane down below it about 4 inches. And then we're going to draw this handle, which is going to be a rectangle. It's going to be centered. We're going to extrude it with a taper on it as well. And then we'll go ahead and engrave text onto it. So let's begin. Start with a new part file and go ahead and label this E3 and hit OK. Now, the training guides are available if you go to V as in Victor, ER, T as in Tom, A, N as in Nancy, UX1.com, and then just go to instructional manuals, and you could click on the Creo Parametric 6.0 Basics, and that will bring up this training guide. And we're starting off here on page 31, and we're going to build this profile that you see here, and we're going to extrude it and do some neat things. So let's go ahead and we'll get started here. So first of all, let's start on the front plane. And we're going to go right to extrude. And we talked about this and how Creo enables you to go start a sketch first, or go right to the extrude, and then it will start a sketch for you. And then there's some options where basically it easily goes to the extrude once you apply it. So let's give that a try, the extrude. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to draw in a line, and right at the origin, click and drop a small line. Oops, let me just try that again. Click here, drag up a line, middle click 2 times. You'll see the dimension there. Go ahead and change that dimension. We want to go ahead and make that 1 inch. And this is just to scale it. And now you could hit refit up here, or the F key if you've set that up. Now remember, you could squeeze this in even further and hit refit again. All right, now that line is really just to scale, so we don't really even need it. But what we could do, rather than delete it, you could click on it and we can render it innocuous. So click on it and then just right here, change it to construction, or Shift G will do the same thing. All right, and don't worry about the dimension. We're not really interested in that. We'll just leave it there. It's not going to have any effect. So now we could go to the centerline tool, and at that origin, click at the bottom there and drag it straight up, middle click 2 times. Also, you might notice I turned off my plane. So right here, you could turn off all these tools if you don't feel you need them. Remember, we could always turn them back on too. Okay, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit with the wheel. I'm going to go to the line tool, and now down here, I'm going to click and drag a little angled line away from the origin. Now, don't worry too much about these dimensions that are appearing there. What we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and mirror this across first, and then we'll put our own dimensions in after we put the round on there. So go to the mirror tool and select the vertical center line, and it should mirror it across. Now, if you didn't have the mirror tool available, that would be an indicator that you might have hit escape or the middle mouse button a couple times too many, and so that was no longer selected. But if you select it, see right now it's gray. This is only if you don't have it. You click on that and see it activates that. And we learned about that last week, so there should be nothing really new there, but it's just review. All right, now that we have these 2 angled lines, let's now go to the 3-point tangent ends. Go ahead and select that. Now click on this vertex, make sure you get the blue square, and go up and around. Now be wary of going directly across because you're not going to get the tangent arc that you're hoping for. And I want to show you this. Go over the top and then all the way around. Don't stop at the middle. Go make sure you get this point here, click. Let's try that again. Start on this point here, down and around, and hook it and attach it. Now you can middle click 2 times. Now the dimensions that appear here, we're in good shape. Let's go ahead and change this first top one to, let's see, 0.75. Okay, now it's going to get a little bit large. That's okay. Now double click on the bottom one, change it to 0.6. And now go to dimension. Now you have to be very careful how you select these. You want to find the center point of the bottom arc. So just hovering over the arc itself, you'll see the center point will highlight for a moment. You could go ahead and click on that. Now you got to find the center point of this arc. So again, click. Now move your pointer directly to the right. And remember to drop the dimension. You have to middle click so the wheel actually click on that. And the dimension should drop to the right. And let's make it 0.75. Okay, so we have that set to 0.75. Now middle click 2 times. Now what we can do here, you'll see that there's probably a little blue dimension, which means the weak dimension floating right here. We could double click on that and set that to 0. That will actually lock in the origin to, I should say, the center point of the bottom arc to the origin. Now, to me though, adding a dimension of 0 is kind of, it goes outside my boundary of comfort. So what I like to do instead is I actually like to use coincident, which is a constraint. Go to coincident, select that center point of the arc, and click on the center of the crosshairs there. And it should move it. It'll remove the dimension. You can hit escape. Now that 1-inch dimension that we have right here, if you want, you could click and drag over it and delete it, but you just have to be careful. I would just go ahead and leave it. In fact, maybe even just delete the dimension itself by clicking on it, make it a weak dimension, just so no one thinks that there's actually anything there. If we could, we could go ahead and zero in and get that little line there. I'm afraid of deleting my center line though, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so now we could hit OK, and you'll see it will extrude. And let's go ahead and extrude that 0.5. And now go to the options and go ahead and select Add Taper. Now we want a taper on here, which is going to add angles on the sides. And it's going to enable it to pull out of mold, because basically this is a forged ratchet body that has a mold, and a hot ingot of steel gets placed in between the mold and it gets squeezed together and it fills in the mold. So we want to have, we're going to put 7 degrees. So actually put a -7 so it gets smaller. Hit enter and hit OK. Now note, some students, you feel free to try this. It doesn't work on this release. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to work on 7 either yet. But some students want to go ahead and have it change on both sides. Unfortunately, the draft, as they call it, or taper, it's constant through here. So you can't do that just yet. But just hit the green check mark, hit OK. Now you could go to the mirror tool while it's still selected, select the back face, and it will mirror it across. And it should look like this. Now if it's reversed, like where it's inverted, that's not going to pull from the mold. So what happened, you might have selected the wrong face. You might have selected that face in error. And what you do, you could cancel this and try it again, or hit the undo button, try it again to mirror it. Maybe rewind the video and see how I did it the first time. Okay, now I'm going to hit OK here. Click. I'm going to go ahead and change my this to shading with edges. Right, I'm going to select this face. I'm going to go to extrude, and now I want to make a recess for a cover plate, which is going to house where the gear is and also the clicking element. So to do this, we could go to offset, and you'll see the type. There's single, chain, and loop. Go ahead and select loop, and then that way you could just select the whole face. And hopefully the arrow is pointing inward. You see that arrow. If it's not, you have to type in a negative number here. But if it's pointing inward, we don't need to. We just type 0.125 and hit enter, and you'll see now there's actually the profile. Now we could go ahead and hit OK and rotate this a little bit, flip the direction of this arrow. Okay, you could have done it here too. Now look at this, it went to remove material, so it's cutting that, and that's what we want. That's using the AI there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make this 0.125 deep and hit OK. All right, now we're going to make the recess. So that was the recess. We're going to make the pocket now. So select this face, go to Extrude, and go to the Circle tool. Now this bottom center is easy to find. Oh, let's try that again. Drag this circle out, middle click. Now to wake up this center point for this arc, notice it doesn't appear. Here's the trick. You just hover over the edge of the arc. Oh, let me go back to circle here. There we go. And I didn't click now. I just hovered over the edge, and you'll see that the center point then appears. Click and drag that out and intersect it into this circle down below. Click. Middle click 2 times. You'll see there's diameters here. Let's change the top one to 1. And let's change the bottom one to 0.7. Now we need to trim out this excess material. So go to delete segment and scribble through both sides just like that. Now middle click and let's arrange these so they look a little bit better. Oops, grab those dimensions and lay them out like so. Hit OK, rotate, flip it with the arrow, and change this to 0.75 and hit the green check. All right, so we have our pocket. Now, if there's any confusion as which feature is which on the feature tree here, or the model tree, this is what you could do. Like the Extrude 1, as you click on it, you can see the outside highlight in green. Wait a second and click another time. Now, go ahead and label that HEAD for head. Now, Extrude 2, click once, wait a second, click again, and call that the recess, R-E-C-E-S-S. Now, click on the Extrude 3, wait a second, click a second time, and let's call that the pocket. Now, beware you don't have to do that step. But imagine if you had thousands of features on a model. You could do this for certain features just to highlight ones that are of importance rather than having to scan through the whole feature tree. Okay, now that we have that, let's go ahead and select this face, go to Extrude, and we're going to put in some through holes here. So go to Circle, and right at the bottom here, click, drag out a circle. Now, again, the trick to locating here, just hover over this edge, locate the circle there. Now get this one to go with the auto equal, which again, this is why I don't always turn it off, because it is kind of nice to have that auto equal there. Middle click, and here this one, change it to 0.35 for the through holes. Now we could hit OK, flip the direction, and instead of stopping it, remember the day one we talked about design intent, we know these are going to be through, so let's have it always go through. So extrude to intersect with all surfaces. Hit OK. All right, now we're going to add some rounds on these edges. So let's go to the round tool. Make sure the setting for the round tool is 0.125. Select this edge right here and this edge down here. Just those two. Hit OK. All right, so the head is pretty much done. Now let's turn on the plane display. Now this plane right here, the top plane, we want to offset. So click on it and you should get the plane tool, or hit P, and you can see it's extruding, or it's actually moving a copy of it, or offsetting it I should say. In this case they're calling it translating 4 inches. Now we actually want it to be -4, so you can type in -4 here. Yours might be different. Yours might not be set to 4. The only reason why it's 4 is because I just modeled this and it remembered it. So hit enter. So -4 for it to go down. We could have grabbed the point and dragged it down too. We would have gotten that little ruler and we could have locked it in. but go ahead and hit OK. And now we have that plane floating down there. Let's go ahead and select the edge of that plane, go to Extrude, and let's rotate that a little bit so you can see what's going on. I'm going to rotate it so you can see this. There's the crosshairs. Let's go to the circle tool, get to the center of those crosshairs, click, drag out a circle, middle click, and make that a 1/2 inch diameter. Now we can hit OK. It's extruding, but let's have it extrude up to next, so which is basically this up to next surface. And hit OK. Now notice the up to next, it just stops when it reaches the other surface and merges with it. It doesn't go through anything. So if we were to select through all, it would go through the part. We don't want that. Let's now select the front plane for the handle and go to Extrude. And just so we're all in the same view, click over here. Up, no, wrong one, sorry. Click here, go to front. All right. Now, I'm going to go to the rectangle tool. Now, there's several ways you could do what I'm about to show you. I just want to show you the flexibility of the sketches for conceptual design. Draw out a little rectangle. So I went to corner rectangle. I drew it off to the side here. This is for the handle. Now, we could actually set these dimensions. So this is going to be 4 inches for the length of the handle. It's going to be 1 inch wide. And then offset from the origin, 3.75. Now, you might be wondering, why 3.75? Why not 4? Well, remember, we're having a taper put on there, and the taper starts at the overall length, and if we locked it into the bottom, we would have this little point coincident to that shaft. So you have to dig it in a little bit so we don't accidentally have it like that. Okay, now you can see there's a dimension here, which we're not interested in. Let's go to center line and find the midpoint. Click, drag it straight up, middle click again, and now we could go ahead and go to coincident, select the center line here to the center here. And it should jog it over, and now we have it located. We could hit OK. We want to extrude this 0.375 for the height, and we want a taper on it, so don't forget the options. Add taper of -7, and it should list it right there. If you hit the little arrow, it should remember from last time. So -7. And hit OK. Rotate it around. Let's select that feature. Go to, notice mirror isn't available, so select it from the model tree. Mine is Extrude 7 for the handle. Go to mirror and select this face over here, and it should mirror it over. Hit OK. Now I'm going to turn off those planes. I don't like to have them on all the time, so I'm going to turn off plane display right here. I'm going to go to round, and 0.125 is the default. This edge, this edge on the back, and rotate to get that one down there. So get those 4 edges. Now, sometimes I have students select the parting line edge. You could do that, but I wouldn't bother. Just leave it sharp. Hit the green check. Now go to round again, and 0.06. Now select this edge here. Notice it doesn't span around because it's not tangent. This edge here. That one, oops, I accidentally got that face. I'm going to hold Control and deselect it. I'm going to select this edge and this edge. And over here, this edge to that edge. And finally, I'm going to roll around to the bottom and this edge. Hit OK. We're going to put in the engraved text now. Now, for this engraved text, the lab that you're going to have right after this lab 3, you actually have engraved text on a radius. So in this case, it's just going to be straight, but you can apply the same technique. Select this face, go to Extrude, and if yours is vertical, no worries, it doesn't really matter in this case, just as long as you have spatial awareness of what you're looking at. Go to the line tool and hover right about there, click and drag this across. This is the line that's going to have our text on it. Now imagine you could draw an arc too. Now once you draw it, middle click twice, and then select it, and you should get this option to change it to construction geometry. You want that. That's going to render it innocuous for the extrude, but it will be the resting place for our text. The text is going to follow that line. So now we could go to the text tool, and on that line, click and drag this up. And we could go ahead and enter our text. I'll move this over here. And Creo uses any true type font that you might have in your directory for fonts on Windows. So here I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to specify, I'm going to go ahead and put in VERTANUX1. You can see it right there. We could adjust the aspect ratio, like squeeze it down. We could put a slant angle in it. Let's maybe spread it out a little bit more. Okay. This font 3D works really well. There's some other fonts in here that work well. Be aware if you have some unusual fonts, they don't always work, especially scripted fonts have challenges. And you could get them to work generally. You just might have to do them in segments, because what happens is the script, just like cursive writing, it's all continuous. When those different letters have intersections, that's where you have a problem. So if you put one letter in and then extrude it, then you could go ahead and put the next one next to it so far and do the whole thing. So if you have to, you could get it to work generally. But anyhow, in this case, make sure none of them are touching. They're all a good distance away. I'm going to go to Omega Bold Italic and hit OK. And hit OK. Now, if you don't get a preview, that means it didn't like what you had, so you have to edit that text again. But in this case, if you want it embossed where it's raised, you would just put in like 0.02 for 20 thousandths in height. If you're going to engrave it, like a laser engraving is very small, so 0.003 or something. But I'm going to have it engraved a little bit deeper. I'm going to reverse it. Right here is the reverse switch. And I'm going to set it to 0.01, so 10 thousandths of an inch. And you can see the preview right there. Hit OK. And there we have our engraved text. All right. And if you wanted to paint it or do whatever you want, remember, you could go to View, the Appearances. Like, let's say I wanted this to be, I'll go with ceramic this time around. And I'm going to select Part, select the part, and hit the middle button. Now you could go to, I'm going to go with red paint. Red is my theme for this, this year, this release. I'm going to select that. I'm going to hold Control and select these guys and these surfaces here. Middle click. And if you go over here, turn on perspective. And then you could also go to shading with reflections. Okay, now if that's a little too bright for you, pick something else. But if you want to photorealistically render it now, as we remember, you could go to Application and Render Studio, and it will photo render it. Now it's coming off the base like that. If I want it to lay flat on the table, you go to Scenes and go to Edit Scene and Environment and change this to the XY plane. And now it's resting on a table. You could close that. And of course, the longer you let it sit, the clearer the image is going to be. Okay, so don't forget to turn off real-time rendering when you're done with it. Quite honestly, the regular rendering using the graphics card is really impressive in this software. So as you can see here, I've been making my renderings just using this, quite honestly. Not everyone has a real-time rendering is amazing, though. You can do a lot of neat things with it. But Creo has a very neat way of real-time rendering these, so it's pretty cool. I should say not real-time, but using the graphics card. Okay, let's move on now. I'm going to go back to the training guide here. And the labs, there's 2 labs for today, and they're at the end of this chapter. So page 42 they start on. You can see here there's this like little Keyway brass cover plate. And then there's this like L3B is like looks like a Frisbee kind of thing, like a dish. So we'll take a look at these. Now this one here, I'm going to go ahead and download it. And this should give me the ability to rotate it. So once I click on it, and here's the rotate button. And that was like page 42. There we go. And we could see, now what's neat about this, the strategy. The strategy is like, look, it's very similar to the head of the ratchet that we built. But notice it has like this bigger radius, and there's no tangency. It's sharp in these corners, here and here. So the bottom's going to be tangent. In fact, the dimension for the bottom's the same what we used for the head of the ratchet. Remember this strategy, because in exercise 4, lab 4, I'm going to have you rebuild this similarly. It's a little bit more complex. But those of you who are, as I always recommend, I would hit pause now and try and give this a shot on your own, knowing what you know already. But once you do it, go back and watch my video, and I'll show you some really neat techniques, even some that we haven't seen yet. I'm going to go ahead and move on with it. So let's get started. I'm going to move this over to my second screen, and I'm going to go now to New Part, and this will be L3 for Lab 3. And now I'm going to select the front plane, go to Extrude. I'm going to draw that line, and again, I want to draw a line that I could use for a reference. And in this case, it's only going to be, let's see, make it 2 inches in height. And now we could hit that refit. Now let's get in there a little closer. All right. Now I'm actually going to delete it. Click on it, hit delete. Now we could go to center line and rotate this. Now some of you, I've seen students just zoom up to it really close and do that. That little trick I'm showing you to scale it's not really a necessity. It just makes it a little bit easier on you, I feel, on new students. But there's different techniques. You can make different templates and things like that that eliminate the need to do it the way I'm showing you here. But go ahead and click and drag out a little line just like we did before. Make sure you go to center line, draw your vertical center line in over there. Now let's select this line here, go to mirror and select the vertical center line, and it should mirror it over. Again, ignore those dimensions down there because we're going to go to the tangent ends arc. Drag one over the top. Now, actually, this one isn't over the top. I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to do the one at the bottom first with tangent ends. Now, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go with, let's see. Oh, well, we could just do 3-point. Let me show you 3-point. 3-point, you go directly across. And now look at that. We get that, what looks kind of like a brain that you'd see on an alien from Star Trek. So, now we could go and change the dimensions here. So let's change this one first. And this one needs to be 1.5 inches, so 1.5. This bottom needs to be 0.6. And now we can add some of the other dimensions. So go to the dimension tool, dimension from this angle to this angle, and right in between the two, middle click, that's 35 degrees. And if you're having any difficulty adding these, by the way, try adding the dimensions or changing the dimension up above or below. Sometimes it's just squeezed too tight or for it to adapt. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and add the last one, which is the dimension between the center points. So here's the center point for the bottom arc. Here's the center point for the top arc. And to the right, middle click. And let me try that again. That didn't take. So here to here, middle click. Okay, there we go. And that's going to be 2 inches. And middle click again. Now remember this one, you could change this to 0. It will work. But that's beyond my comfort level, I like using coincident instead. So click on this point to this point there. And then we don't have that extra dimension. Just don't need it. You don't need a 0 dimension necessarily. But there are times when it's very useful. Okay, now we could hit OK. Let that extrude, and the depth of this is going to be, let's see, on the print point 610. We didn't have to put the 0 in, but I did. Just 0.61 is fine. Now the taper, typical draft, is what we're looking for, and that's 16 degrees. So we have to go to Options, add taper, minus 16. There we go. Hit OK. Now we're going to add the fillet. Now this goes kind of backwards from logic. When you're putting fillets in, or rounds as they call them here, be aware that depending upon where you add them, usually you start with the larger fillets and work your way down. 90% of the time, that's what you're going to find is a good way to do it. This one is the reverse, and it's because of this sharp edge. So we're going to put in this, the round in the front is 0.25. Select this edge right here. And now you could click on this edge, and this one is going to be 0.5. And there you can see what it just did. And I'm going to change this. I probably should change this more on a regular basis. Okay, now I'm going to punch through the hole at the top there. Yeah, we could punch the hole through. So I'm going to select this face, start a sketch. I'm going to go to the circle tool. And remember, you can wake up that center. Oops, let's try that again. And then that hole is going to be 1 inch through. So hit OK. Flip the direction, and we're going to have it just go through all. Now the Keyway, select this face, extrude. This is not through. And we could use that same technique we learned earlier, or we could try center rectangle here. So you could center a rectangle right about there, drag this out, just like that. Now you could change this width to 0.25. There's a lot of 0.25s coming up here, by the way. All right, and then the location, this needs to be set 0.25 offset from here. So 0.25 like that. Make sure that this extends. You could grab that and drag it out if you wanted. Make sure it just extends into the open area. Okay, and that pretty much does that. We can now hit OK, flip that direction, and again, only 0.25. And select Remove Material. Now this is where the expert system, or AI, I don't want to say it failed. It didn't fail, actually. It's just that there was part of it was solid, part of it was on nothing. So it obviously picked up, and it's adding material here. We want to select Remove Material, but most of the time it gets it right. Just in this case, this was partially on, partially off a solid. Hit OK. All right, the front, we're going to put in the engraved text. Select this face, go to Extrude. Now here is where we can use center and ends arc. So find the center point. So wake it up first, hover over that edge, then click here, drag this out a little bit offset, and click and drag an arc across like so. Now remember, that arc, we need to render it innocuous. So click on it and go right over here to Construction. Now we could go to Text, find that point, drag this out, make sure you get the perpendicular symbol, click, and go ahead, and I'm going to put in Cannon. Now you see it's not following the arc. That's because you have to go over here, Place Line Curve, and select the curve. And I accidentally put in an exclamation. That needs to be a 1. All right, now it's rather large here. We could adjust the aspect ratio if you want to squeeze it in. Okay. We could put a slant in it. We could adjust the spacing. You could do a lot of different things. I'm just going to leave it like that and hit OK. And now hit OK. Now it's going to extrude that. Now remember, if you don't get it to extrude, that means you have to change something. All right, I'm going to emboss this. So 0.01 and hit OK. And so now it's embossed. Now you could engrave it if you like. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and flip this around. I'm going to select this face, go to extrude, and we want to offset the edges. This is not a shelled body. All right, so we're going to go to offset, loop, and select the face. And in this case, I'm not seeing the preview, so I'm going to hit next until I see the outer edge. Now, it's picked a darker shade, so I think I've got it. I'm going to hit accept. Oh, and it captured the inside. So the update color is not desirable on this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with chain instead. Select this edge, and hit next. There, now we see the outside edge. And we can hit accept, hit yes, so it converts it. And we see the arrows pointing outward now, but we need to be in, and the offset on here needs to be, let's see, as I look at the print, 0.1. So minus 0.1 we're going to have to add. Hit enter. It should be on the inside. All right, hit OK. Now it's going to extrude that, flip that direction, and again, because there was an opening there, the expert system didn't know to select remove material. It's only going to go a depth of 0.25, but we're not done yet. We have to add the taper so it matches the taper on the outside. Now some of you might say, well, why didn't we just shell this? This doesn't go all the way to the depth that we would normally have, the 0.610. It's only going 0.25 deep, consistent. So that's why we didn't choose that. All right, so here, add taper, and it should still have our minus 16 in there. Okay, actually it needs to be, let's put a minus again in front of it, because there we go. Quite honestly, if we would have left a positive 16, it would have worked that first time, but I double negative it, so that's good, we got it. Hit the green check, and now what we can do is we can paint it. So we could go over here to View and Appearance, and we could set the actual to, let's find brass, PTC brass, and let's select part, click on the part, middle click, and now it's brass. Now if you really wanted that to be brass, like to where it identifies as brass, you could go over here to File, and Prepare, and Model Properties. And this would be to carry over for an analysis, perhaps, or if you want to find out how much it weighs. So right over here, the material is not assigned, so I'm going to hit Change. And let's see what legacy materials if we have. There's brass. Okay, click on it, hit OK. All right, and there it is. It's set to brass. Okay. And so later on, if we run an analysis, we would be able to identify that as there. Now, if we go to analysis, what we can find out, because we've selected brass, is how much does this weigh? So go to Mass Properties and preview it. And here we could actually see the mass, the density, and surface area, and so on. All right. So we could find out how much it weighs. We could calculate, if we're going to make 1 million parts, how much brass we have to order. Now, also, while we're in the analysis tools, let's take a look. There's the measure tool. Hit the little arrow next to measure. You'll see there's a summary. That's just like it has a little scale there. Length, distance, diameter. So let's say we want to check that diameter of that hole. Click on it. You can select like the edge. And there we see the diameter. Now, if we want to measure distance, let's say we want to measure this, we'll go over here, measure this distance, click. And then, oops, hold on a second. Here, let's do it for points. Click on this point to this point. Oops, let's hold Control. There we go. Holding Control enables you to see both. There we can see that's 0.25. All right, and there's angles, there's all sorts of tools in here. Area. So if you click on area, it'll tell you how much the area is. And volume, things like that. So this is really a nice little tool. There's the measure areas. There's other options in here too for checking draft and such. But that finishes that part. Now to save this, since we already gave it a name, do a save as. And this is what I recommend to my students. Save a backup. Now saving a backup, you just direct where you want to back it up to. So if I drop in my Creo, you don't have to rename it. When you go to backup, it's going to use the same name. So you don't have to rename that. And just go ahead and hit OK. And it will make a backup of that part, saving it. Currently, it's just in a general directory, which purges itself if you didn't do a backup or save. So just beware once you close it. And you could adjust that. You could change that. We're not going to go into that right now. My students, I generally don't want them to tinker with that inside the classroom. But we will go through that. Okay. The next model we want to build here is this one right here. So L3B, and it's a Frisbee, but notice everything's at an angle, like they're parallel dimensions on angled edges. So we could see here it's 0.15 in overall height, and then the diameter, there's a hole that's 1 inch, and then we see that there isn't an overall diameter given. It's all given off of angles and such. So let's go ahead and draw this out. Go to File, New, Part, and go ahead and call this L3B. Select the front plane, and we'll go with Revolve. Now, remember, draw your center line where you want it to revolve around first. So click on the origin and draw a vertical center line, middle click. Now let's go to the line tool and add a little line right here at an angle, right off the base, middle click. And let's get a height set for that. So go to Dimension, select this point here to this point, and then just to the left, middle click, and that will be 1.5, and hit Enter. And we could zoom up to it, or we could hit Refit, middle click, bring that dimension in a little closer. Now this needs to be 1 inch, so double click here, change that to 1 inch, and then the angle, we have the angle there. Let's take a look at our print to see what that should be. That should be 25 degrees. So you see it's not 25 there, so we want to add a dimension. Click on that angled line. Oops, got to zoom up to it first. Click, and then click on the vertical center line, and in between the two, middle click, 25 degrees. And let's move all these dimensions in a bit closer and hit Refit. Okay. Now we could go to the line tool, and off here, drag this one out like so, and then follow parallelism. Look to the right of my pointer, the parallel symbol appears. Make sure you get that click about halfway down, drag this one out, click, drag this one down at an angle, click, drag this across, and don't align it to the other one. Have it go in a little bit deeper. Click, drag this down parallel, and then close it at the base. Click. And it should turn this color. All right, so since we have most of the basics down, let's add some of the others. Middle click, let's drag that out, and let's go to Dimension. Let's see what we have on the print. We see 2.25 overall, so from here to here, and then middle click right there, 2.25. Wow, that was actually really close. And then 0.25 from the base, so from here to here, middle click, 0.25. And then this from here to here, 0.25. Okay, now let's go back here. We have 0.375 from here to here. And then this is 0.25 from here to here. Now I realize now I made a mistake. making this 1 inch. It actually needs to be half that, so 0.5, because we're only looking at 1/2 of this geometry. All right, so we have all the dimensions we need. We could go ahead and hit OK. Now you're probably wondering, why don't you put the fillet on there? Watch. Hit OK. I could have put it in as a sketch fillet, but we're going to learn sketch fillets coming up. All right, now there we have it. Hit OK. Go to the round, and let's set that round to, what is it? Print. It's a 1/2 inch in the print. So select this edge. And there it is. And the part's done. Go ahead and go to File, Save As, Save Backup, and locate your directory, or you want to drop that, hit OK. And that concludes exercise 3. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 4, Creo Parametric 6.0. Today's exercise, we're going to take a look at, again, reviewing the Revolve features. I know we've done that before a couple times, but really the main thing we're looking at here are the sweeps. And you can see right here, this is actually a sweep, and then we're going to pattern that. And so we'll take a look at how that's generated. Now, once you know and understand how to do sweeps, that's how you make freeform geometry. So we're going to start stepping into a little bit more advanced functionality at this point. But still, it's basic enough to where you're going to be able to grasp it, those of you who are new to the software. So let's begin. The training guide, if we just go to Vertani 1, V-E-R-T as in Tom, A as in Nancy, UX1.com, and you could go to instructional manuals and the Creo Parametric 6.0 basics. This lesson starts on page 44. And here you can see what we're going to do. It goes through the process of creating the center profile. We're going to look at sketch fillets for the first time. Or actually, in this case, sketch chamfer, sorry. We'll do a little more trimming and some other entities as well. And then we'll revolve it. So go to New, Part, and go ahead and label this capital E4 and hit OK. Select the front plane, and let's go right to Revolve. Now remember, with the Revolve, the center line needs to be put in immediately. So go ahead and click on the origin, drag a vertical center line straight up. Now we could go to the rectangle tool and draw a little rectangle here, and then middle click. Now that we have that, go ahead and click on Refit. And let's set this up a little bit steeper. So set the bottom, go ahead and double click on that dimension, change it to 1, and then change this to 3. And hit Refit again. And now, there we have it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and add some features to this. First of all, let's go with the circle tool first. We're gonna make this radius that's sticking out of the side here. So just click around in the vicinity where I just clicked, if you could look at that. Drag out your circle a little bit like so, so it's just peeking out a little bit. Change the diameter of the circle to 1 inch, and now go to Dimension, and dimension the center point to the bottom edge, and then middle click right here. Make that 1.75. And then from this edge to the center point, you could drag that down here, middle click, and make that 0.25 to locate the center. Now find the Delete Segment tool and start scribbling from inside here to get rid of that geometry. And now let's get this tailored. Now here we have an interesting phenomenon that's occurring with this release. I'm not sure, I've seen it before, but then other times it doesn't seem to happen as much. Not entirely sure why. But we see a little red square. Now this is good that we're hitting this right now, because the little red square indicates there's an opening or a gap or an extra line. So we need to address that. So let's zoom up to that. And now to fix it, you don't have to zoom up too close, but I want you to go to the corner option and click on this and this entity here, and all of a sudden that should fix it. So if you ever have something like that, the corner might be a good option. Apparently somewhere there might have been a little opening when we trimmed it. All right, and now since we have that, let's make this dry again. You could double click, hit enter. Actually, if you right click, or just click one time. Let's see here. There we go. Let's just lock it. Make sure it's 3, hit enter. Okay, now we're going to learn the chamfer tool inside of a sketch. So go to the chamfer right up here. And now this is a little different than the chamfer tool for the 3D features. It will give us basically the same geometry when we're done. Some people prefer to put it in as a feature. Some people prefer to put it in a sketch. I believe when you put it into a sketch, it seems as though it's a little bit more work. However, it can pay off in terms of processing resources. Now, if you have a lot of features listed on the model tree here, each one of those features takes time. When I used to work on these systems back in the 90s, we were dealing with very slow computers that had like 24 megabytes of RAM, which we're talking is like nothing compared to today's computers. And we were 3D modeling, and every feature that we would have on a model tree, which the model tree didn't exist on here, but in other CAD packages, I would find it would take 5 minutes to regenerate. Once we save it all and we regenerate to make sure it all updates properly, each feature might take 5 minutes on a slow computer. Like I was working on a Spark station, and then once we got to DEC alphas, those were much faster, but they were very slow. And so even today, that is relevant because you do want efficient modeling if you can. But remember, there's more work up front involved with sketch geometry. And if you could remove that, it might be a fraction of a second that it takes off the actual processing time of the model. But imagine if you had 1 million models for like an assembly. Let's say you're building an aircraft or something, which might have 1 million different parts to it. Multiply that over the millions of parts, and it will actually make a difference when you're opening the file of the entire assembly. So it's still good efficient modeling to try using sketches when you can, but remember it's tougher sometimes. So for my new users, I don't recommend doing this too often. But once you get to be more fluent with the system, you could go ahead and do what you want. Okay, I'm going to go to chamfer. Now I'm going to click on this line right about, you actually kind of click where you think it would be. So from here to here, and you'll see it will put it in. Now middle click 2 times. Again, we're hitting the middle wheel, double click. And go ahead and change this. Double click on this one, make it 0.25. And double click on this one, make that 0.25 as well. And now we have our chamfer. All right, we're ready to go ahead and revolve this. So I'm going to hit OK. It will revolve immediately thereafter because we selected revolve as our feature of choice initially. Go ahead and hit OK. Now we're going to put in one of those spokes. Select the front plane, and what you're going to do, because we're using a sweep, we're going to start with the sketch first, because a sweep has a sketch of the path, and then there's also a profile, and they're usually perpendicular to each other. So that's why we're starting off separately. Okay, now find the spline tool. Now the spline tool here was initially based off of, I believe, polynomial splines. Some of you might have been familiar with Bezier splines and things like that. Essentially, now I believe it's using non-uniform rational B-splines or NURBs, which are better, especially when you trim them. They trim up truer and they keep their shape versus older types of curves. But we're going to go with the spline, create a spline curve here. Now take your pointer and get right about here, like in the middle of that hump. You're not going to be able to find the actual midpoint of it, so don't worry about that. We're going to do a little free form now. Now, if you want, you could follow the instructions in the book. And the book actually has analytical geometry, which are just lines and arcs. And you could do it that way, but I want to start introducing people to the spline tool, because the spline tool is what makes free form objects. So let's go ahead and click here. Now drag this out and connect to the, actually somewhere in here, like connect to the center point first, and then connect to this point. This is going to give us a straight curve right out of the gate. Now drag this up a little bit. And remember, this is free form, meaning that you have some freedoms here to draw what you want to see. And so I'm going to have this straight, not really straighten out, but I'm going to get up there. Don't put too many points. Too many points actually make it more complex. So leave it rather simplified like this, and then middle click. And you can see there are some dimensions, and that's fine. We're just going to leave it. It's free form, so it's we're not going to put the dimensions in as of yet. We could always put them in if you'd like, but we're going to keep them as is. I mean, like, I guess suppose we could change these to even numbers, like 3.375 for that one. Okay, now let's go ahead and we're going to hit OK. And from here, find the sweep tool. Go ahead and select sweep. Now, either your arrow is coming off of the tip from the far left or over here. Make sure you click on the arrowhead if it's here to get it over on this side, because that's where we want to start our sketch. And what it's going to do is it's going to create a plane perpendicular to that point, enabling us to draw a 1/2 inch diameter, and then we're going to sweep it along for our profile. So that's good. Now, once you get there, you click over here to sketch. And this is where you could sketch your profile. Now, it rotated us, and that's fine, just so we could see it normal too. And get to this intersection right here, the crosshairs. Click, drag out a circle. Oops, let me try that again. There we go. Middle click, and go ahead and change it to 0.5. Now, if your curve is too dramatic, it may fail to sweep it. It's because imagine, like, you see it's perpendicular. Now, if you have a very dramatic slope, what could happen is it could roll in on itself, and it's not going to allow that to happen. So it will error out. So you have to smooth that curve out. So you could always go back and move the points, edit that sketch if you need to. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And immediately we could see the preview. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and hit OK. And I'm going to turn on my shaded with edges here so we can see this a little bit better. Now we want to make a pattern of that. So select the sweep 1 from the model tree and proceed to go to pattern. Now, one of the ingredients we need for a pattern, first of all, let's change it to axis, is just that, an axis. And click here to the right of datum display filters, make sure axis display is on. You can then select that axis. And you can see the 4 instances because right now it's defaulting to 4 at 90 degrees. Let's change that though. Let's put in 5 instances total. It's inclusive of the one that you already made. And then type in over here 360 for 360 degrees divided by the number that you just entered, so 5. And that gives you the angle, which is 72 degrees. So they're evenly spaced. Go ahead and hit OK. Now, by the way, those little points on there, we could have clicked on those if there was one we didn't want. So that's also a nice feature. All right, so now we have those completed. I'm going to go back and turn off my axis display. Now go ahead and select the right plane. Actually, no, I'm sorry, the front plane again, and go to Revolve. Select the circle tool and get right on this vertex here, which is actually the center point. Click and drag out a circle, middle click, and make that 0.85. And I know in the book I have 1 inch diameter. I'm changing it up a little bit here since I wrote the book. So anyhow, all right, go to center line and go to the point down here, draw your vertical center line, and I'll just hit OK. And it should revolve around 360 degrees. Hit OK. Now go to round, and we're going to add our rounds at 0.25. Now, again, because I've given you freedom, I didn't give you dimensions really for the spline. So yours might be really tight. You might not be able to fit these fillets at this size. So if it, like at 1/4 inch, if it does not work, 0.25, try lowering it to maybe 0.125 for the fillets, and that's fine. In real world scenarios, sometimes as a designer, you have the ability to reduce the size of the fillet. Sometimes you have to make adjustments to the other geometry surrounding it. So you might have to actually stretch out that spline a little bit, giving it more space. But there's a lot of little tricks to, it's an art to adding fillets actually. Go ahead and select these intersections here. And then go ahead and add the ones down at the base. All right, now hit apply. Let's go to round now and add some additional smaller ones. So 0.06 and add some here, there, there. And we could add one at the bottom for to smooth it out. There we go. Okay, so we have our hand wheel. Now we're going to learn how to use the hole tool. Now we've cut holes before. The past 3 weeks we've been cutting holes just by drawing the circle. But the hole tool allows you to specify from a library of standard holes, like even countersinks and counterbores. So there's advantages to using it, and we want to put a big one right here. So let's go to hole, and you can see here you have user simple. We're going to go ahead and select this face because that's where we want to put the hole, and immediately you can see the parameters of the hole. Let's change the length to 2 inches and the diameter to 0.25. All right. Now, there's different things we could add to it. We could actually go to standards here. And look at that. That opens up countersink and counterbore. Let's go to counterbore. All right. Now, it went with, and also there's UNC, ISO, and UNF. And then the screw size, you could specify here. Let's go ahead and try one. Let's go with 3/4 10. And then it gives you the specs. All right. Also, we could say the counterbore, you could go to shape, and you could specify additional parameters here. So like, for example, we want the depth here. Let's make it 2 inches. And there's our drill tip angle. We have 3/4 of an inch here, and the overall diameter. We'll just, now it has the clearance in there for that specific type of bolt that would go in there already. So we'll go ahead and just leave that as is. All right, now we go to placement, and you'll see there's linear, there's radial, diameter, coaxial, on point. We're going to stick with linear. Now here's the thing. Go ahead and click on this and turn your plane display on. And you'll see there's 2 little boxes here. Drag one to this plane here, and drag the other to this plane here. And all of a sudden you'll see it transition. Now these, you could actually set these to 0 to center it between those 2 planes. Oops, let me fix that. And did I mess that up? I think I did. Okay, let's try that again. 0 and 0. Okay, now we've centered it. So just make sure you have to grab those little handles and drag them to the planes for linear positioning. And you could drag them to edges as well, but this was a cylindrical edge. And there's the other methods which we'll look into in future classes, or find a video that just goes over just the whole tool here. Okay, go ahead and hit the green check. And look at that, it even puts the specifications of that hole right there for us. And there it is. And that will appear on the drawing. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and turn off the planes. And we could go ahead and save this. So again, do a file save as, do a save backup, and locate. I'm going to drop in my Creo directory. Don't even rename it. When you do a backup, you really can't rename it. If you want to rename it, do it as save as, not as a save as backup. There we go. So if you wanted to rename it, this is what you do. You do save as. You could do save as copy, or so on. Anyhow, okay. So now that we have that done, we're going to take a look at some of the other things to do here. All right, so you'll see on page 50, we have the Lab 3C, which is a cover plate, and then there's the Lab 4, which is this one here. Now the cover plate, it's just a rectangle, 2.75 by 4.5. It's 0.125 thick, and you draw these little shapes out here. I will just show you that really quick. At this point, as we're getting progressively more into modeling these things, I hope you're doing them on your own versus relying too heavily on the videos. Watch the videos only if you get stuck. So let's do this one really quick. And like I said, I don't think I'll put all the dimensions in, but here, I'm going to go ahead and download this, and then I should be able to open it and rotate it. So I'm going to click on that. Let's get back to that page, which was page 50, and here's rotate. Okay, and then you could put this on your neighboring screen if you have dual screens. So I'm going to go to New, Part, and this is going to be Lab 4. Actually, this is L4. Oh, actually, this is L3C according to this. So let's label that as such. Not sure how that got put where it is, but that's okay. It's a good one to practice. So L3C. And on the front plane, go to Extrude and find center rectangle. Draw that out. Remember, make it really small, and then you can zoom up to it. And the height is going to be 2.75, and the width will be 4.5. And you can hit refit, get that even closer. Okay, now if we want, we could add these right now as well. The through hole, we see 0.125 with the chamfer on it. We'll go ahead and add these. So to add this in, you could do another rectangle. Put that in just like that. Stay away from the edges of any geometry. And let's zoom up there and make this according to the print. So the width, and we'll make one on one side and then mirror to the other. So 0.85. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not 0.85. That's 1.125. The height, oops. This will be 0.85. And then it gets located 0.3 from center. All right, now we could go ahead. We're going to draw in some center lines. I'm going to draw in a vertical center line and a horizontal center line. And I'll proceed to go with the 3-point arc. And right here, I'm going to go directly across. Let's see here. Let's try a different one. What do we have here? Okay, there we go. I just came off of it a little strange, so click on that. That's a radius of 0.75. And I see I snapped to that, so let's delete that. That was an accident. There we go. Now 0.75. Yours, you might actually have the radius on there. And all right. Now the location of that, I guess we're okay. All right, then click on this line here and change it to construction. You'll see it will open it up. Now we want to mirror this across. So select this, go to mirror, and select the center line to mirror it across. Now click on this one and change that to construction. All right, now we could go ahead, middle click a couple times, and we can mirror that across. So I'm just going to click and drag a fence to surround it. Go to mirror and select the vertical center line. And the through hole, let's go ahead and put that in. And that needs to be 0.125. All right, we're in good shape. Let's hit OK. And then the extrusion depth for this is 0.125. And apply. And let's proceed to put these things on here. So we have some chamfers, 0.05 by 45 for those inside edges. So let's go to chamfer. So we're going to go ahead and do 0.05. Distance to distance is fine. And we just need to chamfer all these edges. Oops. All right. And, oh, and same with this one too. Okay, there we go. It's all the same. Hit OK. And now go to the round option. And the rounds here are listed at 0.1. So select this edge here, that edge there, this one, and that one. Apply. Rotate it around. And then it says shell the backside at 0.06. So let's go to shell, 0.06, and select this face here, and you're done. Okay, let's save that. And actually, yeah. Here, let's do a save a backup. That way, no need to you just direct where you want it. All right. Now let's go to new. This next part is challenging. L4. All right, L4 is a Bluetooth earpiece. And I scaled it up a bit bigger than it actually needed to be just because of dimension purposes. So we have to draw this out. It's shell body, it's 60 thousandths wall thickness. It very similar to E3 as well as Lab 3. It has a little bit more detail on it. See, there's that 115 degree angle here. And then we have 23 degrees here, 0.75 and 0.15, and then a distance spread of 1.25 between both centers, and then 1 inch from this corner to the bottom center. And then the overall thickness is a 1/2 inch. And that'll get us pretty far. Let's go ahead and do that. So go to Extrude, select the front plane, and with center line. And then we're going to draw a line here, a vertical line, just for scale purposes. And let's set it to 2 inches, and then zoom up to it. And I guess we could delete that, really. We don't need it now. All right, now we take the line tool, and down here at an angle, and then you're going to draw a secondary angle at 115 degree, just like that. Ignore those dimensions. Go to mirror, select the vertical center line. It should be mirrored across. Now go to the 3-point, actually tangent arc for the bottom. You know what? We'll use the 3-point for that top. So click here and go straight across. Oh, there you go. You have to go out this like little envelope right there. Click, and then have this come out like that. All right, so a little bit more detail than before. Let's go ahead and change this 1.5, 0.75. The distances, let's put those dimensions in. So we from this center point to this center point will be 2. And it didn't like that. So let's see if we can try that one more time. Okay, and when it doesn't like it, that means that there's other geometric conditions that would tie into themselves. So it pauses. What that probably is an indicator that we have to put in these angle dimensions first. So right here to here, this is 24. And then from here to here, if I recall, that was 115. We'll just double check. Yep, 115 and 23. Let's change that. Now let's try and change this one. Still doesn't like it. Okay, we probably have to get this on the center, so we could go to coincident, select this point to this point. That will lock that down. Let's put in some of the other dimensions until it likes this one. So I believe, if I recall, yeah, 1 inch. Oh, it's only supposed to be 1.25. So that was really close, actually. So from this point to this corner, middle click will be 1 inch. Middle click 2 times, 1.25. That's why I didn't like it. It was just way too big for what I was trying to do, and it would squeeze in on itself. All right, now we could go ahead and hit OK. And this is a 1/2 inch thick. However, we have draft, and it's 25 degrees typical draft here. And then there's going to be a chamfer in the front of 30 degrees. So let's go to options and add taper. Taper is another name for draft. Minus, gosh, I already forgot what that was. Let's see, 25. All right, hit OK. Now that chamfer that goes on there, we're going to go ahead and set that. That is going to be 30 degrees and by 0.181. So let's set angle to distance, 30.181. Select this edge. All right, hit apply. Go to round, and this next round is going to be 0.5. We'll just drag it out for fun. Have a little fun with it. These are great, challenging little parts. They're like puzzles. Think of them like puzzles, those of you who like puzzles. All right, we're looking good. Let's go ahead and go to shell, select this face. It's supposed to be 0.06. There we go. Getting there. Let's select this face, go to extrude, and we'll put in those little openings. So for that, let's go to center line right off the top here. Okay, draw a line from right about there at a slight angle, middle click, select that, go to mirror and select the center line, and now go to tangent arcs. So from here to here, from here to there. And then they're going to be 0.1, 0.2, and let's verify the size. A 1/2 inch across, and then they're going to be located on a bolt circle here, radius of 0.7. So let's put that dimension in here between the centers, 0.5, and so that means we could dimension, let's get a bolt circle in there. Okay, draw that out, change it to for construction, and it's a diameter. Now, here's the neat thing. Now, right now it's a diameter. If you want to change it to a radius, you can put a new dimension in because it's weak right now. Watch this. By clicking once and then middle click out here, it gives you a radius. All right. Now, clicking twice will give you a diameter. Okay, so let me show you that. Let's get rid of this one. Now, we do want the radius. So we deleted that. So now watch this. 2 clicks. And then middle click. Gives you a diameter. Pretty neat the way that does that. Some people might not think that's a big deal. But remember, a diameter is 2 times the size of a radius because it's going clear across versus to center. So I think that's what's kind of, whoever wrote that in there, there was some little bit of brilliance right there. Okay, anyhow, let's, now we want to get this poised right on that corner. So let's go to coincident, select this, circle, oops, and let's set that circle again, 0.7, didn't update. All right, so now that's in position. We're going to hit OK. We're going to flip the direction and make sure it removes material and just make sure it goes through all. Hit apply. Now we're going to pattern. I'm going to show you. We're going to do a pattern on one side. We could do it all the way around, but then I'm going to mirror it across. I'm going to show you kind of 2 for 1 here. It's actually, no, it's 2 instead of normally it'd be 1, but I just want to review some of these. So that extrude, I'm going to select it. I'm going to go to Pattern, and I'm going to go to Axis. And let's see if we could see our axis display. I'm not getting it. Okay, so let's cancel out of there for a second. Let's do a little different, something different here. Let's select this face, go to Extrude, and let's put the boss in the center. Okay, now that needs to be 0.835. And then it gets extruded 30 thousandths in height. So here, 0.03, hit apply. Now let's try that again. Extrude, turn on axis display. Oh, there it is. There's the axis. So select the extrude, go to pattern. Wrong extrude, cancel. Hold on a second. My apologies for that one. All right, let's select extrude 2. I was selecting the wrong extrude there. Okay, go to pattern. And since since that little axis isn't showing up, I want to bring that back up there. And what happened when I went to add this, it kind of goes back, because this is a chronological order. It's a history tree. And so let's try and drag the extrude up. Now, some of you might know a trick as to getting that geometry in there beforehand, and definitely share that with me. Right now I'm drawing kind of a blank on how to get that, but I want to bring this beyond this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I want to get this extrude 3 to exist before extrude 2. Now if I drag it up, I can do that, but it reorders everything. So let's get, now we see that extrude 3 still is not in the right place, so let's bring extrude 2 down. Let's bring the shell there. Okay, so I had it working and then it wasn't. I've been trying to get this to reorder, because usually you could grab these and reorder them. Now my extrude 2 keeps going above my extrude 3, and I want that to come afterwards. So I was having some challenges with that. So here's what we're going to do instead. I'm going to click and I'm just going to delete that feature. Now right here is a bar that kind of takes us back in time. If we grab it, we could drag it above the extrude 2. Now the extrude 2 then is just kind of floating there in space. But whatever we put in here now will actually be added before extrude 2. So we'll go ahead and select this face, go to extrude, and go to circle, locate that circle again. And where were we with that? That was 0.835. Hit OK, and we want that to go a depth of 0.03, hit enter. Now the goal is to get that little guy right there. Now watch this, let's take the roll back, drag it underneath, and now the extrude 3 exists before extrude 2. So we reordered it on the history tree, so we can actually take advantage of that little thing. All right, so now we're going to go to pattern. We're going to select axis, and then select that little center axis. All right, what we're looking for though is, as we can see here, these are spread out 24 degrees. So let's put 3 at 24, and there we could see them, the preview. All right, now we do have direction 2, but let's watch what this does. Let's hit apply. Now with that pattern, we could go to mirror, and mirror across the plane too. So the right plane intersects right there. Hit OK. And now we've added our pattern in. And again, we could have gone all the way around and turned off certain ones. There's actually a couple ways you could have done it. This way, I just wanted to show you a couple different tricks. All right, so now go to round and 0.03. We're not going to put that in just yet, sorry. Okay, we've got that boss in there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put in, there's our cutout. And the cutout we could see is a little rectangle 0.1 by 0.05. And it's located here. Let's zoom up. It's located 0.371 to center. So let's select this face, go to Extrude. And actually, just so it rotates here, I'm going to go to front. There we go. Go to the center rectangle. And actually, let's go to centerline first. Draw a vertical centerline. Now the rectangle. And we're going to have this float, just adding some dimensions like that. And then this is going to be 0.1. And we have equal. And I didn't want equal. So here's how to get rid of that. Click on the equal symbols, hit delete. Now the dimension should appear. And that is supposed to be 0.05. And then this locator, let's go to dimension, this bottom edge to center. Let's verify what that is supposed to be. In this case, 0.371. And now we can cut that. Hit OK. Flip the direction. And make sure remove material is selected. And we'll do through all. And apply. Now there's a fillet that goes in there, and you might be saying, well, I can't see all these little features, and my apologies, because that's why I try and keep these drawings simple usually, because I would need to put them on an A-size sheet for the training guide. So anyhow, just bear with me on that. All right, so we can see here 0.1 for this little radius that's there. So let's put that in too. All right, now we want to pattern those. So we can select both. And notice the pattern tool doesn't show up. So let's try geometry pattern. And we're going to put in axis. Select our little axis again. And we're going to put in number of instances. Let's take a look here. I think I had somewhere. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And they're equally spaced, so 15. And here we can type in 360 divided by 15, which gives us 24 degrees. And let's hit OK. And there it is. Go ahead and select this face and start, go to Extrude. And go to a circle, and this you don't really have to do. I didn't even measure this out. I just put what looks kind of like a little Death Star logo or something like that. Hit OK. And flip that. Have it cut 0.01 deep, just like a little engraving. Okay. Oh, also there's a fillet that goes around here. Now, we could roll back and add that fillet a little later. Let's see. Come right after the round. Let's go round. And it's 0.03. Select this edge. Hit apply. And drag it down. And then it updated. All right, let's get the inside now. Select this face. Go to Extrude. Use the circle tool right at the center. There's 2. And I'm getting some equal symbols, and I don't want those. All right, this one I'm going to delete that little relationship. And we can see if we look at the inside here, we have a 0.5 for the ID and 0.6 for the OD. So this is 0.6. 0.5, hit OK. And the extrusion depth for that, if we look over here in the section view, looks to be 0.13. Hit apply. All right, select this face, go to extrude. We're going to put the bosses on. Let's add a center line right here. Draw this one down below. And then we'll draw one here too. We'll make them equal since they're all supposed to be the same size. And then that will control this. And I believe this is 0.125 for the diameter. But let's go back and verify that. Oh, 0.175. All right, and this one could be mirrored over. So select that, go to mirror, select the vertical center line, and then we have a copy over there they're all equal now. We'll go to OK. That proceeds to extrude them. Now the extrusion depth here, again, we could use this, it's 0.375. There does appear to be draft. I didn't put a taper on there for the specification, but we can put it in. So let's put in 0.375. And then we could go to options, add taper, and we'll put -1 on there. Oops, or type of minus again. There we go. And hit apply. Now select these faces here, go to extrude, and we could use the concentric circle off the edge, get it in there like that, middle click, get that one in there, make it equal, middle click, this one, make it equal as well, and now this will control it, and it's supposed to be 0.1. And hit OK, and those get reversed. They only go 0.1 deep. Flip it, it's automatically cutting for us. We could add taper again and put a minus in front of it. I believe it looks like it's going the wrong direction. Nope, it was going the right direction, so minus again. There we go. Okay, hit OK. All right, and that finishes off. Now you could use the rib tool. What the heck, I'll show you. Let's select this face here and start a sketch. Now for the rib tool, notice I selected the floor of that 100 thousandths hole. That's where we want the ribs to be to start. And so we could go over here and add one right there, middle click. We could add one. I don't want it to snap to anything there. And we can mirror those across. I don't have a center line. Let's add a center line. Okay, select that, go to mirror, select the vertical center line, now they're mirrored across. And then this one here, we'll just go ahead and add a little line there, one here, and one here. Notice I'm not touching the sides. We talked about that before. Hit OK, and we should be able to go to rib, and there we can see the ribs. Okay. Now, if you really wanted to straighten them, you could put dimensions in. Again, just have a little fun with this. All right, now the rule of plastics when you're making plastic injection molded parts, because of shrinkage, there's a 60% rule. The ribs should not exceed 60% the wall thickness of the outside. So like if the wall thickness was 100 thousandths, you need to have yours 60 thousandths or below for the ribs, the actual rib size. So for these, since we are, I believe, 60 thousandths, we'll actually make these 0.37. We'll add draft. Oh, I'm sorry, 0.03. 0.037. There we go. All right, we'll add draft. You could round internal edges. Again, Creo probably has the most robust set of tools here. You even have round exposed edges. And if you click on that, which is pretty impressive what it does here. Go ahead and hit OK. And there they are. And that concludes exercise 4. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through an introduction to assemblies in Creo Parametric 6.0. This exercise, we're going to take a look at what you see there up on the screen. It's really just a widget. It has a mechanism inside there. The idea is we should be able to go in and rotate it once we're done. And the rotation here is known as like dynamic assembly motion. So we're going to take a look at how to achieve that. Now, you don't have to get it like that. A lot of the assemblies that I made when I was in industry, there wasn't dynamic assembly motion with them. For example, a cell phone, there's not really many, if any, mechanisms in there. It's all solid state electronics. So be aware, you're not going to always have to assemble it in the way that I'm showing you. But let's go ahead and take a look. First of all, we need to access the files. So if you want, you could go to Google Chrome or to Firefox, whatever browser you're using, and type in V as in Victor, E-R, T as in Tom, A, N as in Nancy, U, X as in X-ray, 1, and .com. That should bring you to this page, and here you just go to Part Files. And in the white column are the files for Creo. So find the exercise 5 parts. Click on it. Now, it's going to prompt you to download it. You can click download here or up here, either one, and it will take a moment, and it's a compressed file format. So if you get this message, if you're using Chrome, it's a little bit different. It'll actually show you the files internally. You can select them, but here we could say open with Windows Explorer or save the file. I would just open with Explorer, and there they are. Now you could extract them all using this tool inside Windows, or what I do, I just go ahead and select this, or Control A will select them all, and then hold Control and hit C for copy. Now go to your Creo folder, which we made, and right click and go to New and Folder, and then name that folder E5, and then double click on the E5, and I've already dropped it in here. You just click in there and hit Control V as in Victor, and it will paste them inside there, and then you'll have the files you need for this exercise. Now, if you like, there is a training guide under instructional manuals and the Creo Parametric 6.0, and we don't really need it for this one. This is more of a video instruction. This does give you some of the basics, but not everything that you're going to need as far as working in here. So the video is your best bet. Okay, so now we're going to start up at the top here, New, and select Assembly and label this capital E1 for exercise 1, and hit OK. And you'll see an assembly file looks almost virtually identical to a part file. Now I've turned off my plain display. I'm going to turn it back on. You could even turn on the CSYS. Okay, and another setting, those of you who have pretty decent computers might want to change on your system. If you go to File and if you go to Options, I noticed that on faster computers, this actually pauses it a little bit, slowing it down. The intention was actually to speed things up. It simplifies your model. But if you go to, let's see here, Assembly, not Assembly, let's see, Section, Model Display. Yes, this one right here. I found by unchecking that use level of detail for the shaded model when manipulating the view, it actually sped things up. And I have a pretty decent computer. So be aware, it might be beneficial to leave that low. Also, if you're working with extremely large assemblies with more than 1,000 parts, I would leave that on, because what it does is simplifies the model as it rotates, but that simplification comes with a price. sometimes you're waiting around for a half second, and some of us like to be a little bit more rapid than that. But for this small of an assembly, it's not going to make a difference. In fact, it just speeds things up. So I'm going to hit cancel. But those of you who want to turn that off, you could hit OK. All right. Now you'll see that we have assembly right, top and front planes. You can sketch on those. In fact, they call something's called skeletal modeling, and where you're basically drawing out the skeleton of whatever mechanism that you so desire. And then you can build or assemble the parts around it. That's pretty advanced. It's in the top-down modeling arena. There's really two basics. There's top-down and bottom-up assembly modeling. What we're going to cover today is bottom-up. Now, the difference being, bottom-up is taking parts that are already built, like from a library, like nuts, bolts, washers, or in this case, actual individual models that were built outside of the assembly, and putting them together. This is actually the easiest format when the parts are already built. We're going to cover after the midterm, like around exercise 9, we're going to start covering top-down assembly modeling. And with the very basics, where we could build a part based off of another part. If one updates, or if you change the one part, the other will update with it. And that could be thousands of parts could update automatically. So you don't have to go into each one and make the change. So it's very powerful functionality built into this. There's also, in the latest version of Creo Parametric 7.0, you could do this from a part file now because they have multi-volume solids. So unfortunately, this is 6. It doesn't have that functionality built into it yet. But next year, I'll probably have the 7.0 videos for you to watch. And we'll take a look at that. But today is only bottom-up assembly modeling. Okay, so we already got the parts. So let's go to assemble right here. And that's where you go typically to drop in the parts. And you could see there's the parts. In my case, I actually directed it in advance to the location. So mine was in the demo, my computer, or my documents, Creo E5 folder. Otherwise, you have to locate it. So you could, you would go to that network. Oops, didn't want that. Okay, so basically, I just had to get out of that. Essentially, what I did here, if you need to locate where your stuff is, you could go to My Documents, and there's the Creo, just double click, and there's my E5 folder, and then our list of things. Now, there is a preview tool that enables you to see each part as you click on it here, and you could even spin and rotate them if you wanted to. We're actually looking for the Bracket Pro, so go ahead and select that, hit open. Now, what we're going to do is we want to locate this bracket locked into the origin of the assembly. Do we have to do that? No, this is just one technique. And you could see you have these little directional arrows. You could grab those and drag this and locate it. You could also define by planes. But what I'd like you to do in this case, for the very first part, and for the most part, for most of my lessons, instead of going to automatic, you're going to go to default. Now, if you could remember that, that's very important, because on your midterm and your final, you're going to have to assemble some things. And so to make sure you select default. Otherwise, if you do automatic, it's not going to rest directly on the origin, i.e. what's happening is that every part file that I have here has its own origin, as we've seen in previous lessons. And that origin, remember, is the centralized point for where the planes intersect for the front, top, and right planes. So if you want to match that up, or at least the strategy is, it's a good strategy, I believe, to actually match those up for many assemblies and such, if you can. And so that's essentially what we're doing. We're just matching those things up here, at least for the first part. The other parts we're not going to be concerned about so much. All right, so I went with default and hit OK. Just remember that you don't want to go with automatic typically, at least for my lessons. All right, also, I'm going to turn off the planes. Now, be aware you can mate up the planes. We're not going to do that, though, so I'm going to disable that. Also, I'll turn off my CSYS. Now I'm going to go ahead and assemble another part. So I go to Assemble, and this next part we're looking for is the yoke mail. And there you can actually see it. Hit Open. And you can move this over here and up. Now, when we want to start mating things, You'll notice there's automatic and there's some settings there. We'll cover that shortly, but the easiest way, in my opinion, is, okay, we know this post needs to rest inside that pink hole that we see there. So go ahead and select this face. And if you have to zoom up as close as you can. Select one of those faces. And now move your pointer over this salmon colored surface and click. And it will align itself. Now look at what we've done actually. You could grab the arrow, the green arrow there, and drag it up and down. So in the Z direction, it's still active. And we could spin it around with that wheel. But once the arrows and the wheels turn white, that means it's fully defined, or it's defined at least with those degrees of freedom. Now remember, with degrees of freedom, there's a total of 6 degrees of freedom typically. The first 3 are X, Y, and Z. And then each one of those, the other 3, are the rotation around X, Y, and Z. So that creates 6 degrees of freedom. And essentially by selecting some of these faces and edges and things like that, we'll learn how to remove those degrees of freedom to lock it into place accurately. Okay, and we don't want to fully lock this, but partially. Now, when you add that first one in, it's very important not to apply it yet. If you want dynamic assembly motion, which is what you saw earlier where I had the ability to grab the handle and rotate, then this is what you need to do. Go to the Placement tab, and there you'll see the faces that you selected and the coincident relationship it automatically selected for us. That's a little expert system that's built in there, or AI, what we call AI these days. Now, it was pretty smart in selecting that. That's good. But what we need to do here, and it didn't come up automatically. Let's see here. Let's hit New Constraint. Okay. And now we're going to go ahead and select this top face here, rotate to the underside, and select this face right there. Here's what I was waiting for, and I might have bypassed it the first time around. Make sure you turn off Allow Assumptions. If you leave it on, it's fine if you don't care about dynamic assembly motion. And like I said, a lot of things don't require it. But in this case, I want to show it to you because it's pretty neat. So turn off Allow Assumptions. Now, if you neglect to turn it off with the first feature, it'll add it automatically for every single one. So it's locking it down is what it's doing basically, which is many of the time that's what you want. Much of the time that's what you want. Go ahead and hit OK. Now let's try and rotate this. So go to the drag component up here. See that little hand? Click on it and click on this part here. And now you'll notice you could spin or move your mouse in like a circular motion, and you could see the actual parts moving. Now, those degrees of freedom for vertical, horizontal, and rotation and the other axes isn't there. We only have 1 degree of freedom. That's just spinning around the center axis. Okay, see this little keyway, the yellow keyway? Face that to the left, or to the front of this, and click. The middle click 2 times. Middle click is click on that mouse button 2 times and release it. That exits you out of that rotation tool, which is the drag component. Let's add some more parts. Let's go to Assemble again, and this time we're looking for the spider hinge. Right there, click on a spider hinge, open it up, and it's not a bad idea to get it close in proximity to where you want it, just by using those drag handles. Do you have to do that? No, but remember, when you select faces, you want to be zoomed up, so usually it's not a bad idea to get them close in proximity to one another so that you can zoom up and then go ahead and select the faces you need. All right, we're going to go ahead and select this hole right here. And that hole looks as though it aligns really well with this hole over here on the yoke. Go ahead and select that surface. And now it's aligned at coincident. Again, the expert system did a pretty good job of selecting what we wanted. All right, and let's just go to Placement and make sure. Now, we look good. There's no issue there. Let's go to New Constraint, and now select this face here, the flat face. Now, don't get lazy and think you could select that face, because you know what? It's going to push this block out. You want to rotate with the middle mouse wheel. Hold it down and rotate. and get to the face directly parallel to it on this side. Select it. And again, it picked coincident for us, and it put it right between the legs. So it's actually a good fit. Hit OK. Now, if you want to test this, go to Drag Components, and you could click on this part. You'll see it will spin, and it will rotate around. Middle click. And get it, again, and this looks fine. Should be fine that way. All right, now let's go to Assemble again. And this time we're looking for the yoke female. Hit Open, and get that close to this area here. And let's get the holes aligned. So this hole here, and then the hole that's, here's the red face that's perpendicular to the red face there. Select this. And now we could select this face of the leg of the yoke female to this opposite face. Now, if you're not rotating, you're not doing it right. You have to rotate it. Otherwise, it will be on the outside. And if you ever mess this up, my suggestion is new users, until you get more fluid with it, is just cancel out of it and reinsert it and try it again. You might have to try it several times. This it takes a little bit of getting used to. Okay, so we have that now. And you'll see you could still rotate this wheel a little bit. So we haven't removed all the degrees of freedom. And now we're going to go ahead and select this face. Now, be aware you could go through the placement and go to New Constraint as well. It automatically does it, and it does a nice job automatically these days. So let's go ahead and select this face here and this face here. Now, it's given us an angle offset. And that's not really what we wanted here. We actually want it to be parallel because there is a distance gap. Now, if it knew it could actually close that gap automatically where there's face-to-face contact, the AI would have selected coincident for us, but it knew better not to. So it gave us an angle. But we actually want to select parallel. Now, the preview with parallel doesn't always update to where you see it. So you have to just kind of hit the green check mark. And there it should align. Now let's test this out. Let's go to Drag Component. Click on that little face right there and rotate it. And look at that. Our U-joint is actually functional. Now be aware this dynamic assembly motion is just dynamics. It's not the kinematics that you know that is actually in there. You could actually get the kinematics and dynamics package for this software that would enable you to test things like friction and moments of inertia and things like that. So just be aware this is just strictly dynamics. It's not giving us any momentum or anything like that. Okay, so anyhow, but still pretty impressive how easy it is to set up, in my opinion. All right, let's now go to Assemble. We're going to bring in a red pin. So let's go to the red pin, hit Open. Now, those of you who are still stuck on the other one, just if it's stuck there, remember you could cancel out, or you could click on the part, hit delete on your keyboard, try reinserting it, back up my video and watch it again, because I do this one in class and there are students who get left behind a little bit. Just note this is a video you could go back and just take your time and get it right. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and select the length of the shaft to the red hole. Because remember, it's the red pin to the red hole. The blue pins will be to the blue holes. Okay, now that we have this, we want to sink it in there. So you could select this face right here and select the red flat face. Now, what we're going to do, we could drag it in until we get it to where we like it. In fact, actually, what's really kind of neat, it seems to always, it did this a second time today for me. It snapped in almost perfectly. It should be like 0.062. And then it should be like flush with the outside. Go ahead and hit OK. And again, if you just want to test it, you don't have to test it every time, but it's a good measure. Now, I'm going to let you put in the other two blue pins. That's part of your lab, one of your labs there. Put the blue pins in on both sides, so you're going to have to insert twice. There are also some set screws at the bottom, so let's go ahead, go to Assemble, we'll get the set screws in. And it's just the Fastener Pro. Hit Open, and there it is. Let's get it close, zoom up, and rotate. I'm going to rotate this so the actual socket is on the outside. Now I'm going to select this face here to this face And then we have to locate, there it is. Let's drag it in close to proximity and then zoom up again. I'm just using my wheel on my mouse to do the zoom. Now this face to this face, and it went coincident automatically. Now, just those of you who've used earlier versions, they have really improved this from what I can tell. It seems to really be working very smooth. So those of you at PTC Creo, those of you who've been working on this, thank you. It's actually really pretty cool. All right, hit OK. Again, your assignment to put those others in as well. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go to Assemble. And this time we're looking for the handle sub, which is a sub-assembly. That's why it's called handle sub. Now a sub-assembly is another assembly, basically. That has, in this case, it has a couple parts. We could hit the little arrow here on the feature tree, or the model tree, sorry, and you can see the handle shaft and the handle crank. Let's go ahead and align these. So you can actually select the inside or the outside. It doesn't matter of that hole. Just make sure you don't select that flat there. And then select the shaft on the yoke. Now let's go and align this flat here. So zoom up and get the flat. Stay away from this radius. That'll do something that we don't want if we select that. So this face here to this face right here. Okay, and that aligns the key. Now, literally in real life, if you didn't have a key, it would spin around. It will actually do that same thing if you don't have a keyway in there. So it's pretty neat that mechanically it is somewhat functional here. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and select this face to the top face. Now, notice it didn't go coincident, so it didn't slap it up there. And that's fine, actually, because we want to put in a little distance gap. Now, remember, when you design things, there are, by default, distance gaps on almost everything. Very rarely do you design coincident, like line to line. Like if a bolt diameter should never be the exact same size, or I should say a pin diameter should never be the same size as a hole, especially steel or metals. It's not going to work. Plastic, sometimes you could get away with it if it's flexible and thin, but no, you should always design with the tolerance built in. So here, let's put in 0.005, so 5,000ths of an inch, hit the green check, and we basically put in that little distance gap right there. Can you see in between there? There it is. So that's a bit more realistic than coincident all the time. One reason I use coincident is just because I'm just trying to teach you the foundations. And when you start adding tolerances to everything, it confuses students sometimes to have to enter numbers. But later on, as we get more advanced, just note in real life, you're going to have to put in tolerances like that. Okay, now let's go ahead and test this out. Go to drag component, click on the handle, and there it is. Okay, so that's exercise 5. And remember, don't forget to put in the extra set screws. There's 3 of them, and then you're going to have to put in 2 of the blue pins. So I'll just go right here. I'll just show you really quick the blue pin because I didn't bring one in. Find the blue pin, open it, get it close where you want it just by grabbing the handles. We'll rotate it a little bit in there, select this face to the blue face, drag that out, and then this face here to the blue surface there, and get that out there. Oh, did we not get that? Try that again. Now let's do a new constraint here. This face to this face, and set it, instead of coincident, we want by distance. Let's try dragging it out. There, 0.063. That's actually just right on task there. Nice job. Okay, so hit the green check. So just be aware you could add those in similarly. Okay, now let's go ahead and we're going to drop in the next, we'll look at the next assembly. So for this one, let's go back to the Vertanic 1, go to Part Files, and you're looking for the Lab 5 parts. Go ahead and select Lab 5 parts, download, and OK. And actually, this isn't a subfolder. I should have actually did this with all the parts, so you could just grab the folder so you don't have to make a new folder. Watch this. You just right-click on this L5 Creo, hit Copy, and then go to your Documents, Creo, right-click, Paste. I'll probably have to do that one of these days and update all those like this. So now we have a folder, and look at that. We have all of our parts. Okay, now you'll notice this is based off of the Lab 4 that you did last week. So if you want, you could use your part and test it out to see how well it fits together. If it doesn't fit, that would be an indicator that you didn't design it right. So it's actually a good way to check your work and learn something new. So let's go to New, Assembly, and this is L5B. Now you might say, well, where was L5A? Lab 5A I took out. It was too primitive and basic, and I just wanted to do something a little more interesting. So Lab 5B, hit OK. I might drop it back in there one of these days, but in the interim, no. Okay, now we've got our assembly. Let's go to Assemble and go back to the Creo and find the L5 Creo 2. And we're looking for the, let's drop in the rear bezel first. And remember, there's, instead of automatic, go with default. Try and remember that one because you're going to use it on almost all the assemblies we do in this class. Hit OK, and remember that aligns the origins or the CSYSs. All right, now we go to Assemble. Let's bring in the PC board. Get that over here. And we'll go ahead and select the underside face, and we want it to rest on this little surface there. And we could go with coincident in this case. And now let's get this hole line. Now be careful, there's two sets of holes here. One, that's going to be for the light frame. We don't want that. We actually want this second one here, the smaller one. Select that to this face here. And then we need one more. So just to make sure it doesn't disalign. So this face here to that face there. There we go. Okay, and I think we're good. Let's hit apply. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and drop in more parts. So let's go to Assemble, and let's get that, let's see here, the battery shield first. Let's drop that in, get that up here, select this face to make it concentric to the outside here, and then the underside face coincident to this face. And so change it from distance to coincident, hit OK. Now notice one thing I didn't do is I didn't set that allow assumptions. I didn't turn it off. I'm actually allowing it to allow assumptions. I want allow assumptions in here. I want everything locked down. There's no mechanical parts in here that are going to interact. So that's why it's not necessary for this one. But again, dynamic assembly motion, we would check that. And, we'll see that in a second. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Assemble. Now we're going to go ahead and get the battery. Let's see. Open that up. Get that over here. We'll select this face to this to make it concentric. And then the underside face to this face here and make it coincident. Now, okay, so now I want to show you how to pattern this battery. So over here, select the battery, the 2013 part there, and find pattern up here. If pattern isn't highlighted, you have to make sure you hit escape a couple times and try hitting that battery again from the model tree. Go to pattern, and instead of fill, we want direction. Now for the direction, we need to select like a vector. So this vertical edge should work for us because that's how it's going to stack along that edge. Now we need to flip it because see the arrow is pointing down. So flip it so that the arrow is pointing up, and the flip switch is right up here. Now we need 4 instances, and it's inclusive of the one that's already there. And then the spacing should be 0.06 and Now you should be able to hit the green check and hit OK, and they're all stacked now. So that's an assembly pattern. Now we're going to drop in another part. And you could do them individually if you want. It's good practice either way. All right, now the battery connector goes on top here. So let's get that over here. And again, concentric to any of these. Oops. And I think I didn't want that. So let's see here. Let's cancel that. Now here's the thing. If you want to cancel it, when you hit yes, it removes the part, which is actually really nice. Let's try doing that again. Assemble, battery connector, open, get that up here, select this face, and now be careful because it's selecting through, which can be helpful, but not in this case. We want the outside cylindrical surface here, or it could be the outside of one of the batteries. Just make sure it highlights in orange first. Okay, now we can drag it down a little bit. Let's select the underside face of it, rotate to the top face there, and make that coincident. Now we could bring in the light frame. So let's go to Assemble and find the light frame, open that up, bring that over here. Now there's two posts, or the center even we could align to, but let's do the post though. So this post to this hole right here. And then let's get the other post to the other hole. So that post to this hole here. Now I don't have the fasteners included for this one, so don't worry about it. And to this face, and we'll make that coincident. There it is. All right, and it's supposed to be transparent. Okay, now let's bring in the last part, which is the front bezel. Now again, if you want to try your L4 and pop it on here, see if it fits, you can. There are some additional features that I put in on here that you don't have on the drawing, so beware. It should fit visually, but inside there's probably going to be a few interferences. That's okay. All right, hit open here. I'll move this over here, move that there, and let's go ahead. I'm going to align this little face right here, which is the top of that boss, to this step right here, and make that coincident. Okay. Now let's see if we could do the chamfer. Let's see, from here to the chamfer here. Nice job. Okay, and let's see if we could do this chamfer here to this one here. We got it. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay, now to explode this. Now exploded views, you're going to need to know how to do this for your midterm. Now you have edit position or explode. We could go to edit position first. Now it has this kind of auto explode here, and it actually aligned them pretty decent, just not how we'd want exactly, but we can modify. So we could click on a part here, and you see the drag handles. Let's drag that forward a little bit. And so it's kind of nice. It moved them in a position that is quite friendly to what we would expect or hope for. We could leave the batteries stacked. It seems to have separated a lot of those things pretty darn well for us. But no, it's just a matter of clicking on them. If you wanted to individually do them too, you could. If you hold Control, you can select multiple parts to move. And then the next part here. And let's say you want to break these up. Again, good practice. And then go ahead and hit OK. Now to collapse it, you click on Exploded View again. Now, by the way, notice how mine are aligned almost perfectly. If any of yours are darting out to the side, that's an indication that you didn't fully define it with constraints. So you were probably missing some sort of constraint on there. So if you go back and check those out. You should be able to find probably where it is, I would hope. You could go to the move or drag component, although actually it allowed assumptions, so most likely not. So just make sure you don't have that. As we get more in advance, we'll see how to update and change those things. But I'm going to turn off exploded view, and you'll see it will collapse. And now to save this, I'm going to go to File, Save As, Backup, and just hit OK here. All right. So there you can see assemblies, and that concludes this exercise. Welcome back. My name is Chris Sikora, and I'm going to go through exercise 6 inside Creo version 6. What this exercise deals with is actually the two-dimensional detailing. So we're going to take a 3D model that's already built for us, and we're going to make a drawing from it. Similar to what you see here on the screen. It's a bell housing, and we're going to go ahead and make a series of different views to start us off: front, top, section view, auxiliary view, isometric view, detail view. And once we get past the views, then we're going to the second portion is actually annotating it. So adding dimensions, ordinate dimensions, moving dimensions, center marks, geometric dimensioning and tolerancing, very brief showing of that, and then adding a note. So let's begin. First of all, you're going to want to download the part file. And so if you go to the Vertani one, it's V as in Victor, E, R, T as in Tom, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, U, X as in X-ray, and then 1.com. Go to Part Files, and in the white column, find the Exercise 6 part and click on it, and then just download it. Now it's going to download into your Downloads directory, and from there you could access it. We'll open that up first. So just go to File, Open, and locate that file, and it should look like this. Once you have that, now we're going to go ahead and make the drawing. So go to File, New, select Drawing, and go ahead and label this. I'm going to call it E6, in my case E6B, because I've already done it, as you can see. And you do have the option to use the drawing model file name too. So it's the drawing, the part is actually called Exercise 6. So we don't want to use that just yet right now, but note that you can do that. Let's hit OK. Now we have the ability to use the existing templates that are listed there, empty with format or empty. We're going to go with empty with format. Now, also, by the way, if we were to have just started a new drawing, we could browse right here for the model that we want to use. So we already had it open, so it already filled it in for us. Now, here you'll see format. Hit the little browse button and select a format. And there you can see there's some basic or generic formats that you could use for this class. I'm going to go with the A format, hit open, and hit OK. All right, so we have our A size, which is basically 8.5 by 11. We're going to go ahead and start, first of all, inserting the views. The way to do this, and if you could remember this, just go to the general view. Okay, think of the general as the top there. So click on general, and you can just go with the default here or no combined state. It doesn't really matter. Hit OK. And I'll select where you want the first view to appear. So I'm going to select this lower left quadrant here. And we could see from this list, we're going to double click on front. It gave us isometric, which we really didn't want, but that's all right. We'll go to front. Now, if we didn't like the scale, some might think that you could go in here and change it, and you could. But the better choice would be to change the whole drawing scale initially. Okay, so just be aware that's in there. There's View Display. Hit the little arrow to the right of Follow Environment, and let's go with No Hidden. Currently, most drawings are not, all the drawing views are not shaded. So the isometric views, you're starting to see a lot of those are shaded. Actually, been seeing that for well over decades now. So, but for this one, we're going to set to No Hidden. And then the tangent edge display style, you could set this, it's like a dim style by default almost. It's a slightly different color. I like going with Phantom just because it really highlights it. As someone who worked out in the shop and used to get drawings, I really liked tangent edges. That's where a fillet or a round blends into another face. And sometimes I'd get these drawings and I'd have to interpret them, and it wasn't always easy seeing or trying to interpret it. So Phantom seems to work pretty well, but it's really a matter of preference. Check with your company that you're working at, which one they prefer. All right, now go ahead and hit Apply, and you'll see that the view appears that way. We can hit OK. Now we're going to unfold some additional views here. Let's go to Projection View. Click on that. Now you'll see right away, since it's the only drawing on the screen, it starts to project. We can click up to drop that view. Click on this view again and go to Projected View once again and drag this to the right and click. And let's move this. Now mine is movable. Yours may not be. Be sure to select Lock View Movement to actually turn it off if they're not moving. And then that will enable them to move. I'm going to drag this over to the right. And now that I have these two, I'm going to Control Select both. And you can either double click, or you'll find here the little gold ball. Anytime we see the gold ball with the pen, it means that that's for editing. So let's go ahead and edit that. And since they're both selected by holding Control, we can now change it. So we could go here to No Hidden. And by the way, it says Follow Environment. I'm going to show you in a little bit where the Options menu is for this. So you can set up the environment so it's repeatable every time. At the Tangent Edge Display, let's just go with Phantom once again. Hit OK. And now we can see those drawing views match. Now this next view we want is an isometric view. So go back to General View, hit OK, and just click to drop it up here. And it's already in shaded mode. Now this view, we might want to change the scale. Now you'll notice the scale, you're like, how did it come up with 0.167? Well, built into Creo, there's an algorithm that actually measures the size of the sheet, which in this case is 8.5 by 11, compensated for the actual border, and it wants to figure out how it could fit comfortably inside the drawing 3 standard views, front, top, and right. And so it calculated at 0.167 by judging by the size of the model that we had. Now, let's say if we wanted to customize that a little bit, just for this isometric view, click on it, and change it to 0.25, and hit Apply, and you'll see it will grow. Go ahead and hit OK. Now, some companies insist that you have that scale on there. For the isometric, where I used to work, we never used to put a scale. We just assumed the isometric wasn't to scale. So with that selected, you'll see this delete option. You could hit the delete key on your keyboard or hit this. We don't need to see that particular one. But if your company or organization wants you to have it on, make sure you leave it on. All right, now to change these all at the same time, right down here, you'll see their scale. It says 1.67. Double click on that. And then up here, let's change it to 0.2 for all of them. And then they get a little bit bigger. Now notice if we click on this view here and then release it and then grab the center point, we could relocate it, making more room. Let's relocate this one a little bit down below. Now we're going to create a section view. Now for section view, there's a couple ways you could create this. I'm going to show you what I perceive as probably the easiest way, and it's not that easy for section views in this, unfortunately. So here's what you do. First of all, you want to turn on your plane display, display. And basically the reason why is because you actually use that plane to slice through. Now we could have actually done this and created the section view in the part file if we wanted to, but we're going to create it here in the drawing. So just remember though, later on to turn off that plane display because it will print out with those planes. And it's very rare that I've ever wanted. The companies I worked at never wanted to see the planes on the drawings. So just be aware. Every once in a while you would for a datum, but we would actually draw them. Okay. So now that we have that, now let's unfold another view from it. So click on the view and go to Projected View. Just move it up here and click. Now it's okay that it's shaded. We're going to change that in a moment. Now double click on that view, or you could click on that gold ball with the pen on to edit it. We want to go to Sections and find 2D cross section. Hit the plus symbol, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit Create New. I already had one from a previous drawing listed in there. And just hit Done here. But notice you could go planar or offset. So if you wanted a section offset from that plane, you could select offset. We don't want that here. just leave it at single, hit done. Now you have to enter a name for it. I'm going to go ahead and name this B, capital B, and hit the green check mark up here. And now you could have that plane, or you can make a datum. It'll actually let you do it. So we're going to leave plane as is. And now select this plane right in the center that's horizontal. Click on that. Now hit apply and you'll see it updates it. But now it's not quite right yet for my taste. Go to view display, back to file environment, change it to no hidden. And again, you could go with phantom if you want. Hit apply and we're looking much better now. Go ahead and hit OK. Now for the section BB, we do want this. Let's just center it. You could actually leave it off center until if you're going to change the text size. But let's go ahead and just move it over a little bit. And remember to turn off your plane display up here too. And now we're getting some. Now it's starting to look pretty good here. All right, let's add a detail view. So find detail view. Now detail views are really easy. Click on detail view. Select this region right here like an edge where we want the center of the region to be identified. And you get a green X. Now go up to above that, directly above that green X, and imagine we want to make a circle. Now we're going to start at 12 o'clock hour, like directly above that. And then we're going to go to 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So click here. Click here. This is 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Now you don't have to go all the way around. Now just take your middle wheel and push it down one time. All right, and it should create a circle. Now move your pointer over here and click, and it should drop your detail view. Now if you want, you can move the detail view or leave it, because what you'll see here in a moment, let's move this down, make a little bit more room, is that we're going to change the text style for our dimensions. Because on an A-size sheet, this is a decent text size, but we need a little bit more room, so we're going to change that. Now the options for this, you go to File, and it's not in the typical options area. Okay, what you're looking for is actually prepare drawing properties. Now, under detail options, hit change, and this is it. This is where everything we might want to change is located. So we can see the very first thing, text height. Okay, we have it set to 0.1562. Click on that, and then down below here, change the value, and let's change it to 0.062. So we're going to make it really small for this drawing. And hit Add Change. Now notice there's lots of options in here. We're not going to go through them all, but if you're looking for something specific, you'll probably find it in here, and that's how you make the change to it. And you see everything from arrowhead styles to control dimensions, trailing zeros, clip dimensions. It's all in there. You could go ahead and hit OK, and then hit Close. And now zoom in and out. You can see now our text is much smaller, much more manageable for this size sheet. May not look great though when you print it out. It's going to be very tiny. All right, but I just wanted to show you that. Now another area you'll see text style. This does change it too, but I wanted to show you where you can change it in a global location right there. Okay, and to change it globally, what you can do is you could actually, before anything's open, go in there and alter it. Okay, now let's take a look at adding some dimensions here. Let's zoom up to this front view that we have here. Now, actually, let's zoom up to this one instead. Now, adding dimensions, as you know, in Creo is very different than most softwares. Like typically, if we want a height dimension from this bottom to the top inside the model, we would just go into the dimension tool, select those two edges, and then we middle click. Now, it's a little bit more complicated here. There's one extra step that we have to do in order to get those dimensions here. So let's go, first of all, find Annotate. Annotate is where you're going to find annotations. Dimensions are included in annotations. Go to the Dimension tool. Go over here, and first of all, here's a filter if you want to filter out specifics. But let's just keep it as is. Click on this bottom edge. Now, you might be getting a little message. Just ignore that message down below here. Now, here's the trick. You have to hold Control for the next edge and get up here, and I'm going to zoom up. There it is. I'm going to click, holding Control, There we go. Now zoom out. And notice, again, you're going to have the middle click like we've learned previously. And that adds the dimension. Okay, so just to reiterate what was required there, we go to the Dimension tool under the Annotations tab, select the first edge, and then hold Control and select the next edge. And then from there, you have to locate where you want it and then middle click. Let's take another look, and this is a really nice technique. Remember in the very first day of class, I talked about laying your dimensions out, how you might like to see them if it were for a drawing. Well, the reason why is what you're about to see here. Well, there's two reasons. Remember, I told you one reason was so that it's just easy to read on the model, but also so you could transfer those over to print. And here's how those work. How to retrieve those dimensions. You go to Show Model Annotations. Now over here, just keep that up. Now let's say we want the dimensions from this feature. Now the dimensions from the feature have to be planar to the view that you're selecting in order to see them properly. So just be aware, I drew these on the front plane, and it was a Revolve feature. I'm going to click here, and there we have the dimensions that will appear. Now, you could check on and off these dimensions to show them, or you just select them here, and this is the easier way. Actually, just select the dimensions. Now, they turn a dark purple, and that is an indicator that you're going to keep those. And these are actually dimensions from the model, and they're going to be a different color than the reference dimension that we added there. These values can actually be changed. Okay, and then these ones are radius dimensions, which we're not going to use for the next view, but drop those two in. But note that you could select any feature and they're all going to drop in. It's really quite nice. And I didn't really have to move them. They're somewhat in position already, or you can make them in position. Now this 34 degrees, actually it's dimensioning to the inside here. That you might not want that there. That might be better suited up here. Before we move it though, let's bring up the center mark. So click on this view here, and we go to Model Items. Notice there's no center mark tool. Now, we get a whole bunch of dimensions here. Now, be aware we're not interested in those ones for this particular view, but you could if you wanted them. Instead, go to this Model Datums. And now we can see the center marks. Go ahead and select the ones that you want. And then hit OK. All right, so that's how to get those. Let's try that again. Click on this view, go to Show Model Items, and remember it's that Datum tab. And let's select the ones we want. We could actually just, if we want them all, just check them all. And hit OK. Oh, we missed one. Let's go back there. I have to scroll down, I'm sure. Oh, that's strange. Oh, here, this is select all. Okay, hit apply. All right. Okay, so now that we have those, what we're going to do is we're going to look at another type of dimension. Let's bring in ordinate dimensions. Go ahead and select ordinate dimensions. Now, I really like specifying vertical or horizontal, depending upon what you're adding. We're going to add the horizontal dimension, so select that. Zoom up here. Now what you do is you go ahead and you can select this. All right, and you see the little arrows appear. Now hold Control and grab every subsequent one. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I grabbed an edge there. Here we go. Okay, let's get this one. And let's have it select our center marks. There we go. Okay, it's not doing what I wanted. Just a second here. Let me cancel out of here. Let's retry that one. I was selecting the wrong ones. I don't use ordinate dimensions on this one all that often. All right, so we have that. Let's go to horizontal. Oh, it's really one or the other, I suppose. Okay. Let's get this to work earlier, not certain why. Okay, that's intersection, that's why. Okay. There we go. All right, let's first specify the Z. And then there we go. And I'm holding control, by the way, as I do this. And now we can drag those to the left, click, middle click to release them. Okay, so in this case, just go over here to the select a reference. All right, let's add a note. So the note tool, you'll hit a little arrow here. You'll see there's unattached notes. There's notes with leaders, offsets, and things like that. I'm going to go to note, and I'm just going to drop an unattached note here and call it exercise 6. Now, if I want to change that note, I could. There's style and height and font. You'll see here I could change it to a different color. I can make it bold. I could even center, justify, and change the height. Let's say we want to change to 0.2. There we go. Okay, the next thing we do, and also in the options menu that we went to earlier, you could set the font as well in the prepare drawing properties. The font is in there too. You'll see text style here, and you'd be able to actually, you could select the whole drawing, and hit OK, and then specify the style, the text, the font. Like let's say we wanted to go with Omega Italics. Hit apply, and hit OK. And there we go. Okay, now you make sure you hit OK there. Oh, cancel, actually, cancel. Now to relocate those, you can center that. All right, you also have hyperlinks, so you could add hyperlinks to your notes, making them intelligent. So if you had like, let's say you were using Bayer brand ABS plastic and you had a note that said ABS plastic, you could actually put the note in and go ahead and use the hyperlink tool. And that actually there was on the note actually too. All right, let's look at getting this up here because this would be better suited up on that top view. So here's what you do. You click on it, and then right here you'll see that's to flip the arrows, but here's what we want to move to view. Select the view you want to move it to, and there it is now. It's now moved, and you can drag that in. And now there's drag handles, and these drag handles, they've enlarged them. They're really nice and easy now to get. So if you need to move those. Let's do the drag handles again over here. Just get near the end of it, and you can drag these off. And then also, if we click on this, like if you want the arrows inside or out, this one we don't want to flip the arrows, but you see what happens if we do. Okay, now it's, oops. There we go. Flip them again. Notice this dimension can be changed if I double click. That's because those are intelligent dimensions. They were added from the actual model. So you got to be careful with that. But this is where one of the engineering firms that I worked for, the manager, actually the owner of the company, wanted us to add as many of the dimensions in to the drawings like in this fashion. As many as we can. You can't add them all like this, but quite a bit you can because they're taken directly from the model. And that was so if he ever got a call from a customer, and let's say I was gone, he could go in just to the drawing, find the dimension, and because changes always occur. They say, hey, you need to thicken that. Could you make that a 1/2 inch? He could go in, type it in, update it. It'll update the drawing. It'll update the models. So very powerful functionality, but you have to be careful. You don't want everyone going in there having access to change those. And there's options for the ability to adjust that so that doesn't happen with PLM vaulting and such. Okay, so let's look again how to add a dimension one more way. And I've showed this to you before. Let's say we want a diameter dimension, and I always think this is kind of neat. You double click for a diameter, you drag it out, middle click, and then middle click a couple times. Click on that, and we want the arrows out. There we go. Now radius, let's say you wanted a radius. It's just a single click. Brilliant. I really like how they do that. Let's look at geometric tolerances. Now, Creo for a while now has had probably the most robust GD&T functionality in industry. Now, I haven't looked over some of the others. There's add-in packages that probably do a lot of the same things, but with Creo's GD&T, if I recall correctly, it was almost semi-intelligent. And I don't know how far they've taken it. It's been a while since I've had discussions with someone who's used it on a regular basis, but I know about less than a decade ago, it was probably the most robust of them all. So it's not just a note. There's actually ties to it. So as far as parametrics. Okay, one thing I want to do here is add actually an auxiliary view. I forgot to do that. Let's go to layout for views, find auxiliary view, select this edge right here, and just click to drop that auxiliary view there. And let's double click on it and change the view display. And we're going to go no hidden, hit OK. Now, let's say we want to put concentricity GD&T on there. And I'm not an expert at GD&T, by the way. I'm just showing you so you can use it. Those of you who do this on a day-to-day basis will far better at this than I am. So geometric tolerancing. Let's say I'm going to select this edge right here, drop that down, the middle click, and you'll see, look at this, it brings up like the geometric symbols. So let's say go with concentricity, tolerances, all sorts of composite frames, symbols, additional text. There's a lot here. It's very robust. Most systems out there, I believe, are non-parametric. This has some parametrics built into it, which is pretty impressive. So I'm going to go ahead and click off that, middle click a couple times to exit that. So basically with that, you're able to add GD&T, there's surface finish symbols, there's datum targets, datum feature symbols, all sorts of neat things in here to tinker with, and I encourage you to play with them and see how they work. This is an introductory class. I don't go through everything. If there's something specific, I would recommend Googling it, or actually looking up another video. There's lots of videos out there that are great from other people who go into all the details on how to add certain things on this. Again, this is just enough to show you how to make a simple drawing. And that pretty much finishes that exercise. Now, if you're looking in the training guide, let's get back to our instructional manual here. There is a lab that goes along with this. Okay. All right, now I'm going to download this so I could rotate it. It's PDF, and now I could just go to that page again. And here is your, what you're going to need to do. Let's hit rotate a couple times there. Okay, so here's the drawing. You see it's 6 inches in height, 0.25 kind of thickness, 3 inches in between there, 0.25, zigzags across. There's parallel lines. There's some cutouts here. Let's go ahead and build that. Okay, and then we need to make the drawing from it. So new, part, and this is going to be L6. I'm going to go ahead and select the front plane, go to extrude. I'm going to draw one of the lines across here just so that we have scale. And that's going to be 2.5. And let's hit the refit. Okay, and we can zoom out. Now we can build the rest of this. So go to the line tool. I'm going to go off this edge here, up about there, and stay away from the equal symbols in some cases here. Be really careful. Bring this up like that. Now this, we could make it equal, although the preview isn't showing me what it's making it equal to. Oh, it is. I want that bottom line. Technically, it is supposed to be equal to that bottom line, so that's probably not a bad idea to select that one. Drag this down, click, drag this across, and I'm not sure if those are going to be equal, so I'm not going to make them equal. I can't remember on this drawing. And then I'm just going to go back down there. Now this needs to be vertical. So I'm going to click on that, make it vertical. Okay, now we're looking good. Here's the overall height. That needs to be 6. And let's look at some of the other details here that we have. So we see it's 3 inches, but notice it's gray. That's when it's a gray dimension, it's a reference dimension. You may not need to put that in depending upon how you dimension this and with what dimensions you use. So we have 6, 2.75 at that corner, 1.75. So let's do it like the print shows. So right here. Oops, actually that one doesn't belong. Let's hit undo. We'll do this one first. This is 1.75. And then from this to this corner is going to be 2.75. At least I think that's what it was. Let's go back. Let's see. That is. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and put this in, which is 3. Okay, now it didn't like that. So somewhere it's not, does not like what we just tried to do there. The angle is the problem. So let's add that angle in first. So notice how I just dragged that along a little bit to see what was wrong, especially when you type in a value and it doesn't plug in the new one. So 45 degrees. So from here to here, it needs to be 45. Now it's saying that that's going to be a problem. So we're going to go ahead and need to delete. We'll delete this dimension here for right now and put in 45. Okay. And then let's fix these. That was 1.75, 45 degrees. We made those equal. And again, depending upon how you build this, I've never made those two equal, even though they both are technically. Oh, 3.5 across. So let's get from here to here. Okay. It is 3.5, so we don't need that one. So let's delete that. 1.75, 2. It still looks a little bit high. Let's see if the 3 came through. Maybe that equal wasn't the smartest thing for me to do just yet, but let's see. Okay, it doesn't like that either. Oh, I have an equal there. Ah, that's what it is. I didn't want that. That was an accident. Okay, we got that. 3. And that may actually be it. Let's see, just want to verify. Yeah. The numbers given. Looks like we got it. All right. So we could have gone with this length or that length. Either one is fine. Now I'm going to hit us OK. Let's go mid-plane. And you would think I would be better at doing this. I do this maybe once every couple of years. These were models I made, so my bad. I should have practiced it that time. So we see it's 4 inches across here. So I'm going to go mid-plane, 4 inches, hit apply. Now the fillets, you'll see the typical is a 1/2 inch. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go to the round tool, and they're 0.5, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the chamfer is 45 degrees at 0.2. So let's go to chamfer and set it to 45 degrees, 0.2. Select this edge right here. There we go. All right, now it gets shelled out. So let's go to the shell command. And the shell is 0.05 typical wall thickness. So let's go to shell, 0.05, 1, hold control, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right, now we have to put those cutouts in there. So select this face, go to extrude, and we'll use a parallelogram for that. Let's see, parallelogram. Go ahead and click right about there, drag this horizontal, and then at an angle like so. Let's add the dimensions to locate the base first to this edge. And if we look at the print, that's 0.25. Okay, now the detail here. It's 0.25 for height and 1.5 theoretical sharp corner. So let's see right there, we can use that, 0.25. And then let's get a dimension from corner to corner and then go straight up here and middle click. And let's verify that again, that was 1.5. So whenever you see TSC, that stands for theoretical sharp corner. All right, and we can see there's some additional dimensions here. Let's see why we have that. 1.5, 0.6, over 45 degrees. So we're going to dimension. You could actually put it in here if you like, from here to here, 45. Okay, and then we have the location, and it's located 1 inch off the top edge. So select this top edge here to the top edge of the model, and 1 inch. All right, we have it located. We can put in the sketch fillets at this point, and it should leave the virtual sharps there, and the fillets are 0.06. So go to sketch, fillet here, and we're just going to use circular. Click from here to here, that one. And finally this one. Okay, we're going to make 1.06, and then we want to make the rest of those equal. And here's how. We could go to equal, select that fillet there, that fillet, and that one, and that one. Okay, now it lost our locator right there, and the height became weak, so let's change that. Let's middle click a couple times, and we'll do 0.25. So sometimes when you add geometry like that, it's going to do some interesting things. And this one, we want to go off the virtual sharp. So let's see, that was supposed to be 0.25 right off that virtual sharp. So let's add that in. So from here to here, 0.25. Okay, so we've located it. Middle click a couple times. Maybe lay the dimensions out a little bit easier. Oh, and this one changed too, so 1.5. All right, we're in good shape now. Everything is ready. We're going to go ahead and hit OK. We're going to flip that direction, and we want it to go through all. Hit OK. And from here, we just pattern it. So see how it's still highlighted in green? Let's go to pattern, and we want a directional pattern. We can use this vertex right here. And these are, if I recall correctly, are 0.4 spaced. And we need 6. And let's just verify that. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 0.4 pattern. Okay. And we could go ahead and do a file, save as, backup. And it's already L6. We just, perfect. It's dropping in the place we want it. Now we want to make a drawing from that. So we could go now to New, Drawing, and we'll go ahead and call this the L6. Okay. Empty with format, browse, select A. I think you could have probably left it on A there, but I'm uncertain. Maybe not. Make sure you put that in. Hit OK. All right. And if you remember, the very first view, General View, hit OK. Click right here. Let's go to Front and go to View Display and No Hidden. OK. And It's a quarter scale. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's go to projected view, drag one there, projected view. That's going to be section view there. Click here, projected view top, and then the detail view we're going to need. So go to detail and right about there, click, and let's zoom up. So 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, middle click, and click to drop it. Let's get that up there. All right, and let's get these views changed over. So select them, holding control, go to the gold ball, and let's go with no hidden. Okay. And let's bring in one more general view, hit OK, click to drop it, that's isometric. Let's go to scale, let's change this one to 0.5. It's a little big, but we'll stick with it. And we don't need this, so let's just delete that. It's too big. Now, normally you don't do 0.375, but let's just do it. Okay. All right, now this needs to be a section view. So we click on that, go to Edit, or we could double click on it, go to Sections, 2D cross section. And you know, I forgot to put in the section view arrows. Forgot to show that. You'll see that now. So in my video earlier, forgot that. My apologies. Hit the plus symbol. Just hit Done. We'll type in capital A here. Hit the green check. And now we have to select the plane. Now don't forget, you have to turn the plane on. Select the middle of that. Oops. There we go. Kind of hard to find. I had to kind of get it over there. And let's see, we hit apply. And when we hold it, did it? You can see the little section there. All right. And hit OK. Now here's how to get the arrows, but let's get rid of this plane first. Okay, now to get the arrows, select the view, go to arrows, and then click on the view it belongs into, or belongs in. So click here, arrows, and there. And so my apologies. Let's go back to that drawing really quick here to show you how that's done here. So I needed a section right there. So again, select the section view, go to layout, arrows, select the view the arrows belong, and then you can actually squeeze these in if they're too big. You just grab the arrowhead tip. Now this too needs an arrow typically, so you can select that, arrows, and there they are. Now where I worked, we didn't leave this name view on. Let's move this out here. And so what you can do, you can right click and hide arrow text. Now it's interesting, I clicked on this one and it hid the other one. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go back to that other drawing. You can move those if you need to. Let's look at adding the dimensions now. So if you remember, we could add them manually. And remember, you'll hardly ever be able to just pop them all in automatically. You're going to have to do a little bit of work. But let's go back to annotate. And we're going to go to show model annotations, select the surface. And we see a lot of those dimensions that we need to appear. They're rather large, remember. We're going to leave all those in there. So I'm just going to select all and hit OK. Now I need to get those smaller. Now you could go to text style and change them right here, or let's go back to the prepare drawing properties, change, and text height, click in there. Down here then, change it to 0.062. Let's see, is there anything else we might want to change that were in here that I could think of? I think we're good. All right. Yeah, I think we're pretty good here. Let's go ahead and just hit OK and close. And then zoom in and out, and then they should appear better. Now you can see here, these might need to be moved in a little bit better. And spread these out so they're not overlapping. Let's flip the arrowhead here. Or the text, I should say, not the arrowhead. Okay, that might not be preferable the way that was, but let's have these out here. We could drop it in. Let's see if this will look better if we flip the arrows. Maybe we could do the same with here. It's a little tight. A little on the tight side. You could go into the options, change the size of those arrows. Now, for this area here, let's see if we could capture that and select the edge. And it did it. Okay. Leave them all there. Hit OK. Well, they're all selected, so click off it. We just want one at a time. One at a time. Oh, drat. It actually went to the centers. It didn't take the TSC, the theoretical sharp corner. Okay, so we would have to compensate for that for the 60 thousandths on either side. Or we could go back and try and fix it. I'm not going to bother to try and fix it just right now. Bring it out. Try and get this out of the way. Remember the little ball? There it is. All right. This one, it's an incomplete because it's off the top edge. That probably is better suited on this view. So remember, we could right click on it and there's move right here. Select this view to drop it in. Yeah, we'll just drop it right there for right now. Get those off that edge. And then this one, again, we're not seeing theoretical sharp corner, but we could move that if we wanted, or leave it there for right now. For some reason, yeah, it wasn't coming up the way I'd expected, but anyhow, let's put our note in there. It's bold, and we can change the font. I'm going to go with Mega Bold Italics. Oops, you got to select the whole thing. Let's try that again. Font. Change the height to 0.125. Okay, and again, there's so much to this drawing package. It could do virtually anything. There's things I've skipped over, but again, it's just to try and keep it simple. This is a basics class. If you want something more advanced, there's some great videos out there from others. Even PTC has phenomenal training. So that concludes the section. Oh, wait, printing it. Let's print. Now, here's the thing. You can go to File, Print, and there's the print, the ActiveOct. Now, from here, sometimes I've noticed the print preview or something doesn't come out quite right. What I sometimes recommend doing, if you're having difficulty printing it out, is to actually save as quick export PDF. And this makes it much more compatible with virtually any printer out there. And then you just basically print from the PDF file. Okay. And this is how my students, those of you taking the class, when you turn in your work, PDFs are preferable. Okay, that concludes this exercise. Welcome back. My name is Chris Cora, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to step through the review for the midterm exam for Creo Parametric 6.0. Now, with regards to this, just be aware, those of you who are in my course, you may watch this video as many times as you like, and I recommend that you practice it at least 3 times. But when coming into class, just be aware you cannot watch the video while you take it. So be sure to watch it, practice it, and strive for perfection on this one, because you are able to do it, and in real world you want to try and find that perfection. So especially with dimensions and such. Anyhow, those of you who are taking the course from online, you're not to watch it either during the exam. So again, you could watch it and review, but take it. You have to basically not watch it while you take it. And you would just be cheating yourself if you went ahead and you watched it while taking the test, because unfortunately, if you ever go off to get a job doing this, places I've been to, typically they do actually test you. A manager will sit down next to you, they'll give you a drawing of some sort, and they'll want to watch you go through it. Be aware that if you don't really practice these exams, or I should say any of these exercises, labs, such, you won't do well on that type of a test. So that's where I say you're basically going to be cheating yourself. Anyhow, let's go ahead and we'll get started here. Now, you will find on the V as in Victor, ER, T as in Tom, A, N as in Nancy, U, X as in X-ray, 1.com webpage. Go to the Exams tab at the upper right and find the Creo Pro-E Basics Midterm. Click on that. Now, you can actually download this. If you hit download here. And let's first step through what it entails. First of all, you're going to model the bottle drawing. So here's the bottle drawing right there. Then model the cap drawing. So these are 2 separate parts you're creating models for. Don't recreate the drawings, just the model. That's why I say model. Okay, then the third thing is to create the bottle assembly and attach the cap to the bottle, and don't forget to explode it. And then finally, recreate the medicine bottle assembly drawing, print and turn in, and do not forget to insert your name into the drawing. If it's 20 points off, if you forget that. The way I grade these typically, they're worth 300 points total. And for significant issues like dimensional issues, as well as in this case, you're missing something like a view or feature on the model, those are all 20 points off immediately. And I know you might think like, wow, that's pretty harsh for just one thing I'm missing. But the fact is remember, you need to strive for perfection. You have this video to help you in advance. But anyhow, just note that that's the way it works. Anything less than that, like if it's, for example, the way something is drawn up differently, like at one point on some of the views I asked for tangent edges with font, which basically you'll see in just a little bit. If you're missing that, that's not like catastrophic, but I'll mark off 5 points for it. Or if there's an extension line or something overlapping another piece of geometry that shouldn't be there, those are 5 points apiece, but they can add up quickly. So that's basically if it's a sloppy drawing. And then 10 points goes to if you're missing something like, for example, ask for maybe a center mark or something and it's not there. Those are 10 points. So 5, 10, and 20 points. All right, so let's take a look here. This is what you're going to turn in. See this drawing right here? That's essentially what you need to turn into. I mean, it should look very similar to what is there. Now, I would recommend starting off with the bottle. Now, I've seen students where they go the Revolve method for this and they draw that profile. Be aware by doing that, and actually let me go to the downloaded version so I could rotate it. That may be considered efficient the way I've taught you, but I wouldn't recommend for a new user to do it that way. I'm going to go ahead and use what they call the layer cake method, where I draw a circle, I extrude it up, draw another circle on the top for the neck of the bottle, extrude that up for the height. That method I'm going to use instead. It's easier for new users to comprehend that and utilize it, versus when you're putting a lot of details in the sketch, it's very time consuming. You're going to have to offset the edges. There's a lot of different variables. So my recommendation is not to do it revolved, although I've seen students do it. I've noticed though that they typically take an extra 15 to 20 minutes on that, on completing the test usually, and it's not always right. So I'm going to try and show you best practice for this. All right, so we can see the bottle is 2 inches in diameter. The neck is 1.5 inches in diameter. Remember that because the cap's going to be the same size. We're not going to put in any tolerances. We're just going to go ahead and make it line to line in this case, which goes against engineering principles. Be aware. But it's just because this is a first shot. There's a lot of content in this midterm. Okay, it's parts, assemblies, drawings. I expect a lot, and so I'm not going to put in all those little engineering details. Okay, let's go with new. We'll start the part, and we'll call this the bottle. Hit OK, and select the top plane here, and go to extrude. Go to the circle tool, and at the center, drag out a circle and dimension it at 2 inches. Now, what I did there is, remember, I middle click to draw, or middle click 2 times to end the sketch. Now I'm going to go over here to refit, and I'll even squeeze this in a little bit more and refit again. And I'm going to get rid of the planes. I'll just turn off all these entities. Okay, now I'm going to hit OK, and we'll rotate that. This gets extruded 2.5 inches. And I'll select this face. Now, before you select this face, some of you have a tendency to rotate it around. You end up building it upside down. And then when you bring it into the assembly, you don't know how to flip it right side up, and you get marked off 20 points. So just be aware, it might not be a bad idea here to go to the standard orientation. Then we know that that's an isometric view, and we're looking at the top. So select the top there, go to extrude. Now the neck of the bottle, if you can remember this, it's 1.5 inches. And hit OK. And it only gets extruded 1/2 inch, so 0.5. All right, now we have 2 things left. We have the rounds and we have the shell. Just remember, shell comes last. If you reverse the order, it's going to have some effects on the inside of the bottle that I'll notice, and it's going to be -20. So the order goes, you want to round first, and the rounds are 0.1, and this is going to be this edge right here, this edge here, and this edge down here. Do not round that top edge. That's sharp. Now you could go to shell. And here is probably the number 2 missed feature. And once you do this, there's students usually, it's just a sign that they didn't practice. And it ends up being very hurtful to their grade. You need to shell it out. Well, I have a lot of students who just hit OK. And it's shelled out, but there's no opening at the top. So just remember, select this first. Make sure you see that preview, that it's shelling that out. And it should be 0.1, by the way, for the wall thickness. And hit OK. If you just hit OK, it would shell it out, but there would be no opening. The way to fix it is just to edit. You could click on the shell and edit it. And then you select that face, hit enter, and it'll return to normal. Or just hit undo or delete it and put it back in. All right, so that's it for the bottle. Now let's go to the cap. So new cap. Now the drawing for the cap looks like this. I'm just going to go through. Notice that the largest diameter is 1.9. And then we have the ID here is 1.5. There's a 1.8, which gets a little bit smaller underneath the very top portion. And then we're going to have a series of ribs around there, because remember, it's going to give us a gripper. So let's go ahead and select the top plane, go to extrude. And notice, and I didn't call this out earlier, the top plane is very important for the bottle, especially the bottle, because it's going to sit on a tabletop. Now, if you select the front plane like we've been doing the past several weeks for our models, when you go to a drawing, the ball is going to be resting on its side. So by selecting the top plane, it rests upward. That could be 20 points off if you can't figure out how to flip it. So if you sketch the midterm parts on the top plane, you're going to be in good shape. You don't even have to worry about that. So go to circle and then draw out the circle, and it's 1.9. So just step down a little bit. I'm going to go to refit here so you can see this. Let's do it again. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. The thickness is only 0.1 for that top. 0.1. And then go over here to standard orientation so we can tell what's top and bottom. Now here is the #1 missed feature. It's 20 points off. But yet, every student I've ever had by the time of the midterm knows how to put a round on. So it's just a matter of them forgetting, but I have to mark it off because it's significant. So click on round, set it to 0.1, and select this edge right here. That's all. But a lot of students forget that. Okay, now flip to the underside, select this face, go to Extrude, go to the Circle tool, and right at the center, drag out a circle, and dimension this 1.8, so it steps just a little bit smaller. Remember, the top was 1.9. Now go to OK. Now, here's where my best and brightest students make a mistake. Catastrophic error of drawing the circle on the inside of 1.5. They're not the same depth, so don't try and put them together. This extrusion here is going to be 1/2 inch. The hole is only 0.4 deep, so it's not even a full 1/2 inch. Okay, so but my best and brightest students do that because they're always looking for ways to integrate features, which is actually smart, but it's not smart that they're not looking at the dimensions. So that could be bad. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and change this to a 1/2 inch, hit enter. Select this face now, go to extrude, and now we could put the hole in. Also, don't try and shell it because the wall thicknesses aren't the same. So shell is only really good if you have a constant wall thickness. There is variable wall thickness capabilities inside the software. We're not going to get into that until the advanced class, so just be aware of that. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and set this 1.5 and hit enter, or hit OK. Now flip it, and it's going to go to cut, and that's fine. But remember, this one only goes 0.4. Oops, let's forget to put the 0.4, and hit OK. All right, let's put on the ribs. Select this face, start a sketch. Let's go to the circle tool, lock it right in here to here. And because that's locked in, and it's locked in tangent, normally the dimension is 0.1 diameter, but we don't need to put it in because it's already defined. Notice there's no dimensions that appeared. So it's fully defined on the edges. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Let's flip the direction. Right here is flip. And then let's go up to next. There we go. Hit the green check. Now this is where I have students who have actually in class sat there for 45 minutes and can't remember how to put the pattern on. Remember, the pattern is only worth 20 points on a 300-point test. If you forget how to do it, I just recommend move along. Go to the assembly, assemble the parts, explode them, get them into a drawing, finish everything, and then go back and fix it if you feel you can. But I've had students actually get up and walk out. And I think they're going to the restroom, and it's like, oh wait, they're not coming back. And I've called them to find out what happened, and this was it. So watch this carefully so you don't mess this one up. Okay, I'm going to go to pattern while that's selected. And I'm going to go to axis, and now we have to turn on our axis display and select the axis. And we need 50, so type in 50, and here 360 for 360 degrees divided by 50 instances will give us our angle, which is 7.2. Now if you can remember 7.2, just plop that in there, but note that you can put in little equations inside dimensional boxes like that. Go ahead and hit OK. And we could turn off the axis display because it's a little messy looking. And that's it. That's the cap. That's 50 points right there. The bottle was 50 points. The cap is 50 points. Let's now go to New, Assembly. So we're going on to step 3 now. The assembly, and we'll go ahead and call this med_bot for med bottle. Go ahead and hit OK. And now we're going to take this and we go to Assemble. And if you go to In Session, because I didn't save them yet, I didn't save backups of them. So if you go to In Session, you will actually find your parts. So let's go ahead and select the bottle first, hit Open. And instead of Automatic, you're going to go to Default and hit OK. That locks in the origin of the part into the origin of the assembly. Do you need to do that? Kind of. Unless you're a very advanced user, I haven't taught you how to section when something's not on the section in the view. So what would happen if you didn't do that, if you missed that step later on, and listen closely, later on in your drawing, when you go to try and create a section view of this bottle, if you didn't lock that in, you will not get the section view. And then you're going to have to sit there and figure out how to get it. And that, I've had students just not have the time to do it. So just be aware that step, choosing instead of automatic, choosing default for the placement is going to save you a lot of time because you won't have the issue then. All right, now we're going to go to Assemble, go to In Session, select the cap, and hit Open. Now bring the cap up because I've had students try and locate it, and it locates itself inside the bottle. So just, not that that's a big deal, you just have to pull it out. All right, so I'm going to select this face here to this face to align those, and then the underside face of the hole inside the cap to the top face of the neck of the bottle. Now it's going to go with distance, but let's set it to coincident and hit OK. Now if you do it any other way, you might run into problems. I've had where students collapse if they select this face to this face right here, and then there's an interference, 20 points off. So just be aware. Okay, now we could explode it, but there is actually an auto explode already in there, and if it's aligned correctly, as long as you got both of those relationships, it will align itself directly above it and the auto explode. So you don't even have to explode it if you didn't want to. I wouldn't even recommend it, actually. It's going to explode later when we bring it up into the drawing. But let's now go to New, Drawing, and we'll call it Med Bot for medicine bottle. Hit OK. And use Empty with Format, Browse, and select the A format. Hit Open, and OK. Go up to General View, hit OK. Click to drop that right there. We actually want the front view orientation, so double click on front. Go to View Display, change it to No Hidden, and then Phantom, and hit Apply. Hit OK. All right, we're going to unfold some other views off of that, so go to Project View. Click, we're going to drop one down here. Click there. Now click on that again, go to Projection View, and get a right view. Go to General View, hit OK, and bring in our isometric. Now here, with the isometric, go to View State and Explode, and hit Apply, and it should explode it for you. Now beware, with simple parts like this, the auto explode is great. For more advanced parts, like you're going to see on your final exam, you're going to actually have to pull it apart because it just doesn't do what we'd hope it to do. Okay, so we'll have to customize, but here it's built in. Use it if you can. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and select these two views, and I want to go ahead and go to Properties right here, the gold ball, and we're going to go with No Hidden and Phantom, Apply, and OK. Now this needs to be a section view, so let's turn on our plane display, but don't forget to turn it off later. All right, now we're going to click on this. We're going to go to Properties, and we want to go to Sections, 2D cross section, hit the plus symbol, and right here just hit Done, and type in capital A up here for the label, hit the green check, and now get in here, and when you see that orange center appear, click on it. That will not appear. If it doesn't appear, that's an indicator that you didn't drop the part in the assembly file correctly. You left it at automatic versus actually default, which would have locked it in origin to origin, because it's utilizing the assembly plane, which in that case it's a right assembly plane, as the sectioning plane. And your bottle's floating out here because you didn't select where it was supposed to go properly. So you're going to have to fix that. I'm not going to show you how to fix that here. What I want you to do is rebuild it the correct way. And then you could figure it out if you like. Okay, go ahead and let's move this out of the way. You could hit apply and you'll see there's our section. Hit OK. We could double click on that view again. Let's go to view display. And we do want no hidden. Oh, actually, it looks like it picked out what we wanted. So that's cool. All right, now don't forget, I will mark off 20 points if those planes are still on there. And let's move this. You just click on this, relocate that. Now, if you want to move the views, remember, turn off lock. And now you can move the views wherever you want. Okay, we want a detail view. So click on detail view. Select this little edge right here. See this edge? Click and start at the 12 o'clock. You're going to make a bubble around it. That's 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And you don't have to close it. Just middle mouse button click. It'll automatically close it. Drop it right here. And then relocate that. Now this, I don't like to see. This is where I mark off 5 points, believe it or not. That to me is, even though it did it automatically, it's not acceptable for a drawing. I don't want a drawing going out to someone, a boss, potential employer, and that looks normal. No, it doesn't. So that's where I mark off 5 points. It's not catastrophic, but you also don't want that on the test. You don't want little red markups on that. So make sure you just practice this. You won't have any problem, actually, as long as you practice it. I usually recommend try it 3 times. And you'll find by the 3rd time you're knocking it out in 15 minutes. The first time you do this, if you did it on your own, I've seen students go 3 hours. So anyhow, now what we're going to do, let's add some annotations. So click here and go to the annotate and click on show model annotations. Now this is where, if you remember, we could add dimensions. We don't want the dimensions. Instead, click on this and select that face, and there's our center mark. Go ahead and select the center mark and hit OK. That is worth 10 points. So just again, remember that. All right, now moving along here, we're going to go ahead and finish this up. Let's bring in a bill of materials. Select any of the views. Actually, I don't think it matters how you select it. There is a BTL table. Now, I'm not certain if I uploaded it. Otherwise, I'm going to show you how to do this manually, but let me just check. So I didn't upload the BTL table, but what we can do here, okay, actually, I do have it online that you could grab it. Now, it's in the final exam parts. This is not the final exam, remember, this is the midterm. I'd rather you do it using this table because in real world, this is probably how you're going to do it versus writing out an individual table. If you want to see how to make a table, but from scratch, watch the midterm from either version 2, Creo version 2, or whatever midterm you might find that's between then and now. And I show you how to do it manually, but it's not an automatic table. I want to show you how to use an automatic table. So here's what you should do is go to the Vertanu one, vertanux1.com. And once you get there, that's the home page. You just go to part files. Now look in the white column and you should find the final exam parts. Click on that. It'll bring you here. Hit download. And I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. Now there's only one file. You don't need all these parts. This BOM table is the only thing you want. So right click on that and copy it. And then if you want, just right click on your desktop and paste it. Now take a look here. We're going to go to, let's see here, table from file, go to desktop, and there it is, BOM table. Now this automates the process. This is a blank table from the get-go. What it's going to do though, it's going to look at the parts that you selected in here. Oh, it says it's not compatible. Okay, so I guess we're stuck making it a new one. I'll have to go ahead and just show you how to do it this way. So I'm going to go to table, and what you do from table is let's see, we have two parts, and we want part number, part name, and quantity. So we need 3 across, and then 3 down, because there's only 2 parts, and then the top is just the list. So click, make that bracket there, and go ahead and drop this right there. Now you could double click in here, and we'll go ahead and type in part, and we'll put in pound, part number, double click in here, name or description you can put in, and then this one is going to be QTY for quantity. All right, and then here we go ahead and double click in there, we'll put 1, here we'll put 2. The first thing we're going to put in is the bottle. Second is the cap. And quantities of 1 and 1. All right, now what we can do, we could go ahead and take and drop in here under annotate. We have annotations. Let's see if we could do a balloon note here. We want width leader. And let's see. Okay, let's hit make note. Click right there. Let's see. This puts it in. Okay, we'll call this, that's the cap, so that's actually part 2. Okay, that worked. All right, make note again. Select this one. Oops. Let's try that again. Hold on. Okay, and I just middle clicked a couple times there, and then this will be part 1. Hit the green check twice. All right, hit done and return. So that's one way. Otherwise, you could just go to make note, but you can't get the balloons that easily. All right, and then don't forget your name. Now we're going to go to make note, or just note here. Click here, put your full name in. Middle click. And that concludes. Oh, and then when you want to print it or send it to me, File, do a Save As, Quick Export PDF. There it is. You could either print it if you're in my class, or email me this PDF file. Go ahead and just save the PDF or whatever. And that concludes this review session. Good luck. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 7 in Creo Parametric 6.0. Today's exercise, we're going to take a look at some free-form type geometry. So initially when you see this and what's on the screen, it might not look free-form whatsoever. In fact, the concentric rings, those are very easy to put in for most users at this point. Years ago, I want to say it was like 1997, I was brought out to a company that made equipment for medical use, medical industry, and they had a little cooling fan, what they call a muffin fan, that was in the back of the machine, of the unit, and it would blow the hot air out. And they had a little grill just like this, so no one could accidentally stick their finger inside of it. And they called me out for, this was one of the questions they had, and they handed me this, and I'm like, okay, what's so hard about that? That doesn't look bad at all. They said, no, look carefully. Look at these the little screw pads. And I started to look at them. I said, oh my goodness, yeah, you're right. That's a 3-dimensional guide curve. So that was the tricky part. So I went ahead and I built that. And then while we were at it, thought, well, go ahead and I'll build the rest of it too. I used to let students build the rest of the model, but I've seen so many different ways that they've done it, and most of them are not quite that efficient. So if you want to build it on your own, that's fine. They've all done them pretty much for a decent job, but I'm going to show you some techniques that might help accelerate this. In fact, if you look at the feature of the model tree right here, you'll see that I really only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 features really on the tree. Two of them are mirrors. And so we're going to see how to build that efficiently. But first we'll focus on this area, and then we'll do the rest, and I'll show you some tips and tricks for that, and then we'll get into the lab. So let's begin. Go to New, Part, and go ahead and label this E7 and hit OK. Now let's select the front plane and start a sketch. We're going to start off with the footpad, and we want to draw the wire from the top view. So like this view orientation, so that little hook that goes around. So let's replicate that. With a line, go ahead and draw a line right here, a short little one, and then go ahead and dimension it for scale. We'll just make it around 2 inches, and then use your refit to get that centered in the screen. And then you could go ahead, you could actually delete that dimension. So click on, actually hit escape, or middle click 2 times on your wheel. Click on the dimension, hit delete on your keyboard so it turns weak, because we don't really want that dimension just yet. We'll put in a different dimension. So zoom out a little bit or pan so that you can see this area here. And let's now go to the center and ends arc. Now the center and ends arc is a tricky one, and it's kind of hard to see on my screen, but you can see there's the point at the end of, or the vertex, I should say, of the line. So I'm going to hover above it a little bit, click, and then connect down to it. Once I connect and I get that yellow dot, I'm going to click and drag it around counterclockwise till it's almost closed, but I'm leaving a little gap. Go ahead and click, and then middle click 2 times. Now let's change this dimension to 1.5, and let's then dimension the bottom vertex there to the center point of the arc. And then right over here to the right, middle click, and let's go ahead and make that 4 inches. Now we want to dimension the angle of this opening. So go to the centerline tool, and right on this vertex here, click, and then connect it to the center point of that arc, and middle click 2 times. Now it gave us this arc, this angle dimension. That's not what we want. So let's go to the dimension tool, select the center line, and then select this vertical line to the right, and then get between the two and middle click. Go ahead and make that 15 degrees. So now we have our opening there. We're going to have to do that again, so remember that little trick later on down the road. Now let's go to the Fillet tool, and we're going to use a sketch fillet, and then just right about here, click to right about there, click, and then middle click 2 times and get this dimension out. And let's make that 1 inch. All right, there's the top of our wire. Let's go ahead and hit OK. Now you notice the dimensions are very large. I mean, this is much bigger than this. I just made it so the dimensions were easy to remember. By the way, if you're wondering where these dimensions are and the training guide, remember you could always go to VERTAN as in Nancy UX1.com. And then once you get to that home page, you just go to Instructional Manuals and Creo Parametric 6.0. Click on that. If you're on an older version, you could go to any of these old versions or the legacy versions that are down there and pick it up from there. Okay, and once you get in there, then this is what it's going to look like. Oh, and let's just, it's around page 80. Okay, now that we have that, let's go ahead and select the right plane and start a sketch. Now it should orient itself to the right. If not, go ahead and go to your right view orientation. And that's right here. You just go to right if it didn't come up the way you'd expected. Now go to the line tool, and at the origin, click and drag up a short little line. Try not to have it snap to any of those points on that edge. So get it about midway between the 2 points. Click, drag an angled line, just like so. Click and just drag up a vertical line, just like that. Middle click 2 times. Now this dimension is going to be 130 degrees right there. This dimension is going to be 1 inch, so from those 2 lines. And let's zoom out here a little bit. All right, as far as these, keep those weak because we're going to override those in a moment. Let's go to the Fillet tool again and select from here to here, and then from here to here. Middle click, change one of those to 1 inch. And now rather than having the other one change to 1 inch, you could do this too. You could hit escape, go to equal, select this arc and that arc, and they'll make them both equal. Then only one dimension controls them both. All right, now we could go to the Dimension tool. Go ahead and dimension this line right here to the right, and that's going to be 2.5. And actually, let me bring up the drawing here. And we're working on currently page 72. So this is rotated 90 degrees, so I hope that doesn't bother you. But 2.25, I put in 2.5 for the length of that. So 2.25. And this one went back to a weak dimension, so I'm going to click on it. Come on. Let me just middle click a couple times. There we go. I'm just going to lock it at 1 inch. All right, now this one is going to be 1.7. Now, if it didn't come up, you're going to have to just dimension it yourself. Go to the dimension tool, that center point of this arc to the bottom down there in 1.7. Now we're ready. We could go ahead and hit OK, and we will proceed to use that. Now, the concept here, think of it this way, like we have our flat wire, which is this front view orientation. We have to bend it. And so we've actually bent the, like we drew a little curve to indicate the bend. And we're going to extrude that out in both directions and I'll basically use it as a tool to bend our wire onto it. So let's go now with that, this one selected, go to extrude. Now notice it's selected surface because it's an open contour, and that's fine. We actually, surface will work just fine. You don't have to make a solid from this. Let's go to mid plane and 4 inches and hit the green check. And so now you can see here, and let me go to shading with edges so you can see this a little bit better. Okay, here's our wire, and now we want to bend it across that. So here's how to do that. Go to project, go to references and the chains. Go ahead and select the wire first, then click in the surfaces box here, and proceed to hold control as you select every one of those surface segments. So they should all turn green. Now click on direction reference, and you could select this surface again, but flip the direction. Now if you leave it flipped upward, it appears that it loses this line right here because it's on that same surface, so that's why you want to flip it down. Go ahead and hit OK. And now we could go ahead and hide the surface. You could click on the surface and find hide, and then we could actually click on this sketch and hide that as well. And now we're left with a 3D guide curve. Now go ahead and select the top plane. And actually don't select the top plane, I'm sorry. We're going to use the sweep tool next. So we go to sweep and select near the end of this line right here, click. Now hopefully this purple arrow is on that end. If the purple arrow is over here, like this, make sure you find the one that's following the curve and click on the purple arrow so that it's on this side. Okay, once you have that, now go to sketch, and what it does is it's creating a plane perpendicular to that curve to allow us to sketch our profile. So go to circle, and right at that crosshairs, click and drag out a circle. Now let's make it a 1/2 inch in diameter. Hit OK, and now rotate, and you'll see it's sweeping along the guide curve. So if you wanted it to be hollow tubing, we could have drawn a second circle for the ID and then dimensioned it, and we'd actually have it hollow, or we could shell it later on too. So this is kind of a neat little technique, and this, imagine other uses for this. Let's just think about an automobile. How many exhaust systems for the air inlet, air intake. You could use this for wiring. You could use it for a lot of different things. And Creo does have its own wire harnessing software too, which is actually much easier than this. So if you're going to do wire harnessing, I'd recommend taking a look at that. But anyhow, let's go ahead and hit OK. So that's the hard part to this lesson. The rest of this I'm going to show you hopefully will give you some additional newfound skills that will make you look really good out there in industry and actually just make your job better. I say make you look really good in hopes that many of you I know my students are looking to get employed, and I want you to be very skilled at this software. Okay, now select the front plane, go to sketch. Now if it's not vertical like this, remember you can just go right here and click on front. but I'm going to zoom out a little bit. We're going to draw now the extension of this wire here, and then we're going to go, let's flip this way. We're going to go here and around and hook it, and we're only going to draw, notice that it's a 90-degree elbow. We're going to only draw 45-degree arc off of that. Okay, so let's take a look here. Go to the line tool, right off this bottom point, click, drag, and dimension that at 7 inches. Now go to the arc tools and hit tangent end and find the end point of that arc. On mine it's very hard to see because of my line fonts I went with. I'm going to go ahead and click on this vertex. I'm going to go straight down and hook it to the left, but not a full 90 degrees, just like what I have, just a little bit like that, and then middle click. Change this to 1, oops, not 13, 1. And then we could go and use our little trick that we learned. Center line, right here to the center point, middle click, and look at that, it brings up our angle, make it 45. Now the reason it's going to be 45 is because we're going to, once we have this extended as a solid, we'll sweep it, we'll mirror it across, and that will make the other portion of the elbow. So with that being said, let's hit OK. And we can now go to sweep. This time the sweep is in the wrong side for sure, so click on the purple arrow, make sure it's coming off that end. Go to sketch up here. And what I would recommend now is, I've tried this and I don't want to try it right now, but in some releases, maybe all of them, if you use the project tool, you'll have some issues, okay? It could be fixed, but it's a little tricky. The easiest thing I've found is just go to circle and click on the center point and snap it to the outer edge of that circle, and then middle click twice. That way it's locked in and it will actually follow the same diameter of the wire all the way through this model. So let's go ahead and hit OK, and I'll rotate it. Look at that, it extended out, and hit the green check. All right, now we can mirror that. So to mirror it, from the model tree, select the sweep 1 and the sweep 2, holding control, go to mirror, and select this little end face, and it should mirror it all over to the other side. Now, for some reason, you're only getting half of that segment. It might be you use project. And for some reason, I think it's project as a chain. I can't remember, but it does some weird stuff. And you could fix it. It's just, I'm not going to go through. It's just easier just to draw the circle, match the edge. Okay, now let's go to the right plane and start a sketch. Actually, we could go to Revolve. We're going to create the concentric rings now. And so to do this, we're going to draw, there's 4 rings. We're going to draw little circles for each wire of that ring. So we're looking at from this perspective now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to spread them out. So here's how. Start with your center line. Get to the bottom here, and when you get this circle, or this edge that highlights, you'll get the little yellow square in the middle. Click, drag it horizontally off of that. You've just located with the center line the actual center of the model. So that's like that center in there. See, because the radius in there, if you were to extend it, those would technically intersect, and a theoretical sharp corner might ensue. So that's what we've just found. So we found the center that we're going to revolve around. Now let's draw the circle. So go with the circle over here. Get between these 2 little bosses. Look carefully where I'm at. Click. Drag out a circle and get the equal symbol. See how I'm getting the equal symbol there? Notice lower left, it's highlighting the edge. It's found that same diameter. We want the wire to be the same throughout this entire model, so that's fine. Now this dimension should appear right here. Let's make it 0.49. Now I'm having it intersect in about 10,000ths of an inch. The reason for this, if you go tangent to that edge with that circle, Creo sometimes has issues with that. That's a 0 thickness connection point. Now in version 7, they have it where it actually looks at it as though they're multi-bodies, and it should have no problem with it. But this is version 6, so we can't do that yet. So we have to, I would recommend intersecting it, like welding it in a little bit. Okay. Now let's go to the circle tool and straight off vertical off that part, get the highlight, click and drag this out, make sure it's equal. Get one up here, drag it out, make sure it's equal. And one more, stay away from that line up there, drag it out, make sure it's equal. Let's go to dimension and let's start dimensioning these. So from the center line to the very first one, middle click, and that's going to be 1.25. And actually, let me verify that on the print here. Yep, 1.25. And then every subsequent circle will be 2.5 off the next one. So from here to here, that will be 2.5. From here to here, so center to center, middle click, 2.5, center to center, middle click, 2.5. And we could align these a little bit better. There we go. All right, now we're ready to go ahead and hit OK. Now it's going to revolve a full 360 by default. We don't want that just yet. Now, can you get away with doing it this way? Absolutely, and then you could pattern the other half around. But I'm going to show you a different technique. Instead, I want you to go to placement, actually go to options, and we have variable on. Go ahead and set it to 45 degrees. So that brings us to that one little corner there up top. Now the side 2, go to variable, and 180 minus 45 degrees equals 135. So let's, we could even type that in if you want to verify it. 180 divided by 2. Sorry, not divided by 2. Let me think. Minus 45. 135. So look at that. We have exactly 180 degrees of geometry now for the revolve. Hit OK. And now go ahead and select the sweep. Hold Control, select sweep 2. Hit the little arrow under mirror. Control, select sweep 1 and 2. And Control, select the revolve. Now, it seems to me like sometimes I've selected the mirror and I've been okay, and there's other times where maybe I haven't been. I don't really recall, but I just know when you actually select the features under the mirror, it seems to always work, regardless. Okay, now go to mirror and select one of the end faces here and hit the green check. You're done. All right. So basically, there's our little model created with about 5 features. Not too bad. All right, let's take a look at the training guide. There's your, see, there's lab 3B here that you have to make. So last week, we actually made the cover plate for this. So now we're going to go ahead and make the socket cover here. All right, so let's download it, and then we could rotate it. I think page 80 something. '82. And then I'm just going to go over here, rotate counterclockwise. There we go. Okay, so we have a 3.5 by 1.75 block. Some 4 corners have 45-degree chamfers at 0.125. We have then the detail in the center. It's all shelled, and it's let's see, it's 0.125 thick from that point, and then on the other hand, on the other section, 0.125 again. So let's go ahead and build this. So we'll start with the basics: 3.5 and 1.75. So go to New, Part, and L7. Now it's called L7B. I used to have an A. I took it out. All right. Now I'm going to select the front plane. I'm going to go to Extrude. I'm going to use Center Rectangle. And then let's go ahead and make that, I'm sorry, 1.75 and 3.5. And refit it. Okay, looking good here. Let's get those chamfers on. We could put them as a regular chamfer, or we can make sketch chamfers. So if you want, You know what? I'll just use a chamfer tool as a solid. That's fine. We'll do that later. Let's go and hit OK. And this is 0.125. All right. And we could put in the chamfer. And distance to distance at a 90-degree angle, if they're equal, is going to make it 45 degrees. So we could actually just make these 0.125. Select the four corners. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now select this face, go to Extrude, and we'll proceed to, let's draw some center lines here because we'll mirror this across. And now we can make a center rectangle and use the same trick we used last week. We start off with a center rectangle here, and it's going to be 0.846. Okay, so that was right here. And then 1.115. Boy, that seems awfully big. Let's see. 0.846. Maybe it's okay. All right, and then 0.305 off center. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put on the arc on the top of one of these. So we'll go to 3-point, click here, go across, and we don't want that to snap like that. Let's leave it alone, and then we'll put in our dimension, 0.745. Okay, and we'll mirror that across. So I'm going to select that, go to mirror, select the horizontal center line, and it's down below. Now to open this up, click Control on both of these lines and release Control, and then change them to construction. There we go. If we want, we could lay these dimensions out a little bit better. Okay, and then we need to mirror that. We could, we'll put those cutouts in after we mirror this, after we extrude this. So to get this across, let's just click and drag a fence around it. Go to mirror and select the vertical center line. Hit OK. And now we can extrude those, again, 0.125. Hit the green check. Now there's some chamfers that go on there. And the chamfer 0.05 by 45, just in those on those four edges. So 0.05 by 45. So go to chamfer, 0.05, and we'll make it equal so it just knows to get those in like that. And there's better strategies possibly than the way I'm doing it. Just be aware, this is just one technique. All right, now we could cut that hole in. Go to extrude. I suppose I could have done it with the other features. That would have been more efficient. But again, 0.125. Just get it done though. Flip it and through all. All right, now we're going to shell it. And actually, let's see how. All right, it looks like maybe that through hole is put in after the shell because I don't see it on the section view. I think we would actually see a boss there. So I'm going to use the rollback bar here and drag it up above the extrude so that I can shell this. Let's just check that one more time. Okay. And the typical wall is 60 thousandths. So let's go to shell, 0.06, select this face. There we go. Now we could use the rollback bar, drag it down, our hole goes into place, and we're in good shape. All right, now those other features, select this face here, go to extrude. Let's just get it on one side here. We're not going to be able to mirror this. We're going to have to pattern it over. So let's take a careful look at what we got here. We have this boss and it's centered. it is 45 by 0.07, so 0.145, and then locate 0.43 off that. So let's draw in right about there. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I captured something else there. Let me get rid of that. I'm not sure what I locked into. Okay. All right, so we have 1.45, 1.43. And then the radius is 0.075. So let's draw. You could go ahead and turn that to for construction. Go to tangent arc here, drag it around, let it snap like so. And let's see, I think because we have perpendicularity with it. Okay, oh, this needs to be 0.75, so let's see what we have here that we don't want. So 0.073, we want to change that. 0.145, perpendicular. Perpendicular shouldn't matter, but let's get rid of this one for now. Delete it. And then 0.075. All right. Now let's get in some of the other geometries here. So this rectangle here, and then there's a bigger one below it. So we could go right here. And I'm not sure if those are going to line differently, so I'm trying to steer them clear from capturing any sort of relationships. So they're rather big right now, but once we go over here, we should be able to find it. I'm going to drag this over so I could actually look without having to toggle through. I'm going to drag it over my next screen. Okay, so the first one is 0.375. Oh, and it tied itself into that one for some strange reason. This, and then its dimension 0.7 off center. So from here to here, 0.7. And then it's 0.85 right here. Oops, 0.085. And then finally, 0.285 from here to here. Okay, now let's focus on this one. So this one is located 0.285, just like the other one, from here to here. And then it's 0.85 thickness again, right here. Oh, darn it. Let's hit undo for that one. That's too far out there. So 0.0825. 0.085. We could have made it equal to that one if we knew it needed to be. That's okay. All right, and now we need to locate. It's 0.725 from center here. So from here to here. Whoops, make sure dimension tool is on. From here to here. 0.725. Okay, and last one is this length here. Needs to be 0.3. Ah, got tied into equal distance there apparently. Let's see. Strange. This shouldn't be equal to. parallel, constraint vertical, horizontal. Okay, let's see. I'm curious about that. Let's get rid of parallel. I don't know why it went with parallel, but I don't think that's the issue. That doesn't make any sense. Delete that and hit enter. Oh, this is supposed to be 0.3. Okay, and that's it. So apparently the parallel seemed to have been a little bit of an issue there. Okay, now that we have that, let's just cut it through. So we'll hit OK, flip the direction, remove material through all, hit OK. Now we'll pattern it, and we'll do a linear or directional pattern. Select this as the direction, flip the direction, and we need to, they're spread out 1.73 according to the print, 1.73. And hit OK. All right, and that completes that exercise. And let's just make sure, yeah, that's it. Okay, that completes that exercise. See you next week. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through Creo version 6, and this is exercise 8, where we make a boat with some freeform design features in here. There is a product for, I believe it's ISDX, and basically it's an advanced surfacing module. I'm not going to go through that. This is just using the basic Creo technology. Okay, so we're going to use what's called a swept blend for the boat hull. So as you can see here, let me turn off real-time rendering. This is our goal, is to make what looks like a speedboat here. All right, and now it's not it's not hollowed out. There's not a lot of details here, but just we'll go through and see how that's made. So let's begin. First of all, if you want to know where these files are, just go to the vertanu1.com. So V-E-R-T as in Tom, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, U-X as in X-ray, 1.com, and go to instructional manuals, and you'll find the Creo Parametric 6.0 Basics Manual. And then when you get there, you want to go to page 83. And 83 starts explaining how to go through this. Now I'm going to go ahead and I will use this as far as a reference for the dimensions for each section. And we'll see how that all works. So we're going to use what's called swept blends. All right, now let's begin. Actually, just to show you off this boat, you'll be able to see, here's the swept blend right here. And let me get out of this rendering tool. Now if I edit the swept blend, this is what our goal is. We're going to make this half of the boat. You can see the segments here, or the sections. Some systems refer to this as a loft somewhat. It's a little different than a typical loft, but it still works very similar. And usually a loft is a series of sections that you create. Okay, and so we'll see how all that works. Let's go to New, Part, and go ahead and name this E8. And hit OK. Now, first of all, we're going to offset a series of planes here that we're going to sketch on for each loft. We'll actually only make one sketch, and we'll just keep copying and pasting it to save some time. So that's another technique we're going to see today. But first of all, select the front plane, and you might want to be able to turn it on so you can see it if you have yours off like I do. Now with that plane selected, here's the front plane. I'm going to click on it, and there's the plane tool right there. You could use the plane tool up top as well right here. Same thing. It's just the quick launch. The first translation we're going to go with is 6 inches, and make sure it's the arrow's moving forward. If it's not, you can type a -6, but it should be moving forward. Go ahead and hit OK. Now you might notice that it's very it didn't look like it moved at all. And the reason why is, again, because we're going to have to zoom up a little bit later. Right now it's scaled out very far. But now you'll see that datum 1 right here. Go ahead and click on it in the model tree and go back to plane. And the next translation is going to be 8. Hit OK. And see datum 2 now. Go ahead and select that from the model tree and go to the plane tool. And the one after that is just going to be 1 inch. Hit OK. And I'll click anywhere. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually sketch on the front plane, which will be the back of the boat because we're moving forward. So select the front plane from the model tree and just go to sketch. Now we're going to draw half of that profile. And if you're in the training guide here, we're now on to the bottom of page 83, and we're going to draw this profile. We're going to use the spline tool for those points that you see down below there. So we have a 2-inch vertical line and a 2.5-inch horizontal line. So let's go ahead and draw those in. First of all, go to the line tool and off the origin, click, drag down a short little line, click again in the middle click. Set that to 2. And for the vertical line. And now since you set that to 2 and you hit enter, remember what we did the first day of class where we set up the F key as the fast key. Go ahead and hit F or just hit refit if you're coming in later. All right, now we don't need to see the planes right now. We can turn them off temporarily, so let's do that. And let's, I'm going to refit this again. Maybe zoom out a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to go back to line, and off of this vertex here, the crosshairs, drag out a line across just like that. And unfortunately, I went with equal. It was an automatic relationship. So if you accidentally get the equal, just click on it and hit delete. But if you have the dimension here, a weak dimension, that's good. That dimension needs to be 2.5 inches for the width. Now that we have those, stretch those dimensions out a little bit to make some room because we're going to add the side of the boat now. So go to the spline tool and get to this vertex on this side, click, and start your way on a journey to the bottom right there, and maybe go about 1/3 of the way, so right about there, click, and now go about 2/3 of the way right here, click, and then finally connect to that vertex at the bottom, click, and middle click 2 times. Now we're going to add some dimensions here to locate those. So go to the dimension tool and let's locate this one first. Click on that point to the vertical edge right over here on the right. And now move your pointer up here, middle click, and you'll see it will add a vertical and horizontal dimension. And we're looking to make that one 0.5 by 0.125. So this is 0.5 for this, the width. And then we'll drag this one over, middle click 2 times, drag that one over, and that's going to be 1.25. All right. Oh, you know what? That's actually supposed to be 1.5 on both. So let's double click on that, make that 1.5. Now let's get the next one. Go to Smart Dimension, click on this point here to the top line, and then over here, middle click, and this will be 1.25. So since we have that in memory, let's go ahead and do that. Middle click 2 times, drag the weak dimension up here, and let's see what that one needs to be. That that's actually 1.5. Okay, so that's going to be 1.5 as well. And then middle click a couple times, and lay the dimensions out in a nice orderly fashion like here. See how they're stair-stepped. And the reason for that is we're going to copy and paste this, and it's just going to make it easier to know which dimensions to select as we change them. Because as we get to the center of our boat, it's going to get bigger. And as we get to the tip, it's going to get smaller. So we're going to have to adjust those dimensions several times here. Now that you have this, go ahead and hit OK. And we could go back to the plane display and then rotate a little bit and zoom out. If you'd like, you could actually go to standard orientation, and so it looks like this. Now, the middle of the boat, we have to move our sketch or make a copy of it there. Rather than resketch it, it's a lot easier to make just a copy. And so here's what you do. go ahead and click on the sketch 1 that's located right here in the model tree. Don't select individual lines and things like that because that's all it's going to carry over. We want the whole sketch with the dimensions to carry over. So select it from the model tree first. Now go up to here to model copy. Now you'll notice you could hit Control C, whatever you want to do. Hit copy, select the new plane right here, and go to paste. Now you're going to get this little message, just hit sketch. Now as you move your pointer, move it down here and you'll see it's locating where you want to drop it. Now the dimensions did carry over, but it didn't lock into the origin. So what we can do, we could theoretically set these to 0. But again, I'm a little uncomfortable with doing it that way. I think that's unnecessary. Instead, go to coincident and add constraints. So this top line to this line right here. This vertical line to the crosshair vertical line. And hit OK. All right, now I didn't want you to hit OK. That's my mistake. But let's go back to standard view orientation just to make sure. Now you can see that that profile is there. Let's click on it. You can actually double click on it and the dimensions will appear. Now we could make changes to it. Now remember, it gets larger at this midsection. Now if you're not able to see these dimensions, that's okay. Just click on it and then go to the gold ball with a pencil on it to edit the sketch, and it'll bring you normal too, and you could change these dimensions the same way we're about to change them. It's going to be a little different here than it is in that environment, but if you could do it this way, this is really nice. Okay, so we have 2.5. Let's look at the next set of dimensions here. The next set, okay, it's going to be 3, 2, and 0.75. So let's go from the largest to the smallest since it's expanding. So 2.5, double click, that will be 3 and hit enter. You'll see it will expand outward. Now, the 1.5, change this one, double click. Oops. Okay, middle click 2 times before you do that. Actually, a couple times. Now, you know it wants us to regenerate. So let's go to model here, regenerate. Okay, that method doesn't work so hot as far as I'm concerned. If you get used to it, it's fine, but just so there's no confusion, let's click on that geometry and go to the gold ball with the pencil. Now we can see the dimensions, and it's going to be easier to change them here. So this 1.5, double click, it'll be 2, and that last one is 0.75. So the 0.5 will be 0.75. Now move these over because they will realign. And we want to start with the largest ones on that too. So the 2 will be 2.375. 2.375. This will be 1.75. And the 2, this will be 1.375. All right. Just hit enter on those. And you could hit the OK button now. Rotate it a little bit or go back to the standard orientation. Now we want to get onto this next one. So if you click here, it forgot our geometry we wanted to carry over. So that's okay. Let's select sketch 1 again because it's going to start getting smaller. And go to copy, select this plane right here. And now go to paste. Hit sketch. It's going to go normal too. Drag that down here and click. And now we'll do the same thing as before. Go with coincident for the constraint. Top line to this line here. Vertical line to the vertical center there. Zoom out and don't hit OK this time. That was my mistake. My apologies. All right, now I'm going to middle click a couple times. Now this one's going to get smaller. So we want to actually start from the small dimensions, change those first and work our way out to the larger dimensions. And the reason for that logic is so it doesn't tie into a knot, because sometimes something might go overlap the other one. And I've seen students get confused. So I don't want that to happen to you, especially since you're online. Okay, so this 1.25 double click, that's going to be 0.2. This vertical 1.5 is going to be 0.375. And the 2-inch is going to be 0.6. Now, straighten these ones out before you start changing them. because this is where it gets confusing. Okay, make sure they stair step from smallest to largest. Now this one, the 0.5, double click, is going to be 0.2. The 1.5 is going to be 0.5. And finally the 2.5 is going to be 0.675. And straighten these out and put them in an orderly fashion because we're going to reuse this sketch. All right, so now that we have that, hit OK and go back to standard orientation. Select that sketch 3, go to copy, and now select the very front plane and go to paste. Hit sketch. And now just bring this down here and click. Now, some of you are saying, hey, aren't we getting to the tip of the boat? Yes, we are. With the sweep that we're going to create, it does not like just a point to come to, or at least it didn't. I haven't checked it recently, and I'm not about to try it right now. But if any of you want to try it, give it a try if you go with the point. I know other CAD systems do it that way. This is where Creo is a little different. It hasn't worked in the past. Not sure if it's going to work in the future, but they keep enhancing it, and they add a lot of new technology. So maybe one of these days they will have that. But that's okay. We're just going to make a very small little triangle profile. First of all, you could click on this line and delete it. We're going to put our own in just a little bit. And I'll go to coincident, select this line to that, and then this line to that. And let's make those smaller. So this one is going to get really tiny. They're going to be 0.01 for each of those dimensions. So here, middle click, 0.01 and 0.01. And let's zoom up there. Just scroll with your pointer over that region. Now let's go back to spline. We're not even going to dimension these. So click, again, go about 1/3 of the way here, go 2/3, and then close it. Make sure you get to that end point. And you could just leave it almost like a straight like this. That's fine. Now, some might ask, like, why don't you put analytical geometry, like a line there? I've seen strange things happen when you go from a spline and then transition to analytical geometry, either arcs or lines. It starts to possibly have some issues. Might not in this one. I haven't tried it in years, but I wouldn't bother. There's no need to. Stick with splines. Also note, if you ever are doing analytical geometry or even sketch splines, if there's multiple segments, keep the segments equal for each lofted section. So just be aware, like if there's like 3 segments, make sure it's 3 segments for every profile. All right, hit OK. And now let's go back to standard orientation. Select this side plane, start a sketch, and I'll take the line tool, and from this vertex here, let's zoom up here and get to the top of this vertex here, middle click. All right, hit the green check. We're going to need that for our swept blend. So we're ready now. Let's go to the standard orientation. And we could actually turn off the planes. Go to plane display and uncheck that. Now we can see these a little bit clearer. Let's go with swept blend and select this. Oh, actually go to references first. For trajectories, click in here and select that line that we just drew, the trajectory. Wherever the trajectory ends is where the whole sweep is going to end, or the swept blend. So like, let's say it ended here, it's not going to go any further, even if there are additional sections. So just be aware. Okay, now go to sections and select selected sections. Click in this box, and it does make a difference where you select on the geometry. Try and find the same segment corners and per each view. Otherwise you'll get this. I'll actually show you what happens if you don't do it. So I selected that upper left quadrant there. Now what happens if I select this right quadrant? Oops, I'm sorry, go back and select that one. What you have to do, once you select the segment, you have to hit insert over here on the left. Now I'm going to go ahead and select this. And it didn't do it, but typically what happens is that if the segments don't match, you get this twist like that sometimes. And it's easy to fix. You just grab the ball and drag it over and it will straighten itself out. Okay, let's get the next segment. So we have to hit insert again and select this segment in that corner and zoom up really close. Don't forget to hit insert and select this segment. And as long as it's not twisting, you should be in good shape. Hit OK. All right, now what we're going to do is mirror that over. So to mirror it, just select the swept blend, go to mirror, and select the side face. Now, if the side face doesn't work, right now, if it doesn't mirror this over, that's an indicator that you have to go back to each one of those sketches, and I bet you one of them didn't align coincident vertically. So it's not smooth, it's not flat. And you can't mirror using a mirror plane. The mirror plane has to be flat. So that's typically what happens. I usually get one student in each class that does it by accident. And then you just have to go into these, see these sketches? You go in and you edit them, or you could actually look at them from the front view orientation. Like here's probably the best way. You go to front, and then you zoom up really close like this, and see this thin blue line? You'll usually see a double blue line. You find that blue line, which sketch it's on, and edit that sketch and fix it. Just have to move it over to align with the others. Use a coincident relationship, or set it to 0 for that dimension. Okay, but anyhow, we've got that done. We could hide these, so hold Control and select these. Oops, oh, right now, let me hit the OK button first. My apologies there. Now you could Shift, select the top and the bottom, go to the eye right here for hide, and there it is. Now, notice this boat's a little shorter than the other boat I had up here. And I want to show you basically how you could extend it. So I'm going to make this cigarette boat, and I'm not going to go into all the details for it. This is where I want you to have a little fun with it. Enjoy making it. Now, those of you who might want to make a sailboat, I believe if you watch my Creo 4.0 E8 video, I show how to make a sailboat, a very basic sailboat, you know. So just be aware, this one's a cigarette boat, speedboat, whatever you want to call it. But we're not going to put in all the details. That's for you to have some fun with. I'm just going to show you how to get the basic design down. So let's see here. Okay, so to extend this, what you do is you find like datum 1. Actually, I'm going to bring those datums up. I want to see them. There it is. I'm going to double click, and we can see it was 6 inches. Now, if I wanted to, I could grab this and extend it, or just double click on the geometry, and let's make it a bit longer. Type in 8 and hit enter, and look at that. It stretches it out. Now go to model and hit regenerate, and there's the change. So you can even make it longer if you like by changing those lofted section distances. Now that we have that, I'm going to turn off the planes here again. I want to make the cabin area. So I'm going to select this face. I'm going to go to extrude. Now I'm going to go ahead and draw a center line, a horizontal center line, right through the center there. And now I'm going to go to the, let's use center and ends. Click and drag this out, and right about, let's see, the cabin's going to be set back a little bit. So right about there, click and drag it across, like so. All right, now if you want these to be symmetric, you could go with symmetric and select this point, hold Control, select that point, and the vertical center line. Oh, it was already hit. Undo, never mind. Okay. Well, I don't know if it was already, but it seems to be okay there. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the tangent end, not tangent end, this 3-point. Click on this, drag it across where you want this to end, and then we'll have that bow out just a little bit. Now I'm going to select that, go to mirror, and mirror it across this center line. And then I'm going to use that same arc tool again for the engine compartment and have that bow out a little bit like that. Okay, now we could put in sketch fillets for these corners, or we could put them in later on. If you put them into sketch fillets, note when you add draft, because we're going to have draft in angles, when you put in a sketch fillet, it's going to get smaller as it gets to the top. And if you want that style, you can do that. I'm going to put them in later so they're more consistent and they stay constant throughout after we've extruded it. So I'm going to hit OK here. And I know this looks goofy right now, but drag that down maybe about an inch. And now we could go to Options, turn on Add Taper. Now, rather than type in a value, watch this, grab this ball and drag it left and right, and you could put in a taper. However you want. I'm going with maybe 38 degrees. There we go, 37, 38. That looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And now I'm going to chisel away at that. Let me go back to a shaded with edges so you can see this. Now I'm going to select the right plane and go to Extrude. And we'll separate the two compartments. So I'm going to go to the Line tool, and right about here, I'm going to drag this down. And then a slight angle there. And then you could actually just close it, draw it like that. Now you could use a surface and trim it, but this is just nice to get a close contour. Hit OK, remove material, mid-plane, and just drag these out all the way until they extend past that area. Now hit the green check. Okay, now is when you could go ahead and you could put in the rounds. So go to the rounds tool. Oops, I'm going to Control to deselect that face. I clicked on this edge and I'm going to drag out one of the yellow balls there. Get that one there. Okay, hit OK. And now to make the cabin area, I'm going to select this face here and go to Extrude. And I want to capture this profile. So for that, we could use Offset, Loop, and select this face. Okay, so I have Loop selected. I'm going to select this face. And I see the arrows pointing outward. So that would, and I want it to point in actually. So I'm just going to type in a minus number, so minus, and we'll go with 0.06. Let's see how thick that makes it. Hit the green check. It's a little on the thin side, so that's an easy fix. Just hit close here. Find the dimension. This is the dimension that controls it. Double click on it. Let's make that 0.125. And actually, since let's type in the negative number there, so minus 0.25. Let's see if we can bring it in. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And it's going to start cutting automatically. Now I want it to go in the opposite direction. So I'm going to select the options and blind. I don't want it to go through the boat, so I'm going to drag this up until we see that it's not going to cut through. That's a little deep. I can go a little more shallow. There we go. And hit OK. All right, now to get this design on here, I'm going to select this face. I'm going to go to Extrude. And I'm going to offset more faces. I'm going to go Offset, Loop, select this face. And the preview. There we go. I just hit next until I saw the outside. I'm going to accept that. We'll go with minus 0.125. And went the way I wasn't expecting, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and put in 0.125. All right, this one isn't cooperating like I had hoped, so I'm going to delete that. Here's another way. We'll go to Offset, and we'll just do single. So click on this edge, and we see now we could just get that one edge. We'll put in minus 0.125. There we go. And then we'll do another one, this edge. And that's pointing in the right direction. And actually, you know, I'm going to go 0.25. And then this one I should be able to just change. So 0.25. There we go. All right. Now let's tackle this one. Let's go to offset, select this edge, and we'll just go 0.125 and enter. Now we're going to trim some of this up, so go to delete segment and scribble through. Don't leave these little segments here. If there's any little segments, you won't be able to extrude it. Okay, now with these, to extend these, let's go to corner, select over here on the left, and then select this, and it will trim up. Do the same over here. Select over here on the left to this, and then that trims it up. Hit OK. Let's eyeball this. Let's see, maybe 0.2. That's a little high. Let's go 0.125. And now options, add taper. Grab this little arrow, put in a nice aerodynamic taper, hit OK. And now we'll go ahead and add the design on here. So select this face, go to sketch. You can draw, if you want it to be symmetric, draw your center line. And I'm going to use the spline tool right off of here, have it follow the edge, and then it's going to go in and then connect to that point. Middle click. Let's do another one, a little thicker this time. Try and get the same amount of points. Click right there, middle click. All right, now I'm just going to connect these with a line just to save time. And same with this one. Now, if you really wanted to connect them with an arc, again, I'm just trying to get this done, or connect them with the edge. Now I'm going to extrude that. Could mirror it in the sketch or as a feature later. Either one's fine. And in this case, 0.06. Hit OK. While that's selected, we go to mirror, select the right plane. There it is. Now, any additional features here, it's just rounds and it's just tinkering, trying to get in the geometry that you think looks best. Put a lot of padding in here. All right. And then we could put in some additional fillets here and here. And if you want, put them in here and here too. Okay, and the rest I'm going to let you build, but basically, as you can see there, that's the technique. And then when you want to render it, go make sure it goes. You go to perspective view, and adding little details is really going to dress it up quite a bit. As you can see here, I've added a lot of little details, like some little inlets for the engine, horn, all sorts of different things. Okay, and that, let's take a look here if there's anything else as far as making your boat. Oh, there is actually a drawing here for your lab. Okay, instructions, model the part and recreate the drawing. Let's zoom out of here. And let's rotate that counterclockwise. Okay, so this is a really easy one. This is so you have time to work on your boat and have a little fun with it, dress it up a bit. And by the way, the better you make that boat look, that's a great portfolio piece. And you're going to learn a tremendous amount just having fun with it and try and build stuff on it. Okay, so anyhow, this is just a simple part. It's in metric pairs, or well, maybe not. Maybe it's just inches. Okay, so we're 10 by 15 with a little notch. And then you just recreate the drawing. On this one, actually, I would like you to do it on your own. I'd like you to do all your labs on your own if you can, but I'll get you started here. So we'll go with this. This is L8B, hit OK. All right, let's select the front plane, go to Extrude, and go to Rectangle. Now, if that is metric, here's how you would change it, actually. Let's go to the Manage Hold on a second. Let me get out of the sketch here. Okay, prepare, model properties. And let's say that is metric. I can't remember. It's been a while since I did that one. I think actually it is metric. So under units here, hit change. And we're going to go with millimeter, kilogram, and second. Oops. Now, when you do this, this is what's really nice about Creo. It gives you two options. So you can either convert the dimensions. 1 inch becomes 25.4 millimeters. That's the metric equivalent. And this gives you this option anytime. So this is really nice. Or interpret the dimensions. So 1 inch becomes 1 millimeter. Again, I love that they do this. It's really nice. We're going to go with the very first one. It doesn't really matter in this case because of the situation. So let's go ahead and close there. Okay, now let's go to front and let's go to extrude again, and we'll draw in we'll just do a corner rectangle here. Okay, and take a look at that print. I'm just going to drag it over here. So 10 by 15. And we could hit refit. Oh, I got it reversed. 15 wide by 10 in height. Okay, now there's a chamfer, and you can add that as a sketch chamfer if you want. So we could do this. We could go to the line tool, and we could draw that in. Or you know what? Why might I just use the chamfer tool? So from here to here. Okay, now here's the interesting thing is that I have this dimension, this corner to the bottom edge, so it's not a typical chamfer. I mean, it is a chamfer essentially, but for some reason decided to do it that way. So what you could do is just dimension this to override that dimension. Go to 6 inches, and I'll select this to this, and right in this window here, middle click, and that's going to be 51. And then let's fix this one. And we'll lock it. All right, lay the dimensions out how you would like to see them for the print. Now we're just gonna, we could put the hole in too at this point in time. So let's go with that. Go to the circle and draw that in. And that one needs to be 3 millimeters. And then this is offset. This one we don't need, actually. This one we do, and that's going to be 3. Now, the way I have it dimensioned is from center point to bottom edge. So leave that weak dimension there to override it, to put it 7. And then again, lay the dimensions out so they look nice. It's going to save you some time later. Hit OK. And the extrusion depth, since it's really a symmetric part, at least from side to side, I like to go usually mid-plane, and then it's 5 millimeters. Hit OK. All right, we're going to go to New, Drawing, and we can use the drawing name. Let's go ahead and hit OK. We're going to go with empty with format, browse, select the A format, hit open, and OK. General view, hit OK. We're going to drop in the isometric. We'll leave it shaded. And the scale on this one, we could actually change it. Let's make it 2.5. Let's make it a little bit bigger. We don't need that on this drawing, but if your company wants you to make those, put that in, then definitely do it. All right, now we'll drop in another general view right here. Click. We'll go to front. And now we'll change the scale down at the bottom versus here. We want everything to update with the exception of the isometric view. So go to view state, view display. we do actually have hidden lines on this one. So let's turn it on hidden lines. Kind of throwing a loop even for myself here. Tangent edges just go with default. There's really none. Okay, hit apply. Okay, let's go down here, change the scale. Oh, the scale is 2, and so let's actually change it to 4, make it bigger. All right, now let's unfold the projected view. Go to projected, click up there, click on this one, projected view to the right, and control select both of those. Go to the properties, and these are actually supposed to be hidden. Hit OK. All right, now we need to add those dimensions. So if you remember, we could go to annotate and show model items, select this face. Beautiful, they appear as we'd hoped. We could turn them all on. Let's see about this one. Yep. Turn that all on, hit apply. It shows here on the bottom one, but that's okay. All right, and then the center mark. So go over here, show that one, click over here, show that one, and click over here, show that one. Hit apply, and then close it out. Now let's just move it, and remember to move it, you have to go to layout and turn off lock view movement. Then you could click and drag this over, make more room, and make any modifications to the dimensions, put them where you think they're going to look best. And you could also grab the ball there to help you take them off the edges. And I should have actually probably just left this to the regular scale, so I'm going to use default. And then just put your name. Go to annotate, note. All right, and that completes this. If you want to print it out, by the way, or save it as a PDF, remember file, save as, quick export PDF. And this will print out on most printers. The printing inside Creo, I haven't used it lately. I just always output a PDF. So it just seems to work better, more reliable on most printers. Okay, and that concludes this exercise. Welcome back. Chris Sikora, and I'm going to step you through exercise 9 in Creo Parametric 6.0. Now, exercise 9 has to deal with assemblies. We're just scraping the surface of what's called top-down assembly modeling. Now, there's some debate from time to time. I've had people say that they didn't feel that this is necessarily top-down because there's a whole array of different things you can do with top-down. Like, for example, there's something called skeleton modeling. We're not going to cover that in this particular exercise, but you will actually be able to kind of get the idea. We might discuss it a little bit. This is generally a pretty advanced technique. That's why, again, I'm just scraping the surface. It's not, we're not going to be able to go into every little detail about top-down modeling. But if you recall, the exercise 5, that was bottom-up assembly modeling. That's building parts outside of the assembly and putting them in. So it could be like library parts like screws, nuts, bolts, fasteners, things like that. And also things that you might build, commonly used parts, and put them in. Now, top-down is actually building the parts inside the assembly and using the context of other parts to develop it. So like bolt hole patterns could be matched up between different parts very easily. Geometry could be used from other parts. And that's what we're going to do with this. You can see this is a pencil sharpener. And basically, we're going to build this red cover first. And then once we're done with that part, we're going to build this clear reservoir for the pencil shavings. And so we're going to go through how that works. Now, when we're done, we should be able to go in and make a modification to it like this. So we should be able to go into the original extrusion and edit the actual distance here of 2 inches. Let's make it 3. Hit enter, middle click a couple times, and then finally hit regenerate. And both parts should update. See how that widened. So That's why, in my opinion, at least, it is top down, because top down assembly modeling is that's the power behind it, is actually being able to update parts, whether it be 2 parts or thousands of parts. You want them all to be able to update much of the time. There are times, though, that you don't want them to update if those other parts are used in the context of other assemblies. Like if someone grabs those parts and they put in a new assembly, and then someone changes the original assembly, you don't want that to necessarily trickle down or hit the domino effect and mess up that other assembly. So there's checks and balances, like look into PDM or PLM, product lifecycle management systems, to help you with that. You create a vault, and basically anytime a part is checked out and used somewhere else or modified, it will relabel it like with a revision number, like or code, Rev A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3, 4, and so it doesn't mess up or tamper with the original file. So if you're going to do this top down, just be aware a PLM or PDM system might be a good thing to look at. And with Creo, Windchill is their native product, and so might want to look at how that works. We're not going to look at it in this class. Anyhow, let's take a look now how to build this. I'm going to start off with an assembly and go ahead and label this E9, capital E9 for exercise 9. And if you're wondering where this information is, it's in the training guide. You could actually just go to V as in Victor, ERTAN as in Nancy, UX1.com, and instructional manuals, and you should find it under the Creo Parametric 6.0. And this starts on page 90. All right, and there's not a whole lot here. There's just some very basic instructions and the drawings to create the front and back or rear part. In doing this, I kept the parts super simple so that you could grasp the concept, because typically in an introductory class, this type of thing isn't covered. You're probably going to end up with a lot of questions afterwards, which aren't going to be addressed in this exercise. But if you continue watching the exercise 10 goes a little bit more detail. Exercise 11, which is sheet metal, actually we go into top-down modeling with that too. So there's more to come. Let's start now. We have our E9 assembly. We're going to go to Create. And then right here it says Create Component. And we're looking at, we're going to go ahead and label this E9 and then underscore front. Hit OK. And you do want to copy from existing, use the inch-pound part, hit OK. That's the default, at least on mine. Now, instead of automatic here, go to default. And we learned about this both or I should say in the exercise 5 some number of weeks ago. But now once you go to default, just go ahead and hit OK. Now I have my planes turned off. Let me turn them on so you can see this. What it did actually, the little planes are actually the part planes, and the larger planes are the planes of the assembly. And by dropping it in like we did, it dropped them, instead of using that default, it dropped them in to match. Front plane of my part matches up with the front plane of the assembly. It's a good strategy. Larger companies will typically use that strategy where they drop the parts in a centralized part. Then the origin is the same on all the parts. Not on most of them, at least. You'll usually find a hybrid of measures. Like, for example, you're going to see some top down and some bottom up in assembly modeling. Not in this one. This is all top down. Okay, now what we need to do is edit the E9 front. And if you could remember to do this, to turn it on and off when you're editing specific parts, you're going to be fine for this lesson. So E9 front, we want to edit that. So click on it and activate it. And now whatever changes we make are only on the part we're editing. And you can see it has that little green star there. And you can see the planes here. Now I'm going to hit the little arrow underneath the E9 front, and you'll see it has its own right top and front planes. No surprise there, its own origin. And when you want to start a sketch, do you want to sketch on the planes of the assembly or the planes of the part? Or once we have other parts in there, do you want to sketch on surfaces of those other parts or planes from those other parts? You could do all those things. But my little piece of advice here is try and keep them all in the original part when you can. Because imagine those are like spider webs attaching to different parts. And if you use that part that has all these links back to other parts later on, remember I told you about the domino effect. If you change one, it might adversely affect this part. So just be aware. My suggestion is when you can, try and limit those and only use them when you need them. Like, for example, you'll see when we steal information from one part to another, so we don't have to redraw everything. And if we want it to link so it does update. All right, so now we've actually edited the part. Let's go ahead and select the front plane and go to Extrude. Go to the center rectangle tool here, center rectangle, and right at the origin, click and drag on a rectangle. Make sure there's no equal or perpendicular links. And I actually did get perpendicular, so I'm going to delete those. I'm going to click on and hit delete. And that's because we're going to change the width of this from 3 and leave the height only 2 inches later on. So anyhow, let's go ahead and change this dimension here to 2. And the next dimension, change it to 2. And you could hit the refit, or if you've been following along, the F key on the keyboard, which we set up on day 1. Or it might have been actually day 2, can't remember. Might be an exercise 2, actually. All right, I'm going to refit that. I'm going to turn off my planes. I don't really need to see them, nor do you right now. Okay, let's get those in there a little bit better. You feel free to hit refit once you get it squeezed down. All right, we're going to go ahead and hit OK. The extrusion for this is on that drawing in the training guide. And the extrusion depth, let me bring it up here, is actually going to be 1 inch. And hit OK. All right, now on that front face, select that face, go to Extrude. We're going to put the center boss. So go ahead and select the circle tool, drag out the circle. And this is going to be 1.25. Go to Extrude. And it's only going to be a 1/2 inch. Hit OK. Select the front of that face, go to Extrude. Now we're going to put in the inlet for the pencil. This is going to be big. It's a 1/2 inch, so it's those like pencils for toddlers or kindergartners. So 0.5. Hit OK. Flip that direction and have it go through all. Make sure remove material automatically defaulting on mine. Just make sure it does on yours. Hit OK. Let's put some rounds on. So go to the rounds and set the rounds to 0.125. Select these 4 corners. Now you're not going to want to round the back edge because we need that edge sharp for later. There's not going to be any round on there. Okay, select this edge here, and then select these 4 edges here, there, and there. Again, do not fillet anything on the back edge. If you have something filleted, hold Control and deselect it. Okay, the last one here, click on this edge. Let's drag this out to 0.25. There we go. And hit OK. Click off the part once you hit OK. Let's flip it around. Go to, select this face, go to Shell, and set the wall thickness to 0.1. Hit OK. Now I'm going to show you something new. Nothing really we've done here is new with the exception of we're actually making this part inside an assembly. But here's something that might be interesting to you. Another way to make a thin wall, we need to make a little lip around here that's half the thickness. So it's going to be 50 thousandths thick. It's going to go about 0.25. So select this face, go to Extrude. Doesn't seem like anything new, but let's now go to Offset. And we're going to go with Loop, select this face, and hit Next until we see either the inner edge or the outer edge. And now the colors here are a little challenging to see, but on mine, if you have your settings the same as mine, it's a lighter blue thin line. It's really hard to detect almost. If you get yours wrong, just cancel out and try again. But you can see the inner edges turn dark blue as you scroll through them using the Next. Now mine is a lighter blue, I can barely tell, but let's go ahead and hit Accept. And there we go. And if this doesn't turn out right, then don't worry. If it's the inside edge, you're still okay. You can leave it as is. Now, here's the thing. If it's the outside edge like mine, I see the arrows pointing outward. So for the offset, we actually want it to go inward. So remember, we put a negative. So put a minus and then 0.05. Those of you who have it flipped inward, it's just a positive 0.05. You don't actually have to put a plus symbol, obviously, in front of it. Those of you who have the inner edge, you might have to flip-flop it. It might have to be minus 0.05 if it's on the inside edge and arrows pointing out. So, okay, hit the green check mark, and there's our geometry. It should be right in the center there. It turns out in orange. You could hit OK, and it's going to immediately try and extrude this. This only goes 0.25 though. 0.25. Now I know what you're thinking. It's not hollowed out yet. Here's the trick that I was going to show you. Go to thicken sketch. And you'll see now it made a lip, but don't apply it yet. Click up here or down here where it's 0.027 and type in 0.05 and hit enter. Now make sure that this is all gray, it just goes through. And if you have to, you can flip it. See, if I flip it, now it's on the outside. That's not what we want though. But there we go, hit OK. All right, one last thing. Let's go ahead and color this a little bit. So go to View, and you can make it any color. I'm going to make mine red. I'm just going to click on red here. And instead of all, I'm going to go to Part, select the part, middle click, and there we go. Okay, so that's done. Now, this is where you have to remember, you have to exit out of that because we're done with it for right now. We actually will go back to it and make some modifications, but got to get rid of that green star. And the way you do it is you just edit the assembly. So go to the top where it says E9 ASM, go to the green star, which is Activate. All right, green stars should all be gone now. Hit the little arrow to the left of E9 front, bring that information up. We don't need to see it for right now. All right, now we want to start building the next part on this little edge right here, which there, right there. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to Create. And this one you're going to label E9 underscore rear. Hit OK. And right here, just hit OK. Should go with the default. Now again, instead of automatic, go with default. Hit OK. And it just so happens that back face was where we started. So that's why I went ahead and went with default. Okay, and I see actually I made an error. I'm going to have to go back and fix this, and I probably led you all to have the same error. See that like double edge there? We can fix that in a little bit, but let's get our part done first. So this is good. You can see what happens in real world when you make mistakes. So, okay, so let's go to, let's see here. Select this face right here, if you can. If not, go right to Sketch and then select it, or actually go to Extrude. Right, now we want the outer edges there, so we're going to go over here to Project. We just want the outer edges to be exactly the same. So now go to Loop, select this face right here, and hit Next again until the outside edge highlights in that blue. There we go. It's almost impossible to see, but I got it. I'm going to rotate. Even when I rotate, I can't see it. I'm going to hit Accept, and it should turn orange on the outside there. The other thing you can do, rather than using loops, is just go to Single or Chain and just select the outer edges. That might actually be easier than having to scroll through all those different things. I just like to get it all in one shot, and I've been doing this for years, so I could kind of see those edges a little bit better than many of you who are still novices. So my apologies for that. Okay, hit OK. And now we're going to go ahead and flip this direction. So we want to reverse. And I see here, it's like stuck on Remove Material. And this is what happens when you do things wrong. Now, you might remember we dropped an E9 rear, and this is, again, my fault, but it's a good learning experience right now because this is so common. Even I've been using this software since 1995, can do this mistake. take a look, the E9 rear, that's the part we should be editing. What should it have besides this little block? Remember the activate? Forgot to activate it. Sorry about that. Okay, so anyway, great learning experience though. So I'm gonna hit cancel. Do you really want to cancel? Hit yes. All right, now, first of all, since we screwed this up here, we could fix that now. Now, only if yours is screwed up, fix what I'm about to fix. So I'm gonna go ahead and, actually I'm gonna edit the E9 front because of that mistake. So I made 2 mistakes today, not a good day. All right, go to activate. So we're editing the front. Now, what we're going to do is hit the little arrow to the left of it, and that extrude is what we need to fix. So I'm going to click on that extrude and go to the gold ball with the pencil on it. Now, what we can do here is, let's see, hit this little change direction button again, and look at that. It has actually a middle area there. Okay, and that's what happened when I didn't click on it a second time. I wasn't expecting that to happen. But now I clicked on it again, and it should be all the way through. All right, and I thought I'd actually check that, but that's all right. Somewhere I made a mistake. Now I hit OK. Look at that, nice and smooth. One solid wall right here. Okay, so 1 down, 1 more to go. Now, so turn off activate by going to the E9 assembly and activate the assembly, so we're not editing the part any longer. Now, bring all that information up. We don't need to see the E9 front anymore. Click on the E9 rear, and this is what we missed before. Go to activate. Now notice that the part that's there, that the E9 front, which we're not editing, turns transparent. This is a courtesy that Creo does so that you know whatever part you're not working on will be grayed out like that. The part that you're working on, though, will be actually opaque, whereas this is transparent. So that helps with working with large assemblies. Also, it helps you see through them too. Okay, so we're on the E9 rear. Let's go ahead and we'll actually work off of this face. Click on that face right there, go to extrude. Now remember, if you were unable to click on that face, go to extrude first, then select the face. That might be easier. Now we're going to choose a different way. We're going to project those edges, but let's go with project. Let's go with chain this time instead of loop, because it was kind of hard to see that preview. To chain, we want the outer edge. Click here, and then the next one. And my hope was it was going to go around, but let's see. I'm going to hit next. There it goes. Okay, so once I hit next, it followed it around. We see the green. We could just accept that. Okay, endpoints of the chain are not coincident. Do you want to convert to loop? Yeah. All right, look at that. We've got it. Now hit OK. And now we see a solid. Notice it's opaque. All right, change that to 1.5. Hit enter. And hit OK. All right, now we want to round this off so it could be held in a person's hand while they sharpen the pencil. So let's go to the round tool, set the round to 0.5, select this edge right here, and you really get a good look at the capability of the Granite 1. That's the core modeler here, and its ability to round that. That's pretty complex, what it just did there. Hit OK. All right, flip it around to the front. And see, this is what I was talking about. The parts that you're not editing are transparent, so you can't really do anything to them except see them and steal edges off of them. What we're going to do here, we're going to shell out our part. Now remember, it's 50 thousandths. In real life, it would actually have like maybe shell the part out at 0.045, like leave 5 thousandths play in there. We're going to go with just 50 thousandths for the shell. So go to shell. Make sure you put a 0.05. Go ahead and select the face. All right, now we have that shelled out. We see the preview, beautiful preview. Go ahead and hit OK. Now we're going to select. Now I'm going to turn on my planes just to show you this. You don't have to turn your planes on, but we want to create little bosses, little clipping mechanisms that hold this together. So since we're editing this part, we could start the clip on this part and then finish it on the other part. Now they're going to be centered, and if we look at the print, let's bring that back, you can actually see them here. Let me zoom up, and actually I'll rotate. Look over here. There they are. See, it's 0.25. There's one on either side. Get this up here so we can see a little bit better. And my scroll bar, for some reason, to the right is not appearing. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. There you can see these little bosses. Let's zoom up a little closer. There. Now it's 0.025 radius, and it's going to be 0.125 off this edge. So if we actually just locate it off the center, we should be able to get that. So let's go ahead and select the little arrow to the left of E9 rear, and let's select the right plane. Go to Extrude. It's going to bring us to this view orientation, which is fine. Go to, let's see here, hidden line, so we can see inside. All right, now here's that intersection. Go to the circle tool and find the midpoint. That's, believe it or not, that's exactly where we want it. Click and drag out a small circle. Dimension it. Remember, it was 0.025 radius, so it's diameter we're really drawing here. So it's 50 thousandths, so 0.05. Now we want to get it to the bottom side too. Before I rotate it, I should have thought about that, but that's okay. Let's go over here to the view orientations, go to right, and let's draw a center line right in the middle there and horizontal. Click. Now select that circle, go to mirror, and select that horizontal center line. Now it's down below at the bottom. Now if that one updates, this one will update too. Let me go back to shaded with edges. All right, here we can see our preview, but let's set this to 0.25 and then set it to mid-plane. Hit OK. All right, so we've got it on the top and bottom, but notice there's no cutout on the front part yet, so we have to build that next. So let's practice our little thing here. Let's hit the little arrow to the left of E9 rear. Click on E9 assembly and activate the assembly first, thus deactivating the rear part. Now click on the E9 front and activate the E9 front. And let's go to, hit the little arrow to the left of that, go to the right plane of that part, go to Extrude, and let's take a look at what we got here. All right, we're going to have to go back to shaded with, I should say, hidden lines. And there we have that. Let's go, and we're going to go to offset, keep it at single, select that edge, and my arrow's pointing out, so I could put in, I don't have to put a minus in. I just put in 0.005, so I'm putting in the offset. Okay. Now, what I've discovered, you can't do both, at least unless I tried. Maybe it might work, but that's too late. It's all right. I'll do this one too, 0.005. Now, don't forget, you have to go to the line tool and draw a line between these two. Now, what we just did, middle click to end the chain, get this one up here, click here to here, middle click to end the chain, and they should shade. Let's go back to shaded with edges, and now we can hit OK, and it's going to go remove. All right, we do want it to remove. Look at that cutout there, that's perfect, but it's going to be, instead of 0.25, it'll be 0.26. So divided up, it's 5/1000ths of an inch clearance. Now you're probably wondering, like, why am I inconsistent? Sometimes I use clearance, sometimes I don't. On easy areas like this where I could actually show it to you, it's fine. Sometimes building too much of it into these lessons confuses students. It adds too many steps. And so that's why you should always build clearance in. You could get away with it sometimes with plastics. Remember, metals, you can never get away with it. You always have to make clearances. All right, of parts when they intersect. Okay, so here we're going to go to mid-plane, and we can see our cutout right there. Hit OK, and look at that. Let's turn off plane display, and now we could actually see the geometry. Now for that little triangle button, if you want, again, just have a little fun with this. My students, you guys out there, dress it up. I love to see when you add things to it. Make it look special. The parts are very basic initially, and the reason for that is because I want to keep it simple so you can understand just what the lessons are, not put in too much information in it that might overload the lesson a bit. But here, select this face, go to Extrude, go to the center line, and you don't have to do this if you want. I'm just having a little fun. Click, add that little center line horizontal, and then go to the line tool and click here, right about there, and connect. Middle click 2 times. Now select that, go to mirror, select the horizontal center line, and now we have a nice little triangle. So that would be like if someone wanted to push down, I hit OK. I'm going to actually set it to 0.02, and I'm going to flip the direction. It should automatically default to remove material. You can turn that off once you get used to it. I leave it on just so y'all know what's going on and so it looks like mine. Go ahead and hit OK. And now we have that little cutout there. So a little for your thumb, when you're pulling apart, you know to squeeze that and pull that out so that the mechanism is deactivated. Now if you want to get that to the bottom, we could select that feature, go to mirror, select the top plane, and you'll see a little preview right there. Hit OK. All right. We're done. Let's go to E9 Assembly, deactivate it. And now what we want to do is, let's bring up this information here, and let's actually color that to clear. So right here in Appearances, hit the little arrow and find the PTC glass. And you can select that model and just middle click, and now it's transparent. And if you want to make a photo rendering, we all know already, you can turn on perspective, and you could go to applications and click on Render Studio. Not everyone has this. Some of you who are working at companies, the company you work for may not have procured it, so just be aware. All right, and there's the photo rendering. I'm going to close that. Most of you have seen me do that a dozen times, so those of you who might not have, there you go. All right, now what I'm going to turn off perspective view. Now we want to test this to see if we could widen it. So here's what you do. Hit the little arrow next to E9 front, hit the little arrow next to the extrude and find that section. And this is extrude 1 now. Click on Edit Dimensions. The dimensions should appear for that. Double click on this. 2, change it to 3. Hit Enter. Now, it doesn't automatically just update. You have to go to File, Model. Click on the Model tab and hit Regenerate. And there it is. And so that gives you an idea of the capability of top-down modeling. Anything you tie to another model, whenever that model, the original model, changes, the other parts will update, which gives you an incredible amount of power and capability. Imagine if you had 1,000 parts attached to one part and you need them all to update, like bolt hole patterns and things like that. Normally in old CAD systems, you'd have to go through each and every part and update them, like actually change the model. Here, all of them are affected, which can be a good thing. And it could be not such a good thing at times too. And we talked about that earlier, where maybe you didn't want those all to update. So there's different variables, which we can't get into in this introductory class. But that pretty much completes that. Now the lab for this is to make the drawing that you see here. Let me zoom out. So basically it's just a review to make it. Like we're going to make a front, a top, a section view, detail view, exploded isometric, put the labels and the bill of material on there. All right, let's change this back. Now we could try hitting undo. Let's see what undo does. And hit regenerate. It worked. Okay, so undo is kind of nice too from time to time. Otherwise, you could have gone back and edited that sketch. Let's make the drawing now. So we're going to go to File, New, Drawing. We'll use the drawing file name, hit OK. Empty with format, browse, select the A format, hit Open. and hit OK. All right, let's go to General, hit OK. Click over here. Here is the isometric view. That looks pretty good. We could go ahead. We'll leave it actually like that. Oh, you know, we could try. Let's see if the auto explode does a decent job here. Sometimes with top-down modeling, it doesn't always. Bottom up, it usually does a pretty decent job depending upon how you made it. But let's go to view states. Let's try the explode and apply. Okay, see, it didn't work. But here, watch this customize explode state. And we could translate and motion reference. Let's see here. Along an edge, that should work. And so we'll select like this edge. And then now we click on the part, just move it forward and hit OK and OK. And so we exploded it right here. Now you'll see we can't move it. Don't forget, you have to unlock the view up here. Now click on it and you can locate it. All right, now we're going to go ahead and drop in the other views. So let's go to General View, hit OK, click right here. We're going to go ahead and maybe make this a bit smaller. Let's see the scale. It's actually 1-to-1 scale. Let's see if we can, it's going to be really tight. We better not just try and squeeze it. So let's go to custom scale. Let's go to 3/4. Okay. Or 0.75, whatever you want to put in. All right, now let's go to view states. We don't need that. View display. We want no hidden. And I usually like to go phantom on here. And then the view type, double click on front, hit apply, and OK. All right. Now the scale, if you want to use that, you could put the scale down there, so just rather than typing it in. All right. Okay, now let's unfold some views from there. Click on that, go to projected, click up here. Now let's click on this and we're going to turn on our plane display. Remember when we want a section view? So we got planes on. We're going to go to projection again, click over here. Now we double click on that view and you go to sections, 2D cross section, plus symbol, done. Now type in capital A for section A. Hit the green check. Now we get to select that plane right in the middle and hit apply. And you should get this. Now make sure you selected that plane. Remember, if you can make multiple section views, but also here under view display, I'm going to go with no hidden and phantom again. All right, I'm going to turn off the planes. Don't forget to turn off the planes. They will print out. And I'm going to go ahead and take this and move that over too. Now we want a detail view. See, there's our little, you can even see the clearance in there. Let's go to, first of all, select that view, go find detail view. Right in that little area there. Now 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I'm sorry, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Middle click, and then left click up here to drop that. And straighten this out a little bit. Okay, odd. I seem to have lost my exploded view there. Let's double click on that. Let's see what happened. View state. I must not have applied it. Let's try that again. Okay, so first go to entity or edge. We want it to go along that edge. Click in here, click on that part, drag it forward. Okay. Done. Maybe I just hit OK. So make sure you hit done. Hit OK. All right. Not sure why that did that. I'll be honest, I don't usually explode it from there. I usually explode it from the actual model, which we saw a few weeks ago in the midterm. So if you need to see how that's done, watch the midterm review. You'll see how it's done. Okay. We could maybe, we'll leave that as is. Okay. Now let's go to see what else is on that drawing. We have some inspection dimensions. Oh, the section view arrows, can't forget that. So click on arrows, select this view, then this view. And there they are. And if you want, click on it. Oh, let me undo that. Double click 2 times. Did not need that one. All right. All I was trying to do here was get this down a little bit because we're running short on space. All right, now the you could go over here to annotate, go to dimension. We could use the dimensions in the model, but these are just like an inspection dimension. So I'm going to select this edge. And then remember, you have to hold Control, select the other edge, and bring that down right here, middle click. And then let's get this out of the way. All right, and we'll add one more. For this one, click here, hold Control, select this bottom edge, and then move it over, release Control, middle click right there. And again, we can make a little bit more room. Once we middle click a couple times, you could then move these over. Let's get that over here. And then just don't forget your name. Oh, and this one too, let's not leave it shaded. And then note. Middle click. Oh, the balloons. Another thing that would be under annotate. Under here, under annotations, you'll find some additional options. Balloon note and width leader. And let's go ahead, make note, select that edge, middle click, type in. That one will be 1. Actually, that'll be 2 because that's the second part. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. Hit the green check mark twice. Let's hit make note, select that edge, middle click, and this will be part 1. Hit the green check twice, done. Now the bill of materials, I still have to update my bill of materials, so it's not functioning right now, the automatic one, so I'm just going to show you how to put it in manually again. Remember over here we have table, and we only have 2 parts, so we need 3 columns and 3 horizontal there. Click over here to drop that there, and now you can put in, so this will be part number, name, and quantity. This part number will be 1, oops, front, and quantity 1. And then this next one will be part 2. Come on, rear, and then 1. All right, then we just have to move this out of the way maybe here. Let's get back to layout. Then we could click on this, move that down a little bit so it's not interfering. Could probably squeeze them down even more. But there you go. That's, again, just good practice for making a drawing. Again, that's your lab. And when you send this to me, just go to File. You don't have to send me a picture of the assembly once you do this. The lab, this image alone, those of you who are in my class doing this from home, this is all I need because it shows me that you did the part and you did the lab. So exercise and lab. And remember, you just go over here, Save As, Quick Export PDF, and there it is. Just save it, print it out, or save it, whatever. Okay, and that concludes this exercise. Welcome back. We're going to take a look at exercise 10 in Creo Parametric 6.0. In this exercise, it's what I call the real world scenario. Now, there's no way to really make that unless you're truly working at a company, but this is as close as I could bring it, you might say, without making it too overly complex and too long. Because typically projects, especially in industry, can take a long time, especially if you're handed something that's halfway through or even beyond halfway. it's almost unknown sometimes how long it's going to take. It's very difficult to judge, especially depending upon the user. So what we're looking at here is an old speaker. It's like a Bluetooth MP3 player speaker, or whatever you want to think of it like. It's very tiny, actually. What you're going to do is you're going to get this, and then we're going to download it, and we're going to have to put in certain features. Like, for example, it has a hinge for this case that pops out, and you can wrap up your headphones and put it in there. Now the hinge, you'll see inside there's actually a hole and there's a post. The post doesn't exist. We have to put the post in. You can see it done there, but that's what it's going to look like. Also, this is the speaker or LCD screen, whatever you want to call it. I'm changing it now to a speaker because MP3 players have kind of gone the way of the dodo. Anyhow, so we need to build this, and that's attached to the circuit board that's inside here. Okay. Another thing that you're going to have to do, I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Actually, let's hide this part. Okay. And it's difficult to see. Let me lighten that up a bit. There we go. Now, what you can see in here, this is the battery cradle. That goes in there. Let me hide this part too. We're going to need to make this. This whole part here is going to come solid. We have to shell it out, put this lip on here. It's a 1/2 inch, I'm sorry, 50 thousandths thickness, and then the height is going to be 100 thousandths, and it's going to have 1 degree of draft. So we're going to have to learn how to put that in there. And then these, the cradle we're going to have to build. Now notice there's no straight edges anywhere. So to build this cradle might seem a little daunting at first to a new user, but I'm going to show you some tricks that make it actually really easy, where you're not having to measure anything, quite honestly. You're just drawing in the geometry off of the circuit board. So anyhow, and then you also have to get the battery, and you're going to have to make the battery. And I'm not going to make it in this video because we're getting into advanced things. And what I want you to do is actually build the battery, and that's on the Vertanu 1 webpage under part files, believe it or not. But when you click on here, you'll see E10 battery DRW. Now there's the parts that we're going to need. We're going to grab that in a second. But when you go to the E10 DRW, it's actually a drawing of the battery, so you have to recreate that, and that's in inches. Okay. I'm not going to do that, but you're going to need to do it. Those of you who are my students, model that up and put it in position. And actually in that battery cradle. So we see here the exercise 10 parts. What you're going to do is you're going to click on those parts. You're going to hit download. And you can just hit open wherever they are. And it's going to bring up Windows, and actually in this case Explorer. And you can actually see here, you can hit extract all. That's one method. I just usually just select all that, right click, copy, and then I'm going to go to my Creo folder that we started the first day of class. Remember, you could go in Documents and create your own folder, and then create a new folder. Just go to right click, go to New Folder. I'm going to call mine E10B because I already, so you can see the image up there, I already brought it up. And E10B, I'm going to double click, right click, and paste all the parts in there. And you can actually click on it and see that there's some things there. Now, it is a little confusing here. When I zip this all up, you'll see that there's a couple E10 assemblies. You actually just want the E10_ASM. You don't need these other ones that are there. Those are revisions and things, so don't worry about that. But I'm going to go ahead and close this up and restart Creo. Okay, so I restarted Creo from scratch. You didn't necessarily have to do that. I did it because I already had these parts up and I didn't want to have the finished parts show up. And you can see I have them extracted in my E10B folder. Yours could just say E10. It doesn't really matter. Now, what you want to do, also, you don't usually want to open up the files from Explorer here. Sometimes with Creo, when you download, especially the student files, there's like Creo Simulate, there's a couple different applications, and it might actually launch into one of those other applications when you double click on it. So just be aware that you want to open them through this area here. You go to Open and find your Creo folder that you created, and there's my E10B. I'm going to click on it, and we just want the E10ASM.ASM. You don't want the ASM_2 or the Assembly 1. there's a couple sub-assemblies in here that we don't want. So it's just this E10 ASM, hit open, and we could see the assembly here. It looks a little different. I changed the colors earlier, but we're going to go ahead and tinker with this. So we could turn off the planes actually and these other things. We don't need to see those. Also, this little ring, you could hide that. All right, now we're going to start off. And if you look at the training guide here, let's bring up the training guide. This is what you get. And this is on the second page of this. And let's see, it's page 95 of your training guide. I already downloaded it and I rotated it. I just went over here to rotate. This is in Firefox. All right, so we could see here, this is the instructions. And this is what I mean real world scenario. When I worked in industry, not only did I create redline markup drawings, I actually got them quite often from my manager. I used to work in a mold shop and I worked for an engineering firm. And basically, a manager knows what needs to be done. They talk to the salesman who talk to the customer most likely, and then they give you, here's the list of instructions. And they typically have a drawing, and it's like, oh, let's grab a drawing that has the most images on it, and let's start writing this in. And usually they take a red Sharpie or a red pen and they mark up just like this. This is actually better than what I would get typically. And they don't want to write a whole bunch of things down. Some of the expectation is that you might come back to them, ask them some more details as you need them. But you do need to extrapolate some things on your own. First of all, the AA battery, make the battery a AA battery into the socket. We'll leave that for last because we don't have the cradle set up over here anyhow. So we'll leave that for a while. But we could made it actually onto this, but you're going to have to build that. I just showed that to you where you could get that drawing. Or what I tell my students sometimes, just take a battery, take a caliper or a scale and measure it. It's really easy, and then model it up. Okay, and so those are things you don't want to waste the time with talking to your manager if you can help it, because that only takes a few minutes to model something like that up. Now, as we look here, we could see this is a mixture of bottom up and top down. So the battery is bottom up because we're going to model that probably outside, bring it in. And then some of these other parts we have to model from scratch, and then there's some part editing too. So let's first try and get this LCD screen or speaker, whatever you want to call it nowadays, a Bluetooth speaker. I want to change the name of this eventually. And so you can see there's a lot of confusion over here on the left, and what it is, it's just sub-assemblies inside assemblies. And so I'm going to hit those little arrows up to simplify it a little bit. I'm going to go to Create. And then over here, I'm going to call this the, instead of LCD, I'm going to call it the speaker. And part solid, hit OK. And we're going to use copy from existing, inch pound part, hit OK. And what I recommend doing here is go to default. And we discussed that before. Hit OK. Now you can see the speaker listed there. Hit the speaker and edit the speaker. Now there's the circuit board, and it's supposed to rest on the circuit board. And this you would find out typically, like the boss would say, hey, make sure you put that's going to be mounted onto the circuit board. So what we can do, we could select the circuit board and go to extrude, because we're going to extrude the part off of that. And now we want to steal the edges here. So I'm going to use the concentric circle and capture this inside edge, click, and drag it out a little bit. And don't touch the edges. That would make it line to line. It wouldn't fit very well in there. We're going to give a little offset here. Click, middle click 2 times. Now the hole, I bet you, is 2 inches in diameter. We're going to make this 1.95. So there's just a little bit of clearance in there so it could be assembled easily. Hit OK. Now as this extrudes up, we don't want it to extrude up like that. We want it to follow the contour of the outside surface, which looks like kind of like a bean shape. Let's go over here to depth and change it to this little guy over here. Extrude up to selected surface. Now select this surface. Look at that, it conforms to that surface. Hit OK. Now, it's not in the print, but let's put a little chamfer on there. Just make it look nicer. Go to chamfer. You could set it to 0.05 D times D is good. Select this edge. And there we got a nice little broken edge. Okay, we're done with that part. We don't need to do anything more. So what you want to do is click on the very top of the model tree here, where it says E10, and click on the Activate to get out of that. All right, so one down. Looking back at our instructions, that's done. Let's do this now. Create the boss that holds the earphone case. So really that boss is attached to this front cover, the front bezel. And these are not called front bezel, as you can see here. So what you do is you click on the part that you want to edit and just activate it from here. So make sure you click on the red beam and activate it. And it's going to give you this little message. It's because there's sub-assemblies in here. Go ahead and hit confirm. Okay, now zoom up to that area down below here. You see where I'm at? And there's a little flat face. Let's go ahead and select that flat face and go to extrude because we want our post to come off of that. Now we're not going to go into the engineering details of creating bosses and mushroom clips and all that stuff. That's for an engineering class, plastics engineering. I'm just showing the basics. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to hidden line. And there we could actually see the hole that our post needs to go into. So use your circle again, and notice it's concentric circle that we're using. Click on this edge, drag it in a little bit, don't make it equal, have it spaced out a little bit, again for some clearance. Middle click 2 times, find that dimension, 0.12. So it's 0.120, it's actually 0.125 for the hole. So we're, again, giving a little bit of clearance. Hit OK. Rotate this, and it's going to be 0.2 for the height. Hit the green check. Let's go back to shade with edges, and there's our post. All right, 2 down. Let's go. Oh, we're done with that. So we could actually click on the top of the model tree and activate the model tree, so we're no longer in edit mode. Now the next one is actually adding the geometry on this part. So click on this part, and we're going to actually open it up separately from the assembly to work on it. Could we work on it in the assembly? Absolutely, but there's a lot of stuff in front of it that gets in the way, and I don't want to have to hide and then unhide them all. So it's just easier to click on the part and go to open, and it'll open it up, and it's outside of the assembly now. Look at that. Now we could do all the work we want on it. Let's go right away, click on this face, go to shell, and the shell thickness should be 0.1. Hit enter. Now we need to create that lip around here. So go to extrude, select this face right here. And we're going to go ahead and offset this geometry. So we could go to project first of all. Select the inner edge. First, go over here to chain. Select this inner edge. See, it's the second edge. And then these 2 edges. And then hit yes. It's going to create a loop. We got a nice sketch there. Let's do that again. Let's this time though, let's do an offset. And we'll do chain. Select that curve there. Select this curve here. And let's, I'm going to cancel out. I should have zoomed out earlier. It won't let me do that just yet. So let's zoom out here and make sure the whole thing's in there. Let's try that again. We're still in chain. Select this edge here, and then hold control, select that inner edge. Okay, this is what I was looking for, the arrow. Which direction was pointed? Because that will tell us whether we have to go plus or minus. In this case, it's going the wrong direction, so it's, can't really flip it. I don't think so, no. So we have to type in minus 0.05. Hit the green check. All right, now it made it a collection of polygons. And do you want polygons? Probably not. And the problem, what we are experiencing here, is that we went ahead and selected the curves that we copied over versus the actual edge of the model. So hit close here, and let's hit undo. Get rid of that. So here's a better option. Let's go now to offset, chain, and select the outer edge instead. Now, I'm going to hold control, select that, and it looped around for us. I'm going to go ahead and hit accept. And it's going to give us, do you want to create a loop? Yes. Yeah. All right. Again, we can see the arrows in. So in this case, we do want to go in because we're starting from the outside versus last time we started from the inside. So this is not going to be a negative number. It's just going to be 0.05. Enter. And look at that. It's not a polyline. Why wouldn't you want polylines? Well, sometimes some old machines like polylines, whereas they don't like these freeform curves, which are called splines, especially older machines pre-1999, like 1999 and older. Typically, those machines, got to be careful. Some of them like polylines, which are a collection of a bunch of little arcs or lines. It can't handle spline geometry. So any new machine pretty much these days can handle it. But just be aware that might be an answer for you if you ever want to, working with someone who has an old machine. Okay, I'm going to hit OK. Now we can see it's immediately trying to extrude it. Let's change that extrusion depth to 0.1, hit Enter, but we're not done yet. Go to Options and add a taper, and the instructions were to add 1 degree. So we have the taper here. Now it's kind of hard to see sometimes with the preview. And so what I do, see the little ball, I zoom up to the little ball, and I try and align myself to it. Let's see, wherever it might be. And now I clicked on it, and now we can see that's going the wrong way. So we want it, look at that, it's flaring out. I'm holding on to that little ball and I'm dragging it. And we actually want it to be 1 degree. There we go. Okay. So that's one way you could see it, especially with 1 degree. 1 degree of draft is very difficult to see. Quite honestly, it would be much higher than that, most likely. Hit OK. Now we want to put in the cradle for the battery. And it's not a single sharp straight line on here really, unless you're looking from the side. So that doesn't no good. So what we're going to do is let's go up here, click on this, and go back to the E10 assembly. And let's hide this part. Click on the red part, go to hide. And there's our cradle. In fact, if we want, we could hide this just so you can see what we're dealing with. Okay, so we have our all of our stuff on our circuit board, but here is the cradle. And see these red bars are what we want to align to. So it cradles the battery on both sides so it doesn't wiggle around. So let's bring back that part. I believe it's the original 12. Yeah, original 12. Show it. We don't need the other original one there. Okay, select the floor of that part. Go to Extrude. Now, go to Wireframe or Hidden Line. Zoom up to where the battery cradle is. This is the battery cradle. Okay, if you're looking at the whole thing's upside down, to be honest. But what we want to do, look at, there's fillets on here, and we don't want to, it's going to make it difficult to actually draw this geometry off those fillets. So go to References and select this outer edge right here and this outer edge here. And you'll see now we have a theoretical sharp corner to snap to for that. Let's do the same at the bottom here. This outer edge here and this edge here. And then hit close. Now we could go to the corner rectangle, zoom up to this theoretical sharp corner that we just made with the references, click, drag this across just like that. Now zoom out and let's get this one. Click here. And now what we're looking for on this edge is the equal symbol. That means we're making it equal to the other one, as long as it's small. Actually, let's try and zoom out so you can see this. There we go. Click, middle click, and then this one controls the wall thickness. Now, plastics engineering, I know I said this isn't a class about it, but we want it to be somewhat realistic. On a plastic part like this, there's the 60% rule. What you do is you take the ribs, internal ribs should be no more than 60% the thickness of the actual shell of the original part. And the reason for this, if they're the same thickness or bigger, you get sink marks because the plastic shrinks because there's those large volumes of plastic. And then you get a wobbly part on the underside surface. So we don't want that. So the overall part thickness was 100 thousandths, 0.1, so we'll make it 0.06. So double click here, 0.06, hit enter, hit OK. Now let's shade this because it's difficult to ascertain what we're looking at. All right, Now we can see they're going in the wrong direction, so we can flip that. And what we've discovered here is what I did in last lesson again. And this is very common. Could happen to anyone, even a person who's been using it for 20 plus years. Okay, what I neglected to do is edit the part. And so there is a time-dependent feature, was what they call it in some systems, and essentially it will let you trim and cut other parts around it if you're in the edit of the assembly. But be warned, if you ever go to shade it and you don't see it, it's like gives you a wireframe like this, you forgot to edit the part most likely. So cancel out of here, hit yes. Now we have to, let's bring all this stuff up. It's a little confusing. All right, let's click on this part and edit it. I think actually had it on edit, and I might have turned it off actually, yeah. Oh, you know what, when I open the part in isolated, I think, maybe, I don't know. Anyhow, I screwed up. So, learn from that. That there is a priceless lesson. It's gonna happen to all of you. It happens to me on a regular basis with this. Okay, now select this face, go to extrude, and let's just repeat that again. Let's go to wireframe. And remember, we use references. Select this edge here, that edge, and then the one down here. That gives us our theoretical sharp corners. The rectangle, you can get that corner now. Click here, and we'll start from this corner instead, just for the heck of it. To there. Oh, and I forgot to make them equal. That's okay. Go up here to equal, select this line to that line. Now they're both equal. And now we could double click on this and a middle click 2 times, then double click on it. And let's do our 60% rule. Hit OK. Now let's shade it. Let's see what color. Hopefully it's opaque. Yes, we've got it. So there you get an excellent example from my Blender on what not to do. So make sure you edit those parts. That's why it's so important to get that green star over them. All right, now we want to extrude this. So let's go up to surface or edge. So click on this. Now we're going from the floor up. And if you look underneath here, look at that is the battery cradle right there. See the arc? And it goes down. You want to capture one of the bottom edges of it. And so it goes up to it and it touches it. Goes no further. Look at that. We didn't even have to measure it. You could have gone and measured it. But remember, if a change ever comes down and they say, you know what, there's not enough room in here, let's make it a little bit bigger, you won't have to worry about this because it will always go up to that surface and make a nice tight contact for that cradle. Hit OK. Now let's go ahead and rotate this around. There they are. Let's select this face right here. Go to extrude. Now we have to make the cutout scallop for the battery. So zoom up. We went normal 2, and you could see right here, there's the scallop for the battery. Let's use our circle tool again. Drag that in and just click on that edge again to match it. Oops. You know what? Let's not use that one. Let's use the center point. So highlight that edge, get to the center point, click and drag this out to the edge. Middle click. I think we could have used concentric circle. I probably just shouldn't have clicked on that edge. I don't know. Anyhow, now that we have that, feel free, if you guys try it, put down in the comments. Anytime you see me make a mistake or something, feel free to put it in the comments. I appreciate it. It helps others. I'm not perfect. Hit OK. All right, now I'm going to flip this, and we have to select Remove Material. Now, again, we want it to go up to a surface or edge, and we probably want it to stop right about there. Boom, right through. Nice preview, hit the green check. Now, we could go ahead and edit the assembly. All right, and look at that, we have our cradle. Now, if you want to put the fillets on to match the other ones, that's fine. I don't require it. You've done enough. This is pretty complex stuff, what we're doing here. It becomes second nature, though, once you've been using the software for a while. And it's quite powerful, as you can see. Pretty neat, too. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and model that battery, because I just want to finish this to show you guys. So I'm going to hide this. And I'll put it in this cradle, but let's go now to new part. And I'm going to call it battery. I'll actually call it double A underscore battery. All right, let's take a look at what we need here, just to show you how easy it is. And I still expect my students to make this. Okay, there's the AA battery. Remember, it was under the part files, and E10 battery DRW, it stands for drawing. Okay, there it is. It's 2.60 and 2.10 with the tip on it. The diameter 0.6. All right, and there's more details on here than you quite honestly really need. But so it's 100 thousandths little tab, and the diameter there is 0.477. So let's model this up. So I'm going to go to the front, go to extrude, circle, and then let's go ahead and just match that drawing, 0.6. We'll refit it, squeeze all that stuff down in there a little bit better. Okay, now we could go ahead and hit OK. And the extrusion was 2.06, if I recall. Hit enter, and let's refit. Don't forget to refit. Select this face here, go to extrude, let's put the little boss on the top. And I think that was like some weird, like 0.447 or something. Oh, that's really big. Oh, that was for the bottom. This one's probably 0.2. All right, hit OK. And it's only 0.1 in height. And if you want, you could dress it up a little bit, put some rounds on it. I'm not going to put all those details that you saw on it. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the assembly, and we could go to assemble, and it's in session. I didn't save it yet, so it's in session. You just find the AA battery in there. There it is, AA battery. And there we go. Okay, let's get it over there. We could rotate it. I didn't put positive or negative down on this, but let's go ahead and we'll mate this surface to this red surface here. And we can drag that down. We could actually then, no placement here, new constraint, select this face to that contact right there. And there we go. It's in there nice and tight. If you want, you could change the color. I'll make it blue. Oh, we can make it copper. All right, and just select the part, middle click, and there's your battery. Now let's go ahead and bring everything back. So the original here, you can tell which ones are hidden by the grayed out. Go to show, and then the original 36, let's show that. And let's go to an isometric view. Well, oh, that's fine. There's not actually an isometric view in there, but because this is imported. But we're going to go and just rotate it like so, and let's explode it. Let's go to edit position, select this face here, grab that arrow, drag it forward, select that face there, drag it backwards, select this face, drag that forward, drag this one forward. We can rotate it, get that battery backwards. Maybe the circuit board will move a little bit further away. Here's some clearance. Okay, and that completes that exercise. Now, as far as your lab, now they're starting to get tough, okay? So I'm not going to build this whole one because this one takes a long time. And at this point, we're near the end of the semester. Next week, we're going to cover sheet metal, okay? And then we have a couple other little things we're going to talk about. But these labs at the end are pretty tough. They're good labs for you. I'll admit, there's a couple dimensions that might be missing. If there is a dimension or two, I'll try and call it out on the video if I get that far. If not, just guesstimate. What typically you could do, you could print it out, you see the dimensions on there, take a scale, and then calculate the scale percentage of that. Like figure out how much it should be, just using the scale. Back in before CAD, like in the pre-1970s, that's how they used to do it on drawings. They would actually just measure with scales and calipers and things, and then you could adjust it. So if it's to scale, the print is to scale, you measure something, that's actually the true measurement. If it's half scale, that's half of it, so you just double it. All right, so let's take a look at that. In the training guide, you'll see the next page, and we're on page 96, is this. It looks a lot more challenging than it really is. It's all prismatic geometry, i.e. it's arcs and lines and circles. There's nothing freeform about this. But let's take a look at it. There's a lot to look at here. And like I said, there's a couple areas that, like that diameter, that hole I'm missing. Oh no, there it is. Maybe I fixed it. I can't remember. But you might find a couple dimensions that are difficult to find. Most likely they are in there, or like this, when I have 0.060 times 1. And when you see DP, that means that times 1, it's 1 inch deep. Okay, so just be aware. There's things like that where I've had this. I think there might only be one dimension, if I recall correctly, that might be missing on here. And it's somewhat easy to find once we get there. But all right, the overall is 4 inches by 1.5 by 2.5. So let's get that started. Go to New Part, and this is Lab 11C. So L11C. You could draw this from whatever perspective you want. I'm going to actually start on the top. And I'm going to go to Extrude. I'm going to use the center rectangle. Draw that out. And it's 2.5 wide by 4. Refit. Squeeze those guys in there a little bit better, and we'll refit again. Okay, hit all right, or okay. And now it's 1.5 in height. I believe so, yep. And let's go to standard orientation, which is isometric basically on mine. Okay, there's that like chamfer in the front. And so what we're looking at with that, here it is, 45 degrees by 1 inch. So go to chamfer. So we could do 45 by 1. Select that front edge, and there it is. Look at that. Probably a lot easier than you thought it was going to be. All right, now let's get some of these other things here. All right, not ready to shell yet. You want to shell after you get most of the fillets in. Okay, so what we see here, we've got some radiuses, 0.375 on these two edges. So round, 0.375. Select this edge here and that edge, and apply. Okay, moving along here. And remember, try and go with the largest rounds first. So we got those are the largest, and then there's some smaller ones on the front and sides. So radius of 0.125 there, and just make sure that that's consistent. That's where it might not be the best in this detail. 0.125 there, so that's on the front. And I think we're good. It says radius 0.125 upper corners. So I think we're good with going 0.125 with that. So let's go round, 0.125, select this edge here, this edge here, and these edges here and here. Okay, once you get the rounds on there, before you start cutting any holes in, this is the time probably to shell, because if you look at it, there's really no other features. There's a recess at the top, but the recess actually, if you look at the print, it actually comes after it's been shelled. So let's take a look at the shell. Now the typical wall thickness, that's what I usually put in here. 30 thousandths for the recess. There we go, typical wall, 0.06. So flip this around, shell, 0.06, and select this face to open up and hit the green check. All right, let's get some of the interior parts here. Now we have some ribs, and there's a boss in the center. So I'm going to zoom up. And the detail on the boss is 0.125, and that's actually the top boss. The base is 0.25 diameter, 2 degrees of draft. And then the height right here is, it appears, before that post goes in, is 0.560 off the bottom edge. Okay, so what we could do with that, you could select this face and go to plane, drag that up, and what was it again? 0.56. Hit OK. Now click on that and go to Sketch. Flipped it around. That's okay. We could go over here to, let's see, top, bottom. We want bottom. Okay. Now we have to locate where that's going to go. It's a circle, 0.25, and it's 1.5 and dead center there of 1.25. So let's go with the center line. And then we'll go to the circle tool, and on that center line, right about here somewhere, draw. Darn it, I missed it. Click, click, 0.25 diameter, and 1.5 from the back edge. So we're going to go to dimension that. So from here to center, 1.5. Okay, that located it. Hit OK, and we can just extrude that. Now, actually, I could have extruded off the bottom surface. I was thinking of the rib tool, which we didn't need just yet. I'm going to go to extrude and hit OK. In fact, actually, I could put the draft on later. Yeah, let's cancel that. I got an idea. That this is a good plane that we could use later for the, let's delete this circle. Or we could actually keep it there. Actually, yeah, we could keep it there. We could select the bottom face, go to extrude, and then we just go to circle, highlight that, and draw the same size circle. Since it's already placed and positioned, so it's almost considered a little sloppy here, so your boss may not like this. I would think it was okay because you still have control over it on that plane. So, but anyhow, it's supposed to go, we could actually have it go up to the plane, I suppose. That would be good. So we could select this and then have it go up to the datum, because we know the datum's the height that we want. And this is a completely different way. I've never modeled this area this way before, so just be aware. Okay, and I'm going to go to Options, and Taper, and 2 degrees. All right. And we could hide that edge there. We could just click on that, hide that. Now a post goes on there. Let's go select that face, start sketch. And this is 0.125. It's in the center. Wake that center up. 0.125. And then, okay. And let's check out the height for that. That is 0.125. See right there? Follow the area. And that's what it's set to by default. And I don't specify draft on there. We probably could, but I didn't say to put it on, I don't think, so don't worry about it. Okay, now the ribs. And since we have this structure here, we can select this face, start a sketch, and add our ribs. So the ribs are nothing more than, let's first add center lines, or one center line across there, and then go to the line tool. And did we need the center line? We could have gotten away without it, but we'll go ahead and put those in. Oops, forgot one more, right over here. Okay, so there's those three, and you don't have to dimension them because they're just an alignment, they're just as a reference. Now we hit OK, and we could go now to the rib tool. And again, I love Creo's rib capabilities. They're just outstanding. Okay, so we see here the ribs are 0.06 thick, 1 degree of draft 3 places. And there are fillets called out here. I think they're 30 thousandths. I can't remember. Thought I called them out somewhere on this print. Rather than look all over for them, I'm going to just go ahead and put them in so you can see how that's done. So let's put in 0.06, 1 degree of draft. And then let's see, just make sure that's 1. Yep. Almost looks like 0.1, but I think we're okay. And then we'll go ahead and round internal edges with that. And they're 0.03. Beautiful. Hit the green check. And then there is a round that goes in there right here. And it should be the same 0.03. And then here. And then here as well. I might have even been able to put the boss in there as a circle. Not sure though. I haven't tried it. Feel free to try it if you like. Okay, so we have the structural rib. Moving along here. Now we have this little window on the top, and it's position 1.5. It's 1 inch by 1 inch, and it's a recess of 30 thousandths. So select that face, go to extrude. We could use the center rectangle. So 1 by 1. And position again, let's verify that. 1.5 off the back edge. That brought it to center. So we could have just went straight off the center there without that. That's okay. All right, I wasn't sure. Let's go to sketch. Fillet. Now you could put the fillets in as features or a sketch here. I'm going to go to the fillet feature. See, notice there's several different types: circular trim, circular, elliptical trim. We're going to go circular fillet. And select this edge here to this edge. There to there. Here to here. And here to here. Now let's verify what those are, and we'll make them all equal. So 0.2, 4 places. So let's middle click 2 times, change this one to 0.2, and I'll go to equal and just proceed to select all of those. There we go. Hit OK. Now this gets cut, but only 0.03 deep. And now we can select that face, go to extrude, and draw our circle in the middle. And I have the diameter for that. Yep, 1/2 inch through. Okay, flip that, make sure it's through all, and apply. All right, we're getting there. Now, this little window for the LCD screen. Select this face, go to extrude. Now, this one is a little tricky, I think. Let's see, because we're looking here, this is an auxiliary view pulled off of that side view. So we see that there's the boxes. There's an inside and an outside offset for a lens, and there's a recess. You can see the recess right over here. But what we're looking at in this area here, let's see, we have 0.714 through, and by 1.8, and to locate that, let's see, it's 0.25 off the edge, and what are we missing here? This might be the dimension that I'm missing to locate where that goes. It looks like it follows that, but let's just try and put it in, and then we'll look on the drawing. Maybe we'll, oh, I bet you, I think I just found it. Maybe I do have all the dimensions on here. Oh yeah, there it is. Theoretical sharp corner. Oh gosh, that would indicate we'd have to put the fillet in beforehand or do a section and make a TSC. Okay, so it's a 1/4 inch off that edge. All right, so select, we already select that face. Let's go to the rectangle tool, get right up there, draw this out. And it's 1.8. And then we have 7.714. And then it's actually dimensioned off this edge, which we don't need it because it's centered. You don't need to put that one in. All right. Now the location was off the theoretical sharp corner, so I guess I should have put that fillet in later. We should be able to still calculate that though. Let's see if we extended that out. We could draw. We could take this. Yeah, we should be able to do this. I'm going to take that. I'm going to project that edge. Or draw over it. Here, let's just draw over it. There we go. And then we should be able to, if I go, let's see here. Go to sketch view there. I should show that more often. I forget about sketch view all the time. If you ever rotate, the sketch view tool is just awesome. It brings you back to the orientation, especially on something like this that's not planar to front, top, or right. Okay, so there's that. Now, in theory, let's see if we could do a projection of this. I think this will give us a theoretical sharp corner. Let's see. No, it's not. Okay. All right. It's just a geometry thing, a trig actually. I can't think of it right now, but I will later. And in class, I'll talk about it. Maybe the next time I make this video, I'll do it. I could have left that fillet off, but basically, I'm just going to go ahead, since I'm the designer of this part, and I think that was a stupid move on my part to go with the theoretical sharp corner there. Although, if I were to cut it from the side, we'd be able to get it. You know, actually, I'm going to go ahead and cut this right now, but I think I got a better way. I could have cut it from the side. And that way I could capture the theoretical sharp corner easier. There probably is a way here, definitely mathematically, but I don't want to waste your time as I tinker with this. So I'm going to pause for a second. Okay, I figured out a way to do it. Now there's probably a dozen ways to do this, including mathematically. I'm going to do it using the geometry on the screen. Now the problem is we were trying to get this 0.25 to what's the theoretical sharp corner. Because on the print, as you could see, to bring that up, right there is the front corner of that model right there. And it's pre-fillet. And it shows the theoretical sharp corner based off of that. and that's where the base of this profile starts. Actually, for this first profile. So here's what I ended up doing. Okay, to get that, let me just go ahead and hit OK here. All right. Now what I did, I took the, let me hide this one here, just so you can see this better. I went into the right plane, which intersects right through the center of the model. And let me show you where that is. So see the green plane right there? And I started to sketch on it. And I went ahead and I took the line tool, and on this bottom edge, drew up a line like that. And then off this edge, drew a line and connected it. Middle click. Leave that as a line, but this one you could go ahead and click on in terms of construction. Now when you hit OK, you now have a reference. So when you start this model, you start a sketch on this surface. What you do is you take the center line and find that point. See right there, there it is, the reference. And draw a horizontal center line. And then you could go ahead and dimension between that and the opening. So anyway, there's an additional offset on this. I'm not going to go ahead and do it. This is about as far as I'm going to go with this model, but just be aware that's a little trick without having to calculate it mathematically, which isn't a big deal. But if you want to use the CAD system, there you go, there's a little trick. And if you have a different way, by all means, below, share it with us. But this one I just thought off the cuff. And that, then there's some other features like little cutouts and things like that. I'm going to leave it up to the students to complete those things on their own. That completes this exercise. Welcome back. I'm Chris Sikora. I'm here to show you today a little bit of sheet metal inside Creo Parametric 6.0. In this exercise, what we're going to tackle is what you see there on the screen. It's an assembly with some gears and a pulley, and we need to create this enclosure over it so no one sticks their hand in there. And we're going to do this sheet metal project in top-down terms. So basically, we're going to design the sheet metal inside the context of the assembly. So if this is like a rear casting here that holds the sheet metal on it. If that ever changes, our sheet metal should adapt with it. In the advanced classes, you're going to see coming up after this class, we're going to cover sheet metal several times. We're going to look at conical sheet metal parts, cylindrical. We're going to look at some more advanced sheet metal capability. Not really advanced, it's still not super advanced, but more than what we're going to cover here. This method here goes back to a long time ago. It actually works really well inside Creo. I really enjoy using this one. So let's go ahead and let's get started. First of all, what you need to do is you're going to need to download the assembly files. And so if you go to the Vertanu, V's and Victor, ERTANUX1, don't forget the .com, and then go up here to Part Files, and then in the white column, make sure you find E11 parts. Now, this is for the educational version. The non-educational version, if you're running that, then grab the non-EDU parts. Okay, when you click on it, just go ahead and hit download. And depending upon your browser, it might show up in the lower left, might show up in the upper right. It just depends on wherever. I'm just going to click on it here. It brings up, they're compressed, so you can just click and drag a fence around those, or Control A to select them all. Go ahead and you could cut them or copy them, and then go ahead and put them in your Creo. Go to New Folder, and you could go ahead and create an E11. I already created an E11, so I'm going to call mine E11B. And then you could just double click on that, find the E11B, double click on it again, make sure you're in it, and right click and paste. You could also right click on the folder and paste too. I just want to make sure that you found the folder. And then here you'll see the actual parts that are needed. So inside Creo, you just close this out. To bring these parts up, you basically just go to File, and open. Now I'm going to go ahead and close mine out and start from scratch so you can see what this is all. Okay, so I restarted Creo. That's just only because I showed you I actually did them here. Now, if you'd like, you could actually go to that Vertani 1 and under instructional manuals, there's the Creo Parametric 6.0 training guide. And this is almost at the very end. There's actually, after this, there's the final exam, there's a lab. And there's some bonus information on picking out a processor as well as a computer that you might want to use to run this, whether or not if you're doing it from home or if you're actually at a company. I just give you some little tidbits of information, but by no means, you pick out what you want ultimately. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and go to Open. I'm going to go to my Creo folder and the E11B, and it's the E11 Assembly, which is the assembly that you want. Hit Open. And it should look like this. Now, I have little louvers on here. We're not going to learn how to do the louvers today, but you can see a preview of what it should look like minus those louvers. We're going to actually put in air vents instead. So little cutouts. So what you want to do is, what I'd recommend is turn off all of these, the datum display filters and things like that. And now click on this part and go ahead and hide it. And now you can just see your pulley and the two gears. Now we're going to go ahead and build around it, the enclosure, just to show you how easy it is. It's actually pretty neat how this works. Okay, first of all, we're not going to go into the sheet metal tools. Notice when you create a new part here, we're not going to create a new sheet metal part. Now that is another method, and I'll show you in future versions. I forget what it is. It might be E16 or E17. But anyhow, let's go ahead and go to Create. And notice here you have Part. You do have the capability to select sheet metal. We don't want sheet metal. We're going to do it in a different way. I'm going to show you tools that don't require the sheet metal component right away. You can actually just model it up and then turn it to sheet metal. And I think with new students, it seems as though it makes more sense because we're using the same tools that you've been learning over the past several weeks. But let's go ahead and name this now. You could just call it cover, and just in case, go underscore B, because I have a cover in there already. So you want to label it cover underscore B. And hit OK. And then here, copy from existing. Yep, just hit OK. All right, now with our new part, you can see we could manipulate it if we want, but just as always, I'm always recommending, for this intro class at least, the default. That will drop it on the origin of the assembly. So our part and origin match up, if you remember that from the last few exercises we've done like that. Okay, now just go ahead and hit OK. And don't forget to click on the cover B now from the model tree and activate it. Now, of course, you don't see anything there because you have to create it. So go to Extrude, and let's select, let's say we want it to come off of that edge there, or off that surface, I should say, and be aligned to that. Go ahead and select that. Now, we'll flip it upside down. That's quite all right. Go ahead and now we're going to try and steal these edges here. So don't hit OK. That I was almost going to hit it. Go to Offset. Now, the reason we're going to select Offset is so that our sheet metal is going to be 0.062 inches thick. And we're going to offset it so it folds above the actual casting that you see there. So around it, we can put some screw holes in there for fasteners. But let's go ahead and let's select Chain. Click on this edge and hold Control, select this edge, and it should wrap around. Go ahead and hit Accept. And it's going to create a loop. That's fine. Hit Yes. You're probably asking, why didn't you just create a loop? The loop, you could select this surface right here if you wanted to. I just don't like the preview. Like, this preview is much better. It's bright green for my students. I could point it out. It takes more of a discrete eye to be able to see the light and dark blue for the preview for the loop. So that's why. Okay. Now here we can see the arrow right there is pointing outward, and that's what we want. So we don't have to type in any negative number, just a regular number. So 0.062 and hit the green check. And now you can see the offset of our sheet metal. Go ahead and hit OK. Rotate this, and you'll see it's going out the wrong side. So hit this little arrow right here to reverse it. Now grab this little dot and drag that in with your mouse pointer. And let's go over here, click on this little arrow to the right of the depth, and select the one with the red line in it, which is extrude to select the surface, edge, vertex, curve, plane. Now select like this, this corner on the back side, because that's what we want it to fold over. And look at that. Okay. Now it's solid, that's quite all right. You'll see in a moment. Hit OK. And there it is. Now notice there wasn't any specific sheet metal tool we used for that. We just went and we extruded it. So you can do that with sheet metal and then later on transform it. Now here's what we want. We want to shell it out so it's thin walled, 62 thousandths. And then we're going to select the faces that we want to remove. So that's where now we're going to convert it. You have to go to the operations right here and find convert to sheet metal part. Now I know that's not too obvious, so but once you get the hang of it, it makes sense. But go ahead now, you'll see there's driving surface and shell. We actually want to shell it. If you model it this way, use the shell technique. All right, now as we rotate around here, there's our casting right there. You can see the text for the direction and such. We actually want to remove that face, but before we do that, type in the thickness 0.062. And what I meant to show you again, what I'll show it to you in a little bit, is the actual options for the defaults on here. If you want to change the default settings, when we get out of this editing this part, we could go to the options and we could actually go in, and there's a sheet metal area where you could put in like what you want as a default. Do you want to use a K factor, for example, as a default? And what K factor do you want to use, and all these other settings? So be aware that there's those options, and I will show you where that's at. Okay, so 0.062. Go ahead and select this face, and the preview, I really like this preview. It shows you inside the box. Now, we're not done yet. We want to remove a few more faces, so you have to hold Control. Select this bottom face here, rotate around, and this big flat face here, hold Control, select that, and finally, release Control as you rotate, because otherwise it'll pan. I release Control. Now I'm going to hold Control again to select this face. So make sure you select 1, 2, 3, and 4. The order doesn't matter, so don't worry if you select them out of order, that's fine. But it should look like this is what you should have when you're ready. And go ahead and hit OK. Now, it shelled it out, but it's not, it is a sheet metal part now. You can see the sheet metal tools are up and ready for us to use. And they have a whole array of tools in here. We're only going to script the surfaces with this basics class. That's why it's called the basics class. Even though this is more of an advanced thing, it's still neat to show. Designing sheet metal is a lot of fun, actually, in my opinion. All right, so what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and convert it. Now, I know you're thinking, well, didn't we just make it a sheet metal? Yeah, what we did essentially is we shelled it, and then it went into the sheet metal tools, but it's not officially sheet metal just yet. You have to go to conversion. Now, there's these options here that we'll step through. First of all, this one that we're in, we go to placement here. This is the edge rips. And so, like, see, these are connecting faces that we want to remove so we could flatten this out. Because the ideal situation here is to get a flat pattern, just like when you break down a box for recycling. When you break it down, there's a flat pattern there that that box originated from, and that was folded into its shape. That's typically how sheet metal is created. It comes out of its flattened state with the cuts in it, and then you just fold it up. And that's what we want to do here. Okay, but so go ahead and select this edge here, and then hold Control and select this edge right here. And immediately you'll start to see little rounds come in, or fillets. And again, in the options menu, you could change this, where we're going to go after we're done. Now, for the edge rips, let's rotate around this side and zoom up, and you can see what it's going to do. Oops. Maybe this is a better view right there. You can see it completely notches it out with the default. But look at here, instead of the seam type, instead of open, you could go to blind, and you could set the distance gap right here. You could go to gap and set the gap from corner to corner, or edge to edge, I should say there. Okay, and there's some options here, like I'll just set it to 2 for a second so you can see that. It's a very large opening. And there's 0.5, we'll stick with 0.5. And then there's overlap, and that's where basically you see one surface overlaps the other, and we could add a gap between it there, and there we added a gap. Let's actually turn off spin center here so it could rotate around that point. Spin center is very nice. I always forget to show it. Turning it off no longer spins from the centroid of the model, thus it doesn't spin out of the screen when you turn. So it actually picks up wherever your pointer is and spins around that, making it a temporary center. So look at that, we could rotate. And then when you're done, now look at this, I'll zoom out, it zooms around, there's the spin center. All right, so we've seen different options there. Now be aware, sometimes I've seen it where you can make it a little too tight. You always want to, in my opinion, I like to add gaps. In reality, sometimes I can't have it, so that's where Creo gives you the option. But I've seen sometimes when it's just a little too complex with the sheet metal and you have to work with it. But that comes with experience. All right, now I'm actually going to go back to just open, and I am going to have a little gap in there. We'll leave it just as is. Don't narrow the corner, sorry. All right, now hit the green check, but we're not done yet. Now look at this, the next one is the Rip Connect. All right, and here we have some tools for placement. We want to add additional ones. I believe, actually, I can't recall exactly a good application for this particular one here, but let's just hit OK. My apologies on that one. It's been a while since I've read up on some of these. The edge bend. Let's click on that. And now here under placement, you're able to actually add additional bends off of edges and things. We're not going to go into that just yet. Again, I'm a bit rusty on that one. And then finally, the corner relief. And we have V-notch. Now here's the thing, the corner relief, like in this corner, is the example where you might want to put relief in. Now right now it's set to V-notch, and it's literally a little V cut in there. And where this comes from is if you've ever wrapped a gift in wrapping paper, those of you might, especially those of you who aren't familiar with sheet metal, when you've wrapped it, sometimes in corners you'll see when the paper starts to ripple a little bit around the corners. Putting in notches helps to relieve that, so it's more of a flush connect or area. And so it's recommended sometimes that you put those in. You can't always have them in, but there's V-notch, there's normal, okay, that's a normal, like a rectangular sort of opening, but they have rectangular too. They're circular, so there's a little circular opening there. There's square, and you can change those parameters too, by the way. And there's rectangular, and that kind of is like the V-notch comes in and it looks like at an angle, but it still makes a rectangle. And finally, there's ombre. Now, what you would use these for, again, it's remember to make a nice smooth corner transition wherever the bend is going to take place. Ombre is good for die punch sheet metal. So if you're using a die, those of you who never been in a sheet metal shop, basically imagine the hole punches that you use to punch paper. Normally they're round, and the reason for that is because imagine punching that 1,000,000 times, it's going to wear evenly, or the hope is that it'll wear evenly when it's round, versus if it's rectangular, it's going to wear at the corners. So for punch, they might request ombre. Now rectangular or square, those would be used for, they're pretty easy just to notch them out, for laser, water jet cutters, plasma cutters maybe, although plasma cutters aren't very accurate with small of a piece. I guess you could do it on a large sheet. But anyhow, there's circular, and circular, I actually haven't seen circular, I'll be honest, I haven't seen circular used in industry. I actually designed some sheet metal parts for cabinetry and things like that. And one thing we did use was what I worked on, we used like no relief, or some color rip. And basically, when we were making stainless steel countertops that were going to be used for medical industry or food service industry, the corners you don't want to have any sort of opening in there, because as you know, when you wipe down and try and clean those areas, any sort of opening could trap organic material. Organic material could grow bacteria, pathogens, you name it, could get caught in there. So you want to mitigate that. And if you have a rip, which is basically, it's just a little slit, it's a much tighter corner. And those corners can be treated, mind you, through a variety of processes, welding, but just note that there's different reasons, and check with your fabricator what they want and give them what they need or what they want. Okay, so I'm actually going to go with the Obround. All right, and if you go to this, you'll see there's actually, it actually shows you even better the little imagery there. You have a lot of options in there, and I'm not going to go through them all. I'm going to hit the green check. All right. Bend allowance here. We're in the general settings here. In the bend allowance, as I mentioned before, these are in the options menu, the default set it's going to use. But if you want to override those, you could go to use part settings or use feature settings. And for example, you could go with the K factor or Y factor or by bend table and specify it just actually the bend allowance itself. So in the Midwest here, it seems as though K factor is used quite a bit in my experience. So you'll see 0.318. Creo does a great job. That's kind of the sweet spot, and it seems though, in industry. I've had customers that when I've done designs for, I helped students even who work in sheet metal fabrication facilities, and they tested it with like 0.5. And one of my students said when they were bending everything at a 0.5, after the design was 0.5, they were almost 30 thousandths too big, the enclosures that he was making. So when he actually used like 0.3, he actually used 0.32, and he said they were coming out perfectly. But that again could vary on your fabricator. Check with your fabricator. They might have different setups and things like that. So, all right. And finally, let's just go ahead and hit OK. And so now we have the bends in there. Now what we're going to do is we want to add a little flange here, because if this ever needs to be serviced, for example, if a serviceman needs to replace that belt, they want to be able to take this off. We don't want them to cut their hand on a sharp piece of sheet metal. So let's put a little bend in here. So let's try, and the flange is great. Flange you could use for a lot of neat things here. And what we're going to do, I'm select this edge right here. And you can see it's going out in the direction we're not really wanting. We want it to go in like this. And go ahead, once you get it in a little bit, go ahead and type in 180, not point, and you'll see fold in on itself. And then zoom out here, change this to 0.25. There we go. And there's some settings in here as well. You can see profile and edge, bend outside, offset bend. There's a number of different options you can choose from. And also here you can adjust pretty much anything you want. Go ahead and hit the green check. So we have now a little bend taking place under there. Now to cut the screw holes, there's little fasteners that need to hold this on the top. Go ahead and select this face, go to extrude, and you'll be able to see them when we go to wireframe. So let's go over here to hidden line, and there they are right here and here. So we could actually, one of the easiest things I found, if you just go with the circle, wake it up, drag it out, make it equal. Do the same over here. Oops, click on circle, wake up by hovering over the edge, get to the center, drag it out, click. Now you can use the offset, or you could use the project, which gives you the same area, but there's usually a couple segments. Sometimes there could be more than 2 segments I've seen from time to time on certain items, and that complicates a little bit more. So just a nice round circle makes it easy. All right, hit OK. And I'm going to go to shaded with edges so you can see this. And you can see it's cutting into there. Okay, the two holes. Hit the green check. Now let's cut these out too. Select this face, go to extrude, and you can just use the circle. Now you would probably want a little clearance on these ones, so you could use the offset. I'm just going to make them equal. Hit OK, and you can select through all. Now what's neat here is that you see here there's remove material normal to surface as well as to the driving surfaces. I don't really have a good example to show you. It would be like, let's say on this surface, are you going to put that hole in while it's in its flattened state? By default, it will know if you design it like that, that the hole is straight. You know, we're talking about the 60 thousandths wall of the sheet metal. Now, if you disable that, and if you had it coming in, like if you're actually drilling it as it's bent already in the manufacturing process, it might look more like this because it itself, the flange was at an angle and you're coming in from the side. So those are options to toggle that. So you might have more an elliptical shape and you might have sharps at the two corners. Okay, hit OK. All right, and now what we're going to do, let's put in the little cutouts for ventilation. Now to do that, we could model it in the 3D here, but I want to show you how to model it in the 2D. And we'll actually stay in this assembly. You could open up, as I've shown you in earlier ones, we've actually went to open. If we actually activate the E11 assembly, there's a little folder you could open it up and isolate it, you might say temporarily. But I want to show you how to put something in, especially if it's over a bent area. So what you want to do is you want to unbend. Now you'll see here, this is what it looks like in its flattened state. Now maybe you don't want this as your fixed face, so you can actually click in here and select this as your fixed face, and everything unfolds from it. It depends on what perspective you're working on. Okay, but now that we have that, we hit OK, and there it is in its flattened state. Not done yet though. Let's rotate this. We want to cut out right on the surface, so hit the extrude button, and let's put in a rectangle right about here over that, and then let's dimension it. We'll make it 0.2 by 2, and the offset here by 1, and then the offset here 3. So it's right on that edge. Okay, now that we have that, we can hit OK. And you see it's cutting. Just make sure it's cutting through. And now we're going to pattern that. So under Editing, you go to Pattern. Now, if Pattern is grayed out, you have to select that Extrude 4 from the model tree right here. But if it's active, that means you're good to go. You can just select Pattern. Select it. Now, instead of Dimension, let's go to Direction and select this edge right here, either one of those edges as a direction, and then go ahead and set the number of instances that you want. So we want 5, and we're going to spread them out a 1/2 inch. Now you're not seeing a preview here very well, so let's go back to, let's see here, what am I looking for? All right, we'll just, I'm going to go to sketch view, but, all right. We can see it needs to be reversed, so just hit reverse here. Okay, and hit OK. All right, now it looks like we could fit another one in there, so to edit it, just right-click on this, and click on the D1, and then just double-click on that 5 extrudes, change it to 6, and then middle-click a couple times, and hit regenerate in the upper left. All right, we're ready to bend it back. So hit bend back, hit OK. And now you can see the actual cutouts right in the middle of a bend. So we have our ventilation. And now what we want to do is we want to make this into a export as a DXF file. Now DXF stands for Drawing Exchange Format. It's a neutral file format that's been around since the 80s as far as I know. And it's used for transferring, especially for water jet cutters, laser, plasma cutters. It's almost like the standard to translate files. So what we're going to do is we're going to export a flat pattern drawing of this. To do that, let's see here. So what we're going to do, if you click on flat pattern, it gives us a flat pattern. Go ahead and hit OK. Now hit the little arrow next to flat pattern and create an instance. Okay, and we could call it cover B flat. And what this is, it's like a family of parts. And so we'll actually make a part file that just for our drawing. So hit create. You could name it something else, but we'll go with cover B flat. Hit create. And the reason for that is because we don't want to have the flat pattern locked in here. So go ahead and just click on the flat pattern, and we're going to suppress that. All right. Now let's click on E11 assembly and turn on activate. And let's go to file, open. Now we never saved this part, so it should be in session. Find in session, and then find that part, the see, there it is, cover B. Now watch this. When you click on cover B and hit open, it'll give you two instances. So we want the cover B flat. Now it's parts isolated, and now we can make our drawing from this. So let's go to File, New, Drawing. And we could use the drawing file name, that's fine. Hit OK. And we could probably go with the C-size drawing here. Remember, you could also go empty or empty with format. I'm going to go with the use template because it's pretty much blank anyway. Hit OK. You know, and here you'll see actually if we go to General, just hit OK, click to drop it. And let's go to front. Oh, actually, it would be top. There we go. All right. The reason why I'm doing this is I don't want these drawing views, so I'm just going to click on those, hit delete, click on that, hit delete. Could have actually clicked on the bottom left, it would have deleted it. Now, notice here we have the scale that it automatically scaled so it could fit on that sheet. Double click on that. And up here, let's change it to 1. And now that's 1 means full scale. Now to move it, click on it, and then go to Lock View Movement. Basically, you're turning it off because it comes in already locked. And then double click on it again. And let's make it so that it's useful for us to output as a DXF. So what you want to do is go to View Display and go with Wireframe. Oh, actually, better yet, probably no hidden because you don't want anything that might be captured in the back. And as far as tangent edge display, you might want to find out from your fabricator what helps them the most when doing this. But I would think maybe go with Phantom because they might not want the tangent edges on there. And hit OK. All right. And so there it is. Now you would just go to File and do a Save As and Export. You can see there it is, DXF. And you just go ahead and hit Export, and it'll export a DXF, and then they can import it into their machine and actually cut it. There are some neat videos. Those of you who are interested in watching this, feel free. I'll show you a couple little things you could see what a water jet is. Just on YouTube, you can actually look these up. And so like here, I just typed in water jet, and like right here is a multi-axis water jet. you can see it's using a very powerful jet of water with ruby in it, and it's actually and it cuts out those shapes. And so this is why you want the DXF file, because they can feed it in. Let's put in laser. A laser CNC cutter, and right here, here we go. I'm not getting paid by any of these people to show this stuff. I'm just all right. And how about a plasma CNC cutter? All right, let's take a look at this one. This one actually looks like he's got some video showing
everybody today at
the actually showing the DXF probably brought in, or whatever file format he was using, and you can see it on there, and here it is cutting out that shape. Actually, precision on that looks great. I actually mentioned that they might not be all that precise, so just the ones that we have at the college don't seem all that precise, but these more expensive industrial ones are pretty darn cool. Okay, so anyways, there you can see some examples why you'd want to be able to output this file, especially in its flattened state, so that could be prepared for that. All right, the next part of this, let me open up our training guide here, is to make this timer base. And so I'm going to go ahead and download it and open it and rotate it. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Oops. There we go. It's on page 106. I'm going to rotate that. All right, so this should match up with the part we did last week for the lab. And what we have is, again, 4 by 2.5 inch rectangle, and the thickness is 0.35. So I'm going to get out of that to go to New, Part, and this will be L11B. And we'll do it on the top plane. Go to Extrude, go to Center Rectangle. Now you could do it like top down, I guess, if you brought in that other part. You could actually model it around it. Might be easier for an experienced user, but I'm not going to do that. All right, and we'll hit refit here. Welcome back, class. I'm Chris Sikora. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go through the review for the Creo Parametric 6.0 Basics class final exam. Now, I'm going to go through it rather quickly, but if you watch it carefully, and I recommend maybe watching it, or I should say modeling up the assembly 3 times, making the drawing for practice purposes. And then when you come to class, you can't watch the video while you actually take the test, so just be aware of that. And those of you who are doing it from online, it's differently dependent upon if you're in my class or not. You might have to take it at the school, or otherwise figure out something else. But here it is. First of all, to get the test, you go to the V as in Victor, ER, T as in Tom, A, N as in Nancy, UX1.com, and then you just click here on exams, so up at the upper right, and find the white column, and you're looking for Creo Pro E Basics Final. So go ahead and click on that. And you could download this. I would recommend downloading it. and then launch it. And that's just so you can rotate it. But let's look, there's really three main parts to this. There's model the clock body. That's this part right here. Then create the assembly and explode it. And then recreate the drawing that you see here. Okay, so we see an exploded view, front view, left, bottom, and those have hidden lines. And then this is a section view, a detail view, bill of materials, and balloons. So let's begin. So like I said, you could rotate this once you download it. And you can see it's an 8-inch diameter, and there's some ordinate dimensions here as well as engineering dimensions, whichever one you want to use. This doesn't, I don't have all the engineering dimensions on it, but I do have all the ordinates, so you can use that. Those of you who aren't familiar with ordinate dimensioning, basically everything is off of a baseline of 0 right here, and then every subsequent base has a dimension that carries off with this jog feature, and you can see the dimensions. And you just have to subtract if you're drawing on a sketch plane after, not off of the 0, you have to subtract that amount from the amount that's seen. So let's go ahead and build this. Start off with the new part, and then we'll grab the files, by the way, in just a minute. Select new part, and go ahead and name this the clock underscore body. And it's just a part, solid, hit OK. Go to Extrude, select the front plane, proceed to draw a circle in the center, and change that dimension to 8 inches. And then go ahead and hit refit. And if you like, you could actually bring it in closer and refit. And I don't need to see the planes right now. We will need to turn them back on later, so just be aware. All right, also draw in the hole. And the hole is specified on the print at a 1/2 inch. And hit OK. It gets extruded 0.75 to 3/4 of an inch. And now the number one thing missed on this test, sadly, is just the round. And I know all of my students know how to put a round in, so it's just an oversight. So just try to remember not to forget that round. It's 20 points off. By the way, the test is 300 points. Every feature that's missing or that's wrong, a dimension that's wrong, or messed up somehow, those are all 20 points off. It's pretty harsh, but remember, you have a training, a review video like this to go through it to make sure you could create it with perfection. So let's move on to the recess now. Select this face, go to Extrude, and it just jogs down to 7 inches. So this next circle is 7, and hit OK, and then it gets flipped and cut. Hit remove material, and only 0.125. Oops. There we go. All right, I'm going to hit OK. Select the floor of that, hit Extrude, the next depth. Diameter, I should say, 6.5. Hit OK. Flip that direction, remove material, and this goes 0.375. Now in the print, it's an ordinate dimension, it's 0.5, but you have to remember you have to subtract the 0.125 from that in order to get the 0.375. So 0.375, you will not see that on print. It's mathematical. All right, now select this face, go to Extrude, draw in the bolt circle, so go to Circle, draw out that circle like that, then click on it, and right here you could change it, construction. That way it's innocuous, and let's go ahead, this is supposed to be 5 inches, let's just verify that on the print. There it is, so we're good to go. Now we could go to the circle and right at this quadrant, put the 12 o'clock digit on, and that's going to be 0.375, and hit OK. And now it's only 0.1. Now again, it's on an ordinate dimension system, so you have to do subtraction to get that 0.4 minus 0.5. Now we can pattern that, so select the Extrude 4 from the model tree, go to Pattern. You're going to have to go to Axis, and now this is where you're going to have to turn on the Axis display. Select that axis, type in 12 digits that we want to see, and then 12 divided by 360. Oops, I'm sorry, 360 divided by 12. It's going to give us 30 degrees. Hit OK. And you can now turn off the axis display, otherwise it gets a little annoying. Okay, flip around the back side, go to extrude. This next extrusion, if you're snapping to something, try not to snap to anything. Just zoom up if you have to. And this is going to be 7.5. This is for the back of the clock. Hit OK. Flip the direction. Make sure you remove material. And again, it's 0.125. All right, now you have to put in 4 prongs. Select this face. Go and add center lines, a vertical and a horizontal. And the reason why we're going to mirror those, add your circle here for the prong. Let's go to 0.125, actually 0.25, sorry. And then it's 1 inch off of center for both vertical and horizontal dimensions. Now that you have that, select the circle, go to mirror and select the vertical center line. Click again, dragging over an envelope for both those circles. Go to mirror and select the horizontal center line. Hit OK, and this is 0.25. Hit OK. You don't have to put the text in. There's no. Actually, if you put in the text or engraved text or embossed text at 0.02 in height, you could put whatever you want on there. Keep it short. I'll give you an extra 10 credit points if you can do that. Just make sure when you send it to me or print it out, call it out to me that you put it on there. All right, so we have that done. Let's go ahead. We're going to just go ahead and we don't need to save it necessarily unless you're fearful that you might crash or lose power. But now I'm going to go to, oh, first we have to grab the files. So the files are under, instead of exams, go to part files. And on the white column, you're looking for final exam parts. Click on that, hit download. There they are. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to select them all, right click, cut, and I'm going to drop them in on my documents. I have a Creo folder that we've been using all semester. Right click anywhere here, go to new folder and call it final. Double click on it. Double click on it again, right click, paste. Now the BOM table may not be functioning yet. I still have to update that. So we'll just do it manually. All right, now that we're here, we go to new, assembly, and we'll go ahead and call this just clock and hit OK. Now go to assemble. And you could go to in session to find your clock body. Click on that. And remember, instead of automatic, go to default. Otherwise, you'll have problems getting the section view later on. Now, let's go to assemble, go to Creo, find the final folder, and we'll go ahead and select, let's see, we want the chrono housing. Open that up, get that to the back, get it close in proximity. And remember, you could grab the ring here and point it towards the hole. Now select like this boss here to that hole or the outside, doesn't matter, any of the concentric areas. Now go ahead and select this hole here. Make sure you get the upper right hole there. Okay, and now you could select this face to this face and then set it to coincident. Okay, now I'm going to go to the front view orientation here, and I suggest you do the same and go to wireframe just to verify, or hidden, just to verify the text is at the bottom, and there's 2 holes here at the top. That's for the mounting bracket. So if you did it upside down, delete that chrono housing out of here and try putting it in again. Make sure you get the right alignment. If it's on its side or if it's upside down, 20 points off. So be aware. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to shading with edges, and let's get on that bracket. So assemble, get the bracket, hit open, drag that over here, drag it up, rotate it around. Do you have to do all this? Probably not. You know, so if you want to try get lucky, you might be able to. Okay, now I'm going to select this hole here to this hole here. and they are aligned. And then this hole here to that hole there. And finally, the underside of this to the top of that. And it went coincident. Hey, if it doesn't go coincident, remember, you could select it. All right, hit OK. If it doesn't go coincident, also might mean you did something wrong earlier, so just be aware you might have missed a mate of some sort. Okay, now go to Assemble, and we're going to go ahead and bring in the hour hand. There it is. Get it over here and get it close in proximity. We could actually select the hole on there, or the outer face that's concentric right there. Oh, it's tough. There we go. Click on that. To the white sleeve. And then drag it out a little bit. Get this face here, the backside face, to the black sleeve. And if it goes coincident, you did it right. Now let's go ahead and assemble the minute hand. Bring that up, about here. Now we could do it a little bit differently this time if we wanted. If you want to try, you could select this face here and make it flush with the white sleeve. Make sure it goes coincident. Okay, we could bring it down. Now we could go concentric. This face here to the gray sleeve. Hit OK. All right, and the times don't really matter. I don't really care whatever time it defaults to. Oh, we need to get the bolts on. Assemble bolt. Get that up here. Again, maybe align it partially. Select that face there to this face here. And then the underside face of the bolt. Oh, let me hit refit here. To that face there. And if it goes coincident, you got it. If not, you can select coincident. All right, one more bolt. And then the lens. That face to that face. The underside face here to this face right here. And apply. All right, lens now. The lens is probably the trickiest, and it's not even that bad. It's because it's a very thin lens, and to get it on, sometimes students have challenges. It's not tricky for me, per se, but new users sometimes have challenges with it. Okay, first of all, you'll see there's two edges here. There's this flat edge. May as well mount that, and here's where the students start making mistakes. They select this face. That's not the face that's supposed to be aligned to. It's supposed to be in this recess. So the second face there. Now, if it goes at an angle, make sure you just go coincident. All right, and now this outside face right here to that face right there, and you got it. The lens is in place. Now let's go to, let's see here, standard orientation, and then proceed to edit the positions. Now, if you go to edit position and see how mine kind of came apart, actually kind of close to how I want it. I just have to drag them a little bit further apart. If you have stuff flying out to the sides, that is an indicator, a clear indicator that you missed some of the mates. Okay, so can you manipulate them and move them? Yeah, but that's kind of, I don't want to say it's cheating because you're not doing it intentionally, but you're not finishing the true mating process. So just be aware if that happens. I've seen it time and time again. All right, so I'm going to go ahead now, click on this, and control select that, drag that up. That's pretty good right there. I'm going to drag this out and drag this out a bit too. You just don't want anything hiding. And I'll select these two. They're actually pretty good distance apart. There we go. All right, so you'll see there's a line that I put in there. You didn't get to see that because I paused for a second. I just want to make sure that I got it in there first so you can see it. The intent is to get all these little blue lines like you see right there showing the explosion direction. So the way it works is while you're still in the explode, see this little magic wand, you click on that. Now the references, you click in the reference here, And you want to probably select flat faces. So for example, like you could select this face right there as a reference. Now you click in that little box, and let's try and get down into the hole. Sometimes you can select edges too, and it works okay, but I found it works really well here. So watch this, I'll hit apply, and it puts in that nice line right there. So again, I could do one more here. Let's go the opposite direction. Let's go from the bottom right there to the actual bolt surface and apply. And there we go. And all I did with the next one, which you didn't see me make here, I select this end face, and then because this is concave, I selected this little flat face on the edge there, and then hit apply. So that's the exploded line sketch, and hit OK. Now we could go back to isometric. Oops. Oh, we do want to save this, by the way. And the way you save it, this is very important. You don't want to miss this step. You go to View Manager. You go to Explode, the Explode tab. And you could create a new one, or you could just make sure it's always the default here. So you could go to Edit and just Save. And right now it's going to save it as the default Explode. And it's going to say, do you want to update it? Yeah, Update Default. That way you don't have to create a new one, but this is really nice. The reason they have the ability to make multiple exploded views is if you want to, if you're doing desktop publishing, for example, let's say like IKEA, and you see how they have their desks and things, they have the assembly instructions step by step, like step 1, 2, 3, and you see, okay, this bolt goes here and it jogs into that place. This is how you could do that. You could make new exploded views showing those steps and then call them up when you need them. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and hit close. We only need the default. And now let's go and make the drawing. So I'm going to go to New, Drawing, and we could use the drawing name as a file name. That's fine. Hit OK. And empty with format, browse, and use the A format that's in there. Hit Open and OK. All right, now I'm going to go to General View, hit OK, click right here. Now for the exploded view, we could go to View State, select Explode, and we've seen this before, hit Apply, and there it is. Now if it doesn't come out properly, or if it's partially exploded, you probably forgot to explode it like this manually, and then take that little camera icon that I showed you. So rewind back to where I explode, and then at the very end I show you how to update it. We just did it. Okay, and then as far as the scale, I think I'm going to go with a 0.2 for this particular exploded view. There we go. And then click on Turn Off Lock, and then there we have it. Now, do we need this? No, I don't care if you have it on there or not. Okay, now we're going to bring in another general view. Click, hit OK, click right here. Let's go to Front, double click on Front. View State, actually View Display. We're going to go with, this one actually has hidden lines, so click on Hidden and hit Apply. And we could hit OK. All right, it's a little on the small side. Let's try and get this bumped up. Actually, I suppose we could have just did the whole sheet this way. I think we're going to have enough room. Okay, now we have that. Let's go to Projection View. Click here. Don't want another one. There. Click back on this one. I need a mouse click to exit that. Click here. And then click back on this one. Go to Projected View. Click here. Now this is going to be a section view technically. So we double click on it. Sections, 2D cross section. Don't forget to turn on your plane display so you have a way to slice it. Hit the plus symbol. And now over here you just hit Done. And let's go ahead and capital A inside this area. Hit the green check. And now it's looking for us to select the plane. Now, see here in the center, I get that orange line. You might have to move over it a couple times or zoom up closer to get it. If you've done those two things already and it's not showing up, go back to the very beginning of the assemblies portion where I'm dropping the part in. And what you have to do is you have to edit the dropping of your clock body You actually have to click on it and edit the actual inside the assembly, and you have to align it instead of going with automatic, go with default. So you can watch that in the video at the very beginning. You'll see how it's done. So I'm going to go ahead and select that. I'm going to hit apply, and there we go. View states. This one, actually view display, I want no hidden on this one. Hit OK and apply. Now I'm going to move this over a little bit for the section AA. Select this view, go to arrows, and select this view for the arrows. I'll click over here, drag this down so it's not overlapping the arrows. Don't forget to turn off your plane display. That will print out. It will also show up in the PDF. I mark off 20 points for that, so just be aware, because it's not acceptable to have those planes showing in this drawing. Okay, if we want, we could squeeze these down. Just click on these little arrows here so they're not taking up as much space, because we need space for our bill of materials. Okay, but before then, we need a detail view of this region right here. So go to Detail View, click like on that edge there, and then make it kind of small, like around the X. So at 12 o'clock around the X, go to 9, click, 6, click, 3 o'clock, and then you don't have to close it, just middle click, and then left click over here to drop that and move it. Now this again is unacceptable, so make sure you move this so it looks better like that. I don't care where you move as long as it's not overlapping something and it doesn't look unusual. Okay, this we could center. All right, now we're going to bring in the bill of materials. Now the bill of materials doesn't, what I have, I need to update. It doesn't work correctly in this latest version. So we're going to do it manually. So if you go to tables, there's table here. And we're going to need, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because we need the top column, or the top row for text, and then 1, 2, 3. So click and just drop it right there. Okay, now it's a little on the big side, so what you could do, you could right click on any of these, and right here is the height and width. Let's change the height and width. So the number, the height, let's see here, it's oh, it actually has automatic height adjustment. We might not need to change it, but just in case you want to. The height, let's go with point, oh, and characters. Let's go with 0.75. I like that better. Okay. All right, now here, double click in this box, and we'll go ahead and put in part number. Double click in this box here. You might have to quadruple click in there to get it to work sometimes. Okay, and then this is the part name. And then double click in here. And we'll go ahead and give this the QTY for quantity. Now we can actually justify these. See over here you have the center justify, which maybe I had to do it ahead of time. Let's see there. Okay, it's not doing what I was hoping, but that's okay. Let's continue to move on here. Okay, so for the part number, let's put in, for this one, obviously number 1, double click on this one, number 2. And it seems to indent sometimes, and I'm not sure why. This will be 3, 4. It seems to behave. Here, let's just text editor and see if we can get in 5. 6, 7. I want to fix this one. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we could center these. Just I'm going to control select this group. You can window over the group too. There we go. All right, so the trick with centering it is you actually have to select the cells. Don't be in editing text mode at the time. All right, and so here we'll do it here and here too. Control select these two cells. And oh, you know what? The text editor just went away. That's all right. We'll bring it back in a second. Okay, so I'm going to leave the part names blank. Let's see. I guess let's see. Number 1. Let's actually get some of these things in here first. First on this one, number 1, I'm going to put 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. And now control select these. And let's go to center. We can see that that's a disaster right there. Let's get that out of there. Center. There we go. And this one. And this one here is backspace. Okay. Oh, and one of them, the bolts, will have that last. Actually, that should be 2. Right now, the automatic bill of materials, just so you know, is a lot easier. I just have to get that updated, so I just haven't done it. All right. And so let's go ahead and we'll label these now. So I'm going to go back to, let's see, annotate. And down here we have balloon note. And we've seen this one before, so let's go to width leader, make note. We'll click on one of these and a middle click, and then that will be part 7. Green check 2 times, make note, zoom up here, click on that edge. Oops. Let's try that again. Make note. And then that's going to be, we'll make that part 2. Okay. Make note. Make that part 3. 2 clicks. Make note. Part 4. 2 clicks. We'll drag that out in a minute. Here. Oh, darn it. Make note. Hold on a second. Let's try that again. There we go. That'll be 5. Make note. 1 click with the middle. I'm clicking with the middle mouse button, by the way. Sorry. And then this will be 6. All right, and finally, let's see. The lens will be number 1. Make note. And then done. Hit done. Okay, now it's oops. There we go. Had to hit it a couple times. All right, so now let's get that moved. You have to click once, and then you click a second time on it to get it. Then middle click to get off it. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we could put in the part names. So for part number 1, double click, lens. Part number 2, let's try and get it using this. Maybe it's more consistent. This will be bracket. And then part 3, chrono. 4 will be the body. Part 5 will be the hour hand. And part 6, minute. And in that case, it's not fitting, but that's okay. I'll show you how to fix that in a second. And then finally, 7 will be the bolt. All right, now to get that to where it fits, this is what you do. Click and drag a fence to surround all that. And didn't do what I was looking at. Let's see. I'm sorry, drag it from left to right. There, and now that's all what we'd expect. Now you right click, and here you go to width. And so we have the column width. We'll change it to 13. And there, now we have more room. Hit OK. Let's get that spread out like that. OK. And finally, don't forget your name. Note. And those of you taking my class, I plan on fixing that bill of materials, and I'll probably send it to you. Hopefully for class, and eventually even I'll update this video probably next semester. Just I don't have time right now. Okay, and then just put in your name, full name, no initials, and just double check. Oh, these should not be shaded. So you could click on both, go to the gold ball there, and just go to hidden. They do need to be hidden though, hidden lines that is. And then we could compare it to the actual drawing. Okay, mine's a little different here because I use the other name. Oh, there we go, item name and quantity. That might be easier for you. And the balloons look good, section arrows. I think we're in good shape. I think I got everything. And don't worry too much about the scale. I just don't want it really small. 0.2 or 0.25 would be really nice if you could squeeze it all in there. And that concludes the exam. But remember, you can't watch this video when you take the exam. You practice it as many times as you like. I recommend 3 times practicing it. By the time you do the 3rd time, it's going to be a lot easier, and you can apply this to anything then. Good luck.